In the restaurant on Christmas, the window seats are all occupied by well-dressed men and women enjoying a romantic dinner. There was only a barely visible night view of the tall buildings above their heads, and no matter how much I stretched my neck, I couldn't get a full view. I kept jumping on my tiptoes in the hall, trying to see out the window, when someone suddenly tugged on the hem of my coat. It's Kirigiri Kyoko. She tilted her head and looked at me with cold eyes, as if she was silently reproaching me. I have kept you two waiting, please come this way. Led by the waiter, Kirigiri and I headed towards the hall. On the way we passed a very big tree. This pine tree has supposedly been shipped from abroad and was decorated with sparkling colored lights and stars, which are no less bright than the lights on the street outside. We were taken to a spacious single room. On the table covered with a snow-white tablecloth, there are classical-style candlestick holders, with all their candles lit. Napkins and cutlery for 3 people have been placed on the table. One of the walls of the hall is made of glass, from which the nightscape behind it can be seen. Whoa, so nice. I couldn't help but rush to the window, looking at the streetlights glittering in the middle of the cold night. Kirigiri-chan, come and look too. Kirigiri behind me was a little hesitant, so I gestured her to come over. She met my eyes with a somewhat troubled look, and then approached the window. She stared at the nightscape, her cheeks flushed slightly. Her eyes mostly fixed at the glow of the street lamps. Isn't it pretty? I asked Kirigiri, and she nodded. Can you say it? Pretty. At this time, Nanamura Suisei walked into the room. Young ladies, I have kept you waiting for a long time. The Christmas presents I gave you both must be to your liking. The present he is talking about should refer to the nightscape. I suddenly felt very embarrassed. I was like a hooked fish that was stupidly excited, so I quickly stepped away from the window. Nanamura pulled 2 chairs out skillfully for me and Kirigiri to sit on. I kept nodding and bowing my head humbly while sitting down on the chair. I have no idea how to act appropriately in such a place. Kirigiri, on the other hand, wasn't rusty at all. She sat on the other chair like a princess, and thanked Nanamura without moving. Although Kirigiri Kyoko's personality is unexpected for a young girl, she is still an elegant and straightforward girl. When it comes to cases or detective-related matters, she exudes a calm and repulsive temperament, but she grew up in a family with detectives as their ancestral business, so I think this is also related to her birth. Nanamura placed the Christmas hat that was on his head on Kirigiri's, and sat down on the opposite seat. He didn't explain why he placed his hat on Kirigiri's head, and Kirigiri did not make any reaction. It's adorable anyway, better not to think more about it. It is a great pleasure to have dinner with such 2 beautiful young ladies on Christmas Eve. After Nanamura sat down, with his arm on the table propping his chin, he suddenly looked straight at me. His deep gaze made me feel overwhelmed. What's wrong? I couldn't help but say embarrassingly. Nanamura is a good-looking man with a sharp outline. He has the appearance of a stage actor. He is impeccable as the person to have Christmas dinner with. 12,000, 9,800, 23,000. Nanamura abruptly declared several mysterious numbers. The price of the glasses you're wearing, the price of your coat, and the price of your shoes. How did you? No. Almost all the numbers he said are correct. There are several ways to observe a character, and among the most effective methods, quantifying the price of their personal belongings. Knowing the value of an item is arguably the fastest way to see through the nature of things. Samidare Yui, for example, you seem to have confidence in your legs and feet, so you spend more money on your shoes. However, judging from the wear and tear of your shoes, you don't have the characteristics of engaging in a particular sport. Despite your extraordinary and natural leg strength, you still chose the path of a detective. You want to be a detective at such a young age, presumably because of your past. I get it. I stretched out my arms and interrupted Nanamura. Who knows what he will say next? Nanamura smiled contemptuously and lifted one finger to the window. 74.45 million. This is the price of the nightscape here, the sum of the electricity bills for all the buildings in this direction. The nature behind beautiful things like these. Nanamura squinted his eyes in a pretentious manner. This detective monster is truly incomprehensible. Nanamura Suisei, a 00 rank detective, Detective Library DSC, Detective Shelf Classification, number 900. He has the number 9 which indicates that he mainly deals with murder cases, and the number 0 which proves that he has reached the top in this field. There was a detective who reached rank 3 through despicable means of creating cases and then solving them by himself, yet he was not able to get a 0 in his career of more than 20 years. Nanamura Suisei got these 2 numbers in his prime at the age of 37. Which is, honestly, quite remarkable. This kind of honor cannot be obtained by ordinary skill. Alright, let us talk while we eat. Nanamura snapped his fingers. The waiter on standby diagonally behind him poured red wine into the glass. There are 2 other waiters standing next to him respectfully, just like attendants serving a king. Since Kirigiri and I are still minors, they brought us a special drink menu. I ordered orange juice and Kirigiri ordered coffee. A toast to celebrate our meeting is what I want to say, but I have to let it go for now. In our world, a toast is not done for the opening act, but for the curtain closing. Nanamura took a sip of red wine. The waiter began to place plates in front of Nanamura. Generally speaking, French cuisine should be served in order, but for some reason, he is the only one whose dishes are all served at once. 10 hours, 28 minutes, and 49 seconds. Nanamura suddenly said another series of numbers. That's the time that has elapsed since I opened the challenge letter. The black challenge is being held and the winner will be decided within 168 hours after the unsealing. To make the time period more concise, I opened it at exactly 10 o'clock this morning. Nanamura said with a serious expression, yet he didn't stop dining. I realized then that there was not much left on his plate. When did he eat all of it? Kirigiri and I each had a plate of food in front of us. If we follow Nanamura's tempo, these good dishes are going to be gone in a flash. Nanamura-san, may I ask how many times have you accepted the black challenge in total? This is the 5th time. A total of 5 times? I can only thank my bad luck for that. There are some detectives who are still completely unaware of the existence of the black challenge. No, I should say the majority of detectives don't know about it. Of course, we know about the black challenge. Not long ago, Kirigiri Kyoko and I were involved in one. Black challenge refers to a game held by an organization called the Crime Victims Relief Committee. The game is supposed to be a duel between a detective and a criminal. The detective who receives the challenge from the criminal must immediately solve the ongoing case. The Crime Victims Relief Committee is not the kind of charitable organization its name suggests. They approach crime victims under the banner of relief and abet them to participate in the game. Their selection of crime victims as game challengers seems to be limited to those who have ignited the flames of revenge in their hearts. In short, they use those who have a motive to kill and make them criminals among the game participants. At the same time, the detectives who are opposed to the criminal side of the challengers are selected from the detectives registered in the detective library. There are approximately 65,500 detectives registered in the detective library, and their information is open to the public. The Crime Victims Relief Committee selects the detectives to be summoned according to the level of difficulty of the black challenge. They seem to refer to the DSC ranking of the detective library when choosing. As the rank gets higher, the number of detectives in the denominator decreases, so it's only logical that they are more likely to be selected for the black challenge in terms of probability. Nanamura placed his fork on the dinner plate, wiped his mouth with the napkin, then crumbled it into a ball and threw it backwards. One of the waiters steadily caught the napkin without a hint of panic at all. Then Nanamura pushed aside the empty plate, made a space on the table, and crossed his fingers on the table. Nanamura looked at me, then Kirigiri, as if he is observing us. I've seen the file of the case you solved, and that one was just right for newcomers to get started on. That serious observatory murder case was entry level? Even now, whenever I think of that day, I feel a sense of despair, but he said that it was just an entry-level case. But this time things won't be that simple. Judging from the contents of the challenge letter, the criminal this time has a full understanding of the contents of the black challenge and came with the conviction that they will win for sure. The most troublesome part is the opponent's mental state. They are most likely enjoying the game. I'm sure the audience will be in high spirits as well. The audience? Oh yeah, you don't know? Black challenges are released in video format. The audience watch while eating and drinking at an event called Closed Circuit. It's live viewing. Speaking of which, the criminal of the last case also told us the same. He said that the Crime Victims Relief Committee not only held games, but also offered them as shows to a portion of the audience. It's unbelievable. What kind of people would watch a black challenge? I wonder who they are exactly, but there is no doubt that they are able to spend a lot of money. They say if you want to attend the Closed Circuit, you need to pay up almost the same amount of money to build 10,000 schools in developing countries. This analogy is so incomprehensible and lacking in compassion. In the end, it's just entertainment for the rich. Watching other people kill each other, this concept first originated as gladiatorial events in Roman times. When I think of it like this, it doesn't feel too incomprehensible. Of course, I myself wouldn't want to actually see someone get killed. By the way, why are you girls pursuing the Crime Victims Relief Committee? Nanamura asked. That's because we can't just sit back and do nothing about a criminal organization like this. I said with my head held high. Aha. Nanamura nodded with a deep smile. Then he turned his gaze to Kirigiri. And you? Kirigiri shrank her neck slightly. For no reason, I didn't receive a commission in the first place. I told you, we are a team now. I couldn't help but refute Kirigiri. Also, don't you have the desire to fight the Crime Victims Relief Committee too? No, I am only interested in making my talent as a detective get recognized. Your goal is to increase your rank? How can you say that? Especially after being subjected to their game, don't you feel resentment toward them? I do feel resentment. An unexpected answer, she answered me with her usual expression. Either she is not good at showing her expressions, or she is just the ultimate poker face. In this case, you can join me in my fight against the evil organization. The job of a detective is not only to deal with the case at hand, right? I will help you investigate if you commission me, One-sama. You're such a... I bit my lower lip, restraining my agitated self. Don't you have any thoughts of your own? Are you a doll that won't act without a commission? At my words, Kirigiri slowly turned her face around and responded with a cold look. Is she angry? What's the point of a detective without a client? Self-satisfaction? Kirigiri said, turning her face away. Yeah, it's surely for self-satisfaction, probably. But that's what the pursuit of the truth is all about, right? I couldn't help but stand up and say. Pursuing the truth, really? What a childish thing for you to say, One-sama. You're the childish one here. I raised my voice. In the next moment, a noise that sounded like a trumpet rang throughout the room. I was taken aback and looked in the direction of the sound, and found that Nanamura had picked up a trumpet at some point. All right, stop arguing. As far as I'm concerned, you are both children. No, not just children, you are rookies. With a helpless smile, Nanamura threw the trumpet behind his back, and the waiter still caught it as he did last time. Being a detective is not a means for self-satisfaction, but a detective without principles isn't reliable. That said, if we average the two of you out, you will probably be a proper detective. Nanamura said so and shrugged. Kirigiri and I glanced at each other silently. Sorry. I shouldn't have yelled out of the blue. I felt embarrassed and sat back on my chair with a red face. Kirigiri remained silent with her face turned to the side. Then let's get back to business. Nanamura said. As far as I know, ever since the investigation against the Crime Victims Relief Committee began, the number of missing detectives has increased to double digits. Double digits? Do you know what that means? It means that as soon as they make a move, it will be hard for you guys to get out in one piece as well. Such a dangerous organization, and yet everyone is keeping quiet while watching from the side? If what you're saying is true, I think it's only right to eliminate them as soon as possible. You're really brave, Samadar-kun. Those missing detectives must have said the same thing as you. However, the fact that detectives who are higher ranked than you have been dispatched in double digits and still couldn't shake this organization shows that this isn't a simple matter. Let me tell you a surprising fact. The Crime Victims Relief Committee has an office in a certain building under the name of a non-profit organization, where anyone can come and go to freely. What's all this about? On the surface, they are just an independent charity organization. Although it's easy to find information related to them, no matter how much more you investigate, you can only get the part of information that is open to the public. Presumably this is how they deal with detectives. They spread countless useless information to draw attention away, so as to hide the information they really want to hide, also known as hiding wood in the forest. Just like how Father Brown put it. What is their purpose? Is it just to make someone's revenge a show for others to watch? No. Nanamura picked up his wine glass and continued, while staring at the red liquid in the glass. I heard this organization's true purpose from a detective who tracked them down. The true purpose? The detective who told me about this is also currently missing. Perhaps because he knew the true purpose of the Crime Victims Relief Committee, or maybe relief is their actual true purpose. Who knows? Samadar-kun, even though you describe the Crime Victims Relief Committee as an evil organization, do you really think so? For sure. Because they abet good citizens to kill people. But the people they want to kill are all criminals. You've also experienced a black challenge. You should understand that all challengers have suffered a lot because of crimes. They just want to take back the life that was brutally and unreasonably stolen from them by others. In the case that involved Kirigiri and I, the criminal's family was murdered. He took revenge on the person who took his family's life in that black challenge. In this world, there are people who are enjoying a happy life without being punished for the crimes they committed. Meanwhile, the victims are living miserable lives and struggling at the bottom of society. And they cry over this unfair reality. Have you ever heard their cries? I can empathize with their feelings. But revenge and vigilantism are not allowed by society, and revenge, even if innocent people aren't involved, is not worth advocating. This is a detective's point of view. The only thing that can distinguish between good and evil is the difference in perspective. It's true for some people, the black challenge is undoubtedly a relief, a holy war. There are those among the challengers who feel that they should take action to eradicate evil and reform the world. Is the Crime Victims Relief Committee a necessary evil? Is this their true purpose? Even so, the moment they decided to kill someone, they have already strayed from being a human. I believe they must be punished. What a girl with a strong sense of justice. Nanamura smiled calmly. It's just that, although steel is difficult to break, it is also difficult to restore once it has been bent. It's most dangerous for people like you. What do you mean by most dangerous? I never expected that someone would say that about me. Don't let your personal feelings get involved, Yui-1-sama. I'm speechless. Kirigiri usually hides her feelings under the mask of a detective. For her, it is probably natural not to bring her beliefs and opinions into her work. Even so, that isn't a reason to disregard the actions of the Crime Victims Relief Committee. Regardless of the reason, it's selfish and egotistical to use the help of the Crime Victims Relief Committee to change your life. I straightened up and said, no matter how desperate you are, it's meaningless if you don't overcome it by yourself. Well, that's really beautiful. I have to say, your youthfulness is both a wound and a sharp edge. Nanamura-san, what do you think? I asked with some annoyance. Do you believe the criminals of the Black Challenge are pitiable victims? I do think they are pitiable, but that doesn't matter to me. Nanamura replied without a second thought with open arms. As a detective, my enemies are not people, but mysteries. I want to solve the mystery before me, that's why I exist. So it's like that. Thank goodness. As expected of a 00 rank, I can see that his confidence is backed by a real belief in his career without a hint of hesitation. Do you think I'm the kind of detective who would show mercy to criminals? Fufu, I'm not that easy to deal with. Sorry, I said something as if I was doubting you. That's okay. Do you know anything else about the Crime Victims Relief Committee? I don't know much. Just one other thing, I heard about it from a detective who tracked down this organization. The Crime Victims Relief Committee is actually administrated by only one person. One person. In the Black Challenge, the challenger's target is the real criminal of an unsolved and unjust case. This organization essentially exposes the real culprit that the police failed to identify and offers a game that targets them. The only ones who can do all that are people at a high rank of a great detective. Speaking of high ranks, Kirigiri nodded and then said, I heard that there were 4 detectives with the number 000 in the detective library. They have reached the top of their detective career, yet one of them had his record erased. If there is anyone that could be the chairman of the Crime Victims Relief Committee, then it could be that person. Excellent. Nanamura applauded Kirigiri. Thanks to you, I don't need to explain. Skipping wasted time is equivalent to getting a fortune. Kirigiri-kun, you might be able to keep up with me. Then, who is the detective whose record was erased? Kirigiri ignored Nanamura and asked. Sadly, I have no idea. Nanamura spread his arms wide while observing our faces. It's true. Because that person's file was gone before I registered in the detective library. If there is anyone who knows him, it would probably only be the 3 other detectives with the 000 title, and of course those who founded the detective library. I heard that that former detective is also related to the foundation of the detective library. Speaking of the founders of the library, I remember hearing that Kirigiri's grandfather was one of them. Does that mean Kirigiri's grandfather was the detective whose record was erased? No, I'm overthinking it. I secretly observed Kirigiri's reaction, and she was not moved at all. If we can already conclude this, why is no one making a move? Kirigiri put down the knife and fork and asked while holding her arms. Because all of this is just speculation. Also, even if the vanished 000 rank former detective is the chairman, no one would dare to get close to them. Why? I asked. There are some gaps in this world that can't be filled with time, money, or talent. This is the gap between us and the 000 rank. Let's say they have fallen to becoming criminals, then we need to take national-level countermeasures. This is not a joke, but a real fact. This is not a matter we can influence. This is undoubtedly a declaration of admitting defeat. To me, Nanamura is an unreachable 00 rank, and he is also a very prideful person, yet even he easily admitted defeat. Is the opponent I want to challenge far beyond my imagination? However, there is a way to get close to the Crime Victims Relief Committee. By catching the criminals of the Black Challenges. The criminals have contact with the top executives of the organization, or at least got the game instructions from them. In other words, the existence of the criminals is one of the few clues left behind. As long as you win the Black Challenges and extract information from the criminals, that would be progress for you girls, right? Yes. I nodded. But we shouldn't lose to the criminals in the first place. This is really encouraging. Nanamura looked at his watch and got up from his chair. It's time. You're leaving? Oh right, we haven't finished our meal yet. Time is money, and money is time. I buy time with money and earn money with time. Nanamura said as he gestured to the waiter. Alright, I want to confirm one thing from you. You will also participate in this Black Challenge. Can I take this as a given? Yes. I answered without thinking. Kirigiri glanced at my face and nodded. Very well, then about this Black Challenge, let's go through it first. The culprit who is the challenger receives funding from the organization in advance to purchase techniques and murder weapons used to commit the crime, set them up as a deck, and the contents will be written on the challenge letter. This time the criminal spent a lot of money on the murder weapons and techniques, and prepared a good card deck for this case. This is what Nanamura meant when he described the criminal as came with the conviction that they will win. The higher the total amount, the higher the rank of detective that is summoned. Next, I want to tell you an important thing in advance. As Nanamura said, he excitedly carried the rucksack that the waiter had brought from somewhere, wrapped the belts around his chest and waist, then closed the buckle. What is this guy doing all of a sudden? In the Black Challenge, there is a rule stating that the criminal cannot kill the summoned detective, because it won't be a game without the detective. The detective mentioned here refers to the detective summoned by the challenge letter. So as far as the rules are concerned, you are not the detective, but companions, so you may also become victims. The victims. These unexpected words made my voice uncomfortably shrill. When I think about it carefully, we are jumping into the trap of the criminal ourselves. If we get in their way, we may not be spared. Are you scared? No, I'm fine. I'm so dishonest. Kirigiri still had a calm expression and nodded slightly. The conditions of the criminal's victory is to kill all the targets of revenge, and they should not get exposed by the detective within 168 hours. If they win in the Black Challenge, they can get the money used in the game as a bonus. If they have the will, they can also start a fresh new life. For those challengers who want to climb from the bottom, this is a great incentive. That means they are throwing their entire weight around. Exactly. On the flip side, if they lose, they must pay back the advance payment used in the game in full. If they are unable to pay back, then they must pay for it with their lives. This means that the opponent fighting us is betting his life on the line. On the point of betting life, I'm confident that I will not lose to others. I became a detective because I wanted to answer other people's calls for help. As a detective, I am willing to sacrifice my life for justice. At the same time, about Kirigiri, she was born as a detective. She has no reason or purpose for being a detective. She received detective education since she was born, and now she is about to become a detective machine that is not afraid of death. But I know that no matter how many detective guidelines are stuffed into her head, her mind is still just that of a little girl in her first grade of middle school. The Black Challenge is not necessarily carried out in an enclosed space. However, in order to avoid police intervention and also to limit the freedom of the detective, in most cases they will choose an enclosed environment. This time, Norman's hotel that has been chosen as the location of the game is an abandoned hotel, located in a mountain far away from human populations. Presumably we will be quarantined there for at least 100 hours. Remember to be fully prepared. Nanamura glanced at his watch again and raised a hand to say goodbye to us. It is time for me to say goodbye. Nanamura was about to leave when he seemed to remember something else and turned back. Oops, before that I have to confirm with you girls what the arrangements are afterwards. Our departure time to the Norman's hotel will be the day after tomorrow, as I have personal matters that I must attend to tomorrow. The meeting time is 7 a.m. the day after tomorrow at the roundabout in front of the bus station. I'm expecting us to arrive at the hotel at 10 a.m. Excuse me. Is it fine to go only the day after tomorrow? Wasting a whole day is. This game is time limited, yet he is taking it so leisurely. As long as my speed exists, there is no problem. You girls can try not to fall behind me. Why yeah. Well then, fingers crossed we will win this. I thought Nanamura would walk towards the exit door of the hall, but for some reason, he went towards the window. Could it be the thing that he spent a lot of effort to carry on his body? Nanamura suddenly opened the window. A gap was opened in the window, and a strong wind of the top of the high-rise building rushed in. Nanamura leaned slightly and hopped on the window frame. Wish you both good luck. He gave us a thumbs up, and then jumped out from the gap of the window. Nanamura-san. I quickly got up from the chair and ran to the window. I saw him with a parachute slowly descending towards the colorful street. The stretched-out 7-colored parachute added another bright color to the nightscape. Are all great detectives like this? I stared in bewilderment at the 7-colored flower falling towards the sea of neon lights. Even Kirigiri's hand holding the fork stiffened. The waiter closed the window to keep out the strong wind. Oh well, let's continue to enjoy dinner slowly. No matter how anxious we are, the proper show will have to wait until the day after tomorrow. Yes. Kirigiri ate the fish elegantly. And this might be our last Christmas. Again, you say that like it doesn't concern you. Of course, it's not that easy to kill me. That's for sure. If you die that easily, then I'm in a big trouble. There will be many Christmases for us in the future. If it comes to that, I will protect you. I did not say these words out loud. I don't want her to feel like I'm mixing up my sister who died in the kidnapping case with her. Moreover, I don't have the confidence to say the truth that I'm still trapped by my sister's ghost. Perhaps in the depths of my soul, there is still a sense that I can be redeemed. That voice asking for help, it was always the voice of my little sister. I will save you next time. Definitely. Let's do our best too in the upcoming black challenge. Right, Kirigiri-chan? In order to improve my rank, there is no other way. Kirigiri said with a childlike face and a grown-up tone. For us, this is the second black challenge. What kind of event will it be? Here is your bill. The waiter suddenly leaned over and handed me a thick memo-like thing. I opened it and it said the cost of tonight's dinner. 62,248 yen. Didn't Nanamura-san cover our bill? The waiter shook his head with a smile that brooked no argument. You of. I quickly glanced at my wallet. There are only 2,000 yen banknotes inside. What should we do? I whispered, bit my tongue and turned to Kirigiri. That sly detective screwed us. That guy is rich, but very stingy, for sure. Don't panic, One-sama. Kirigiri pulled her card out from her wallet and handed it to the waiter. Payment for the entire bill. Thank you. The waiter withdrew inside. Hey Kirigiri-chan, so cool. After dinner was over, we walked out of the building. The patch of neon that was under our feet just now has surrounded us without realizing. I walked side by side on the cold street with Kirigiri, and it felt like we stumbled upon a paradise in the depths of the ocean. Christmas Eve is passing by every second. On the brightly lit walkways, the magical lights is shining on the passing pedestrians. Goodbye, I will go this way. Kirigiri pointed to one side of the forked road and said. She left a small cloud of white mist in the cold night air, turned and walked forward alone. Wait, let me take you home, it's getting late. There's no need for that. Kirigiri turned around and said with her 3-strand braid on her shoulder. Not mentioning other foreign countries, at least in this country there's nothing that can threaten me when walking at night. You have such a big mouth, if a man really attacked you for real, it's hard to imagine what would happen to a baby-faced girl like you. For example, like this. I took a stance to attack Kirigiri from behind, and stretched my hands to her thin neck. The next moment, her figure disappeared from my view. At some point, she had stood diagonally behind me and twisted my right arm. Ouch, it hurts. If you want to prove it, I hope you stay within the realm of reason. Kirigiri let go of my hand and said, Yui One-sama, you have to be careful. You can't beat a man who attacks you by high jumping. What was that move just now? Is it a self-defense technique? Teach me too. Not today, I have to go home. Kirigiri said while looking at the clock on the street. Hey, in any case, let's go home together. Can't you tell that I still want to talk to you? You're kinda dense sometimes. A frown creased between Kirigiri's eyebrows. She then raised her head and glanced at me, then walked forward silently. I walked beside her. About the topic earlier. Self-defense? No, earlier than that, about the chairman of the Crime Victims Relief Committee. What about it? Used to be a detective before, with a very high rank, related to the foundation of the detective library. Couldn't that be your grandfather? It would be a very dramatic development if that's the case, but it's not. How are you so sure? Because Grandpa never registered in the detective library, he told me before. Since he never did, there's no way he is among the 000s, and that means his record wasn't erased. It's a bit rude to say this, but is it possible that your grandpa lied to you? If Kirigiri's grandfather is secretly operating as the chairman of a criminal organization, then it is naturally impossible for him to confess his identity to his granddaughter. Grandpa harbors immense pride in the Kirigiri family name, so he can't tolerate being ranked as a detective. I heard that he was the only person who opposed the implementation of the DSC system. The pride of the Kirigiri family name, huh? To me, this sounds like it belongs to a world beyond my reach. Kirigiri's grandfather is a great detective, and this can be seen at a glance from his granddaughter Kirigiri. She was able to emerge in the detective field at the tender age of 13, mostly because of the Kirigiri bloodline and the history behind it. However, none of the detectives we have met before showed any reaction to the family name Kirigiri. Even the 00 rank Nanamura, his opinion of Kirigiri seems to be nothing more than a clever little girl. The detectives of the Kirigiri family must not have been allowed to work publicly, but live in the shadows all the time. Therefore, ordinary detectives don't know the Kirigiri family name. If this is the case, then it is possible that in order to maintain the pride of the Kirigiri's grandfather himself did not register in the detective library. Huh? In that case, why did Kirigiri Kyoko register at the detective library? She said that her grandfather was the one who asked her to register, right? Isn't this an act of betrayal to the pride of the Kirigiri family? Grandpa basically lives abroad. He often deals with overseas countries in his work. From his point of view, the Crime Victims Relief Committee is only a domestic matter. He has no time to manage a trivial matter like a small-scale criminal organization. So we aren't living in the same dimension after all. Kirigiri Kyoko's grandfather intimidated me once again. Such a powerful man fighting against unknown crimes, regardless of his reputation or official title. But at least your grandpa should have known the chairman of the Crime Victims Relief Committee, right? They might have been colleagues. Who knows? Kirigiri said with a serious expression and breathed onto her cold fingers. Regardless of whether he knows them or not, we can't do anything about it. If we can get that person's name, we can go to the office and call that person out. Maybe they will show up easily. Even if they show up, what will you do afterwards? How do you prosecute the chairman of a charity organization? There's always a way. Like Al Capone. Yui-wan-sama, excessive justice is no different from evil. In any case, let's put aside the chairman topic for now and concentrate on the matter at hand. True. I was lectured by a girl younger than me. Nearly 12 hours had passed since Nanamura's Black Challenge began. The game had already started. It is precisely in times like these that I must remain calm. It won't be too late to defeat the great devil that is the organization if we wait till after this Black Challenge is over. If we can return safely, that is. While I was walking forward with my thoughts full of worry, Kirigiri suddenly stopped. What's wrong? I'm at home. At the end of the smooth slope, there is a slightly exaggerated gate of a Japanese-style building, which is firmly closed and guarded. The streetlights are like signposts leading to that gate, one after the other extending towards the top of the hillside. The white wall obscures the view inside it, and the mansion that should be located behind it cannot be seen from here. How should I put it? It's just like what I expected. I looked at Kirigiri with envy. You really are a young princess. The curfew has passed. Kirigiri said with a pout. Even if I told Grandpa I was meeting a detective, once he knows that he was a guy, he would definitely be angry. What should I do? Kirigiri spoke with a rare display of unease. You should have told me earlier that your family has curfews like these. I would have let you go back home sooner. I'm home late only because I went out with One-sama. Kirigiri pouted and said irritably. I got in the mood and allowed you to keep talking to me. Sorry, it's my fault. I kept apologizing. Do you want me to help explain? That would help me a lot. Her tone softened a lot more than usual, which made my heart skip a beat. Kirigiri walked up the ramp and stopped in front of the gate. The thick wooden gate is inlaid with rough rivets, which does not feel inviting to visitors, but implies rejection. At first glance, there is no nameplate on the gate, only a videophone with significantly big lens. You're not going in? Only outsiders get in through here. Kirigiri turned a corner and walked along the wall. Family members enter and exit through the back door. This feels awfully strict. There are cedar trees planted behind the walls, and there is something hidden behind the cedar trees. Although I can barely see the outline of a solemn residence, I can't feel the presence of anyone inside. For those who don't know the interiors, this place omits quite an aura of mystery. You live here with your grandpa alone? Yes. But there are 3 other servants who take turns to make sure that at least one person lives here to watch through the night. Servants? Do such people exist for real? The school we go to is an aristocratic school. I have heard that a handful of students hire servants or nannies at their homes. It turns out Kirigiri Kyoko is also one of them. But she doesn't seem to have a happy family. Apparently, her parents aren't with her. I haven't asked her about the specific details, so I'm not sure what the truth about it is, but it must be a big problem for her. Speaking of which, I heard you were living abroad not long ago. That's right. I moved here about 2 months ago. Before that, for about 5 years, my grandpa and I went to many places overseas. But because I can't waste my school years, I returned home alone after finishing my work. I keep feeling more and more that you and I are not from the same world. Is that so? Kirigiri said with a straight face. After walking along the walls for a while, Kirigiri finally stopped and pointed at a spot on the wall. There is a small door for one person to go in and out. Kirigiri took a key out of her pocket and inserted it into the keyhole on the door. The door opened immediately. What the heck? You had the key all this time. The key wasn't the issue, it's what to do after this point. Why don't you just sneak back into your room? I will definitely be found out. Kirigiri said with anger. Then what should we do? Wait here, Grandpa will come and greet you. Okay, got it. I will be right back. Kirigiri-chan, wait a sec. What is it? Isn't it better to take that thing off your head first? I pointed to the Christmas hat on her head, and she silently swept it off. She stared at the hat lying near her feet with an uncanny expression. What is this? She never noticed. I picked up the hat and urged Kirigiri. Anyway, you should hurry up. Yes. Kirigiri vanished beyond the door. After letting Kirigiri go, I put my hands in my coat pockets and leaned against the wall. I've rarely seen Kirigiri being so flustered. Her grandpa must be the absolute authority to her. Or she is simply too attached to him. For her who is without a father and a mother, there is no doubt that her grandfather is her biggest supporter. Anyway, I can't help but chuckle when I think of her flustered face earlier. For someone as calm as her, she sure becomes a mess with small things like returning home. I inadvertently looked up at the street lamp and saw something shining in the sky. It's snow. It's a white Christmas. On such a night, I'm alone, smiling. What on earth am I doing? A wave of unexplained loneliness washed over me. But this year is different from previous years. I met a young girl, Kirigiri Kyoko. The loneliness and emptiness I felt in my detective career was alleviated by her. This is an undeniable fact. Will we stay together in the coming year? I tried imagining our future together. For some reason, all I could imagine is a pitch black darkness. Is this also the fate that detectives are destined for? Yui-wan-sama. Hearing this voice, I looked at the door and found it open. Kirigiri stood alone with a troubled expression. Where's your grandpa? I straightened up from the wall and buttoned my coat. I walked over to Kirigiri and looked behind her. There's no one there. Are you the one trying to kidnap my Kyoko? The voice came from above my head. An old man in a kimono was standing on the wall with the snowy night sky behind him. By the time I noticed him, it was too late. The old man landed behind me, lightly struck my knee sockets with his cane, and slammed my shoulder with his hand. I didn't have time to resist, and I was knocked to the ground in one fell swoop. Before I realized what's happened, I had fallen on the floor. The old man's cane is coming down. All I can do was stare up at it. Wait, that's not him. Kirigiri hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. The cane was suddenly fixed in midair. I raised my hands while lying on the cold asphalt. I concede. Grandpa, take a closer look, she is a girl. What? The old man stared at me carefully, then unceremoniously grabbed my chest without hesitation. Indeed. Hey. The old man's hand was unexpectedly strong. I slapped his hand, leaped up, and quickly moved away from him. This is Samidare Yui Wansama. She is a detective from the same school as me. Ah, so it's you. The old man said, scratching his gray-haired head. Sorry, I misunderstood because I received news that my granddaughter had a dinner outing with a man. Where did you receive the news from? Having said that, this old man. He looks quite young. He has shiny silver hair, shallow wrinkles, a straight back, and a vibrant glow in his eyes. He is leaning on a cane in his right hand, but he doesn't look like he needs to rely on a cane to support his legs and feet. I guess this cane is just a weapon for him. Nice to meet you. I bowed my head as a start. That, Kirigiri-chan. Kyoko-chan has been very nice to me at school and some other places. Are you the one who made the call earlier? The old man looked like a different person with a calm smile. My granddaughter, Kyoko, is the one who is thankful for your care. Kyoko isn't used to life here. She is always alone. I don't know what to do about that, and I have been worried for some time. However, now that she is with a good partner like you, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Right, Kyoko? Yes. Kirigiri hid behind the old man, slightly lowered her head to express her agreement. She felt a little more restrained than usual. She looked like an obedient little lamb. She's so meek in front of her grandpa. I was talking to Kyoko-chan about the current case for a while, and I lost track of time. I didn't know that her house has a curfew, so I'm very sorry. I bowed again. Next time I'll make sure she comes back home on time, so please don't punish her today. Ha ha ha. I expected you were the one who brought her back, Samidare Yui-kun. There are exceptions to every rule, no matter what they are. For example, as long as it is something related to detective work, no matter what happens, I won't fault Kirigiri. So, that whole curfew thing is just bullshit. Ah, thank goodness, he is not as unreasonable as I thought. He knocked me down and touched my chest. I thought for a while about what could have also happened. Fortunately, he is not as bad as I thought. He seems to be a man of generous heart. Or maybe that's just because he favors his granddaughter? I squeezed a cold sweat before, worrying that a fierce and stubborn old man would appear, but now I am truly relieved from the bottom of my heart. Ha, did you think I'm a fierce and stubborn old man? You have it written on your face. Yes, sorry. In the Kirigiri family, detectives are the most important. Detective work comes first, even over the death of a family member. That's the ancestral motto passed down through the Kirigiri family. Isn't that right, Kyoko? Yes, Grandpa. Very well, once Kyoko becomes a first-class detective, I'll definitely abolish the curfew rule. Really? Kirigiri asked with a look of surprise on her face. I will abolish the curfew as soon as when Kyoko becomes a self-reliant detective. Yes, I will be a great detective. Kirigiri answered with sparkling eyes. Yep, good girl. The grandfather patted his granddaughter's head. Kirigiri squinted happily. How should I put it? Although their relationship is a bit unusual, they look very happy. By the way, I interjected a bit fretfully. From the day after tomorrow, in order to solve the Black Challenge case, Kayaka may have to stay overnight. Ah, of course I'll be with her. Do you approve? I asked. Ah, sure. He simply gave his permission. He didn't even hesitate to send his granddaughter to a place where her life might be in danger depending on the situation. And he didn't have any particular reaction to the words Black Challenge. How much does Kirigiri's grandfather know about the Crime Victims Relief Committee? At least he should have heard about the Black Challenges from Kirigiri, and may also know more about it. He is a great detective, and also related to the foundation of the detective library. There aren't many people who meet these requirements. Or is there someone else who fits the bill? I don't know if I should ask about this. While I was hesitating, the old man spoke first. Then Samidare Yui-kun, you should also go back early to prepare for the case. It's very cold tonight. Shall I drive you home? Ah, no need, it's okay. Really? Then I'll be asking you to take extra care of Kyoko. Okay. I bowed my head deeply and made up my mind. Right, there is one more thing I want to ask. I looked up and the old man's figure had disappeared. Eh? I took a look around, but couldn't find him. He disappeared. What are you doing, Yui-wan-sama? If you were looking for Grandpa, he had already gone home. Said Kirigiri, standing by the door. There were still things I wanted to ask him that I haven't figured out yet. I couldn't help but sigh heavily. As soon as the tension disappeared, the feeling of fatigue came up all at once. I'm sorry, Wansama, for the inconvenience. I did have a bad experience. But as long as it's for you, I don't mind if an old man like him touched my chest. I dusted off my coat. It's great that your grandfather is so tolerant. He does take your education as seriously as I thought he would though. Hey, Yui-wan-sama. Can I ask you a question? What? Is it weird to prioritize detective work over the death of a family member? Well. I thought, tilting my head. It's not so much weird as it is strict. Strict? The meaning of the sentence is that one should concentrate solely on completing detective work, right? No, that's not it. For the Kirigiri family, detective work is more important than the death of a family member. This is not a rhetorical device like metaphors, but a creed that must be followed. Is that so? Is it weird? But this might just be my own blind thoughts. Kirigiri said with her face turned. Otherwise, I would feel empty inside. I took her hand, pulled her into a hug, and patted her little back gently. Is it okay for me to stay like this? She looked up at me and said. Of course. You are the coolest and purest detective in the world, aren't you? Let's work hard together, starting from tomorrow. Yeah. Kirigiri broke free of my embrace and reached for the door. See ya. With a wave of my hand, Kirigiri lowered her eyes shyly and disappeared behind the door. Speaking of curfews. A long time has passed since my dormitory entered its curfew. In order not to be discovered by the dormitory manager, I secretly jumped through the window back to my room. I actually broke the curfew rule on Christmas Eve. That feels good. Norman's Hotel is located in a secluded natural area, surrounded by mountains and forests. The exterior of the hotel is in Gothic style, with excessive decorations that are somewhat anachronistic, giving it a thick and sharp aura. The hotel is surrounded by spear-like iron fences, and the yard is sparsely planted with lifeless trees. This hotel was opened 20 years ago. I heard that its luxurious rooms and cuisines prepared with local ingredients were very popular with tourists. However, the hotel had only been in business for less than 5 years and soon closed for good. I wonder if this is because the hotel is located in the middle of nowhere or if there were other factors. There were continuous suicide cases among the hotel residents, which brought the hotel's reputation down to the bottom. However, what really forced the hotel to close down was actually a murder case. One night, a male resident suddenly shouted and attacked the residents in the other rooms one after another. The man broke the doors with a sledgehammer and then hit the sleeping residents on the beds on their heads, killing 13 people overnight. Later, the man confessed after being arrested. Someone was spying on me from inside the wall. When I screamed, that guy came in and choked my neck. So I fought back. I was just defending myself. The man was hallucinating, thinking that someone behind the wall had attacked him, so he entered the residence rooms one by one and killed the person behind the wall, or the person in the next room. He wasn't been able to dispel this guy behind the wall hallucination, causing him to kill as many as 13 people. This bizarre murder forced the hotel to close. The hotel then went bankrupt, and eventually all the staff of the hotel disappeared. After that, the building was left unattended for nearly 15 years and became a creepy ruin. Then, under the sky that could snow at any moment, 3 people, me, Kirigiri Kyoko, and Nanamura Suisei, are standing in front of the Norman's Hotel that has been transformed into a stage for the Black Challenge. The entrance door of the hotel was closed, as if hiding its horrible past, waiting for us quietly. After dropping us here, the taxi driver fled away in a flash. Maybe for the locals, the ruins of this hotel are haunted with evil. Exactly 10 a.m., a wonderful number. Nanamura glanced at his watch and said, 120 hours left. From now, the deadline will be on 10 a.m. on the first day of the new year. I said, if we think about the worst possibilities, we might have to spend New Year's Eve in this dangerous place. Then don't think about the worst. Did you forget my nickname? Allegro agitato. No detective can match me when it comes to speed in solving cases. I'm looking forward to your performance. This was my sincere statement. Then let's enter. Waving his arms like a commander, Nanamura opened the iron gate of the fence and walked forward along the gravel road leading to the hotel entrance. Kirigiri and I followed him. Halfway down the road, I noticed a small signboard stand on the side of the road. I inadvertently glanced at the sign on it. I couldn't help but hold my breath. Kirigiri-chan, this. I looked at the writing on the metal plate with Kirigiri. Welcome to Norman's Hotel. We will fulfill any request from our residents. At first glance, it looks very ordinary. But on closer inspection, the word request was painted over with a red marker, and the word despair was written next to it. Welcome to Norman's Hotel. We will fulfill any despair from our residents. The same thing had happened in the previous case. What on earth is going on? Does it mean that this is a game from the Crime Victims Relief Committee? Or maybe it means. Or maybe mean what? Simply out of fun. Kirigiri had no interest in the sign, and after saying that coldly, she proceeded forward. We are all putting our lives on the line here, but for those holding the Black Challenge, this is just a game. Maybe they are laughing now seeing how startled I was. This time they won't get what they desire. But, will things end smoothly like last time? After all, this time I'm not the detective, just a companion. And the prep time was only one day. I borrowed a computer from another student in the dorms and browsed the internet, but found nothing except the history of the hotel. I have no idea what kind of schemes the criminal has planned in the ruins of this hotel. Among the murder weapons there were a car and a pistol. I wonder what the culprit intends to kill with. I spoke to Kirigiri. Kirigiri just shrugged and shook her head, without answering anything. She is still wearing her uniform as usual, her expression calm as usual, no different from when she is at school, not as emotional as me, nor nervous. This little girl is really reliable. After walking the path leading to the hotel entrance, we finally stood in front of it. A double door with thick handles. A kind of door that is probably rare in modern hotels. This door may have been modified by people from the Crime Victims Relief Committee. Nanamura put his hand on the door. It's not surprising that anything could happen further on. There may be traps, and there may be mountains of bodies. Are you both mentally prepared? Yes. I mustered courage to answer. Nanamura threw a wink in response, and then opened the door. Inside the door was a very confined area, to the point if 3 people went in together, it would be packed to the brim. Maybe it's a small room used as a foyer. Directly in front is another double door. What is the purpose of this small room? It doesn't look like a place for people to change shoes. Well, let's move on. Nanamura took hold of the handles of the door in front. Once the door opened, the view did as well. This was the lobby of the hotel. A huge chandelier is hanging from the ceiling, emitting a dazzling light. I would say that the size of this lobby is about the same as a gymnasium. It is quite spacious. The floor is covered with a fiery red carpet, and in the corners, there are sofas and coffee tables for guests to wait. Although this is a ruin, it doesn't look like a deserted place here, and it gives the impression that it has been cleaned quite well. We walked in as we scanned our surroundings, and just then wait. Don't close the door. A voice echoed in the lobby. A white-haired man, a little too formally dressed in a tuxedo, standing by the sofa, pointing at us and yelling. WH, what's wrong? I asked him aloud. The distance between me and him is about a good 15 meters. The door. Door? I looked back at the door we just entered from. Nothing unusual. The double door was closed firmly. It's too late. The hand of the man in the tuxedo pointing at us hung down feebly. Several other guests are sitting on the sofas. Yui-1-sama. Kirigiri held the door handles and shook it back and forth several times. What's wrong? The door won't open. I also tried pulling the door handles together. The door seemed to be locked and couldn't be opened. At first glance, there is no keyhole on the door. Is it an automatic lock? That door doesn't look like it can be opened from this side. We are locked up in here. If you just left it open, maybe we could have gotten out. The man in the tuxedo said bitterly and walked towards us. He is a very old man with white hair and a long beard. The tuxedo he is wearing is well fitted and tasteful, as if he had come out of an old school picture. 1, 2, 3, that adds up to make 10 people. Another man got up from the sofa. He looks like a pretentious man. He wears a suit and bow tie, is young, of medium height and medium build, and probably in his 20s. Is there any detective among you? The man with the bow tie pointed at us and said, How did you know? I couldn't help asking back. Just as I thought. The man grinned with a sudden realization. So, we are finally ready. Could you please explain what's going on? Look at this. The man in the tuxedo handed me a slip of paper. On it was written text in red letters for some kind of explanation. To all distinguished guests attending in the auction. Thank you for attending the secret auction we are holding. Please look forward to the unprecedented and exclusive items that will be auctioned. In addition, we would like to draw your attention to the following. The number of people required to hold the auction is 10. If there are more or less than this number of people, no auction will be held. In addition, there must be a detective among the 10 people. As long as the above 2 conditions are met, the first auction will start at 6 p.m. on the same day. If the conditions are not met, the auction time will be postponed. Guests who arrive early are requested to wait in the lobby before the auction starts. Arkasam's auction. Auction? I expressed confusion, and the man in the tuxedo also did the same. Didn't you guys come here to participate in the auction? Here, you didn't receive this thing? The man took out a pitch black envelope from his jacket pocket. I remember the seal on that envelope. There is a strange pattern on the red seals. It's the Crime Victims Relief Committee. Please show it to me. Ah, sure. I took the envelope from the man's hand like I was snatching something and examined the contents. Inside the envelope is a thick black piece of paper. Time, December 26, 5 p.m. There was a small auction somewhere, and an agent of Ekasam there invited me. I heard that rare treasures that have never been seen before will be auctioned here, and I have always been interested in that stuff. My hobby is to search for antiques at auctions. In any case, as long as you entered, it's over. Just like a trap for catching wild boars. We can't get out of here. Just when we thought it was bad enough and didn't know what to do, suddenly here you are. The man with the bow tie came over and said in an accented tone. Can't get out, even out of the window? The windows here are all firmly blocked. There is no way to open them at all. Even my muscular arms can't do anything to them. He showed us his smooth and slim arm. What about the windows in other rooms, or the back door? Unfortunately, you can't go anywhere else but here. There are 4 doors in this lobby, but none of them can be opened. That means you have been locked up here since yesterday? That's right. We somehow managed to get through the night doing whatever. The man with the bow tie opened his arms inside. But now that all 10 people are here, that means the auction will finally begin, correct? Toyano said with bright eyes. If the invitation letter is fake, maybe the auction itself is also fake, right? The man with the bow tie replied. We've tried many methods. Toyano said, stroking his white beard. However, none of them worked, which is why we have been here since yesterday, waiting all night. Nanamura walked past the people sitting on the sofa and approached the coffee table placed there. It's a low coffee table with a thick tabletop. He suddenly lifted the coffee table. I wonder what he is thinking. Although the coffee table looks quite heavy, he doesn't seem to be struggling at all. He is unexpectedly strong. Then he moved the coffee table to the wall and smashed it against the wall. The impact sounded like a small crash accident, with fragments flying around. There were screams from the women and gasps from the men. A large hole was opened in the wall with the heavy coffee table. However, the inner wall is made of cement. Nanamura said after sticking his hand into the big hole. Why, you bastard, why were you suddenly messing around? The man with the bow tie ran over to Nanamura. What the hell's wrong with you? It seems impossible to get out by breaching the wall. Nanamura walked away from the wall with his hands clutching his arms. As expected of Nanamura Suisei, who is known as the Allegro Agitato, his actions are really sudden and extreme. They have been very thorough so to not give us a chance to escape. I see, if that's the case, escape won't be easy. The criminal doesn't intend to let us out until their goal is achieved. That's what I just said. And what do you mean by criminal? Hey, what's the deal with this criminal? I'll spare you the explanation. Nanamura sat on an unoccupied sofa with his legs crossed. There are still more than 7 hours until 6 p.m., and this is also within the criminal's plan. The worst thing for me in this world is waiting. You plan to wait until the auction begins? I asked him. There's no other way. The criminal has already paved the road, and I don't know where we will be sent. Why don't we just try to see what the criminal is up to? How can you be so carefree? I leaned over to Nanamura and whispered in his ear. You didn't tell the police what's happening here? Of course. Nanamura gave me a disappointed look. This is a real battle between the detective and the criminal. I will never do this kind of foul. This is a matter involving human life. I retorted him by saying that and pulled my phone out of my coat. If Nanamura is unreliable, then I will have to call the police myself. However, when I looked at the phone screen, it showed no signal. I was still seeing the antenna icon when I got out of the taxi. Cell phone signals seem to be jammed inside this building, said a man sitting on the sofa. This person is bothering me a little ever since I saw him. He is wearing a baseball cap and big frame sunglasses, and he is also wearing a full set baseball attire. Everyone else is wearing very formal clothes, so this person looks particularly conspicuous. The sunglasses made his face hard to see, but it's still clear that he is a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. Jammed. It's when the signals are interfered with. By transmitting a signal of the same frequency as the base station, cell phones will get tricked and show no signal. It's generally used in public places like theaters or hospitals. After all, signals are invisible to the eyes. Unfortunately, we have been toyed with by such power before we even noticed. Foo-foo. The man pushed his sunglasses up and said, that means that cell phones aren't useful here? If they were, we wouldn't have spent all night here. The man in the baseball cap shrugged. Calling outside help is out of the question. Is the criminal keeping us here to facilitate control over the course of the case? The game has already started. Everyone came here for the auction? I asked as I watched everyone's faces carefully. They all nodded. Yes. Anyway, new people have come, so let's introduce ourselves. Although we've already did it once before, let's do it again for these newcomers, said the man with the bow tie. Sorry to trouble everyone. Then let's start with me. The man with the bow tie continued. My name's Yuzin, 25, freelancer. My name's Yuzin, 25 years old, and a freelancer. My family is an old noble one and used to own lots of land. But now I've built an apartments building in the city and live by managing it. I live half on family support and half on my own work. But the blood that flows in me is still very exceptional, and one day I'll definitely make a turnaround. Why are you participating in this auction? I usually make some pocket money by reselling things through online auctions. This secret auction was told to me by the person who traded with me last time, and of course he also gave me the invitation. Hey, to be honest, I thought this auction was quite suspicious, but decided to treat it as an offline party and went to take a look, and it turned out like this. Really fucking great. Judging from his appearance, this young man is quite stylish, but at the same time he also carries a lingering frivolousness. The most appropriate term to use to describe him is probably the second generation of nobles. It feels like his outfit is that of a comedian with his bow tie. In clockwise order, it's your turn next, old man. Who are you calling old man? After being called by my niece, Toyano, who is the one wearing the tuxedo, responded. Toyano Sayansai, 59, escape artist. I'm Toyano Sayansai, I'm 59, and a magician. Magician? This century's escape master, after Houdini. Don't tell me you didn't know. In water upside down bind escape, aerial fire cabin escape, iron ball car smash escape, all are my glorious Houdini. Performances. Don't underestimate me, I am number one in creating countless miracles of escape magic. What kind of person says he's number one? My niece started a fuss with him. Have you ever even been on Shoten? In that case, if you say you're some kind of an escape master, then you should be able to escape from here. SH. Hey, show some respect. He looks a little older than 59, maybe because of his gray hair and beard, or maybe it's just because he has become one with his stage persona. I wonder if he has forgotten how to not be an entertainer even after he gets off the stage. By the way, the invitation said Toyano Omitsuru. I asked him. That's my real name, and Sayansai is the stage name. I see. Cheijakio, 42, occult researcher. I'm Akio Chage, 42 years old. And I don't have much to say about myself. If I had to say something, it would probably be that I know more about the conspiracies of this world. Chage touched the brim of his baseball cap and lowered his head significantly. He has a standard body shape and relatively tall figure. However, he doesn't look like a sports person, but instead gave an impression of not being very healthy. Why are you participating in the auction? I can't go into too much detail. But anyway, one night, I saw a UFO on the roof of my office building. What? Of course, I took a few shots with my digital camera. It's not the first time I have witnessed UFOs, but it was so exciting to get clear pictures that it made me lose my mind a bit. I was thinking about submitting an article to some newspaper and unknowingly got a little drowsy. When I came back to my senses, two men in black were standing in front of me, staring at me. Who were they? Who knows? The only thing I can say is that they look like the men in black. They confiscated the digital camera, warned me not to spread the story, and gave me an invitation letter to this auction. We'll give you something nice there as compensation, they said that and disappeared. Is this true? I asked suspiciously. Believe it or not, up to you. By the way, why are you wearing a baseball outfit? I mentioned the biggest mystery. Fufu, this is my formal wear. Is it? Is he a problematic guy? Better not to get involved with him. Okay, it's my turn next. Mifune Maruko, 22, former psychic girl. The girl in a light green sundress raised her right hand and said, a cheerful girl with a bob-cut hairstyle, can I even call her an adult girl? Her body is young and short. I am Mifune Maruko. I am 22 years old this year. My hobby is collecting vacuum tubes, which can be used as loudspeakers to listen with. I heard that there are very special vacuum tubes available here, so I happily ran here. Only to encounter this kind of situation, and now I'm in trouble. She seems to have a unique personality as well. Like her appearance, she also speaks like a little girl, and she doesn't look older than me. Almost 10 years ago, she was a psychic girl. Chage added. Psychic girl. I'm not sure myself, but that's what everyone calls me. Mifune admitted with a smile. When I was very young and eating pudding, I don't know what happened then, but my spoon got bent by itself. Mom and Dad thought it was funny and made me bend a lot of spoons. They even asked me to bend spoons in front of the camera, but I've been wondering why I had toe bend spoons. Mifune held the spoon in her right hand and started rubbing the middle part of the spoon with her thumb. She had a very serious expression. Fate, I guess you could say. Or you could say it's an ominous premonition, the dream of the living world. I can't completely deny Shinson's words. If you ask me why, it's because I know someone who feels the same as him. Kirigiri Kyoko, she also has the ability to sense danger and death around her in advance. She explained this ability as hearing the footsteps of the Shinigami. Although I don't know if it is actually a sound that is perceived through hearing or not, but this kind of ability in Shinson seems to be a visual version of that. And his senses are correct. The ruins of this hotel are not only the site for brutal murders in the past, but also the stage for the Black Challenge, where murders may happen at any time. I hope I'm just being paranoid. Shinson lowered his head and smoothed his hair back. Although he himself denied it, it looks like he isn't a diviner, but more of a psychic. His serious expression seemed to have witnessed countless dark and negative things in this world. He didn't come as an auctioneer. Does that mean he still counts? Toyano said with a troubled face. No one knows this answer except the criminal who secretly controls the situation. So of course, no one answered him. Yuzuru Asai, 21, widow. She is sitting lazily, half leaning against the armrest of the sofa. In clockwise order, it should be her turn to introduce herself, but she kept her head down as if she was asleep. She has beautiful long black hair, and her open chest and thighs exude a coquettish smell. Upon closer inspection, the clothes she is wearing are morning wear. Yuzuru-san, it's your turn. Shinson said to her. So she lazily propped up her upper body and tucked her hair. NN. Thank you for waking me up. I was almost at the height of my death wish. Yuzuru glanced at us with sleepy eyes. Newcomers are here again, huh? I'm starting to feel like dying again. Together we are 10 people. The auction is about to start? I think so. Shinson said without looking at Yuzuru. Really? In that case, will this help my dead husband to rest in peace? I didn't know what to say. Yuzuru seemed to sense my unease, and said. My name is Yuzuru Asai. My husband passed away not long ago, and I'm now alone. He left me the invitation letter to this place before he died. Did your husband explain anything to you about it? No. Yuzuru closed her eyes sadly and said. My husband is a taciturn man. Because of that, I wanted to know what he always wanted, so I came here. As she talked, she fell into silence as if she had fallen asleep. Her arms stretched out randomly, and on her wrists, which were exposed through the cuffs of her morning dress, several cuts could be seen. The cuts tell everything about her past. At this point, 6 self-introductions are over. The one remaining person. Wozumi Teheim, 20, maid. The 7th person is a girl, wearing a very maid-like dress apron. Her hair is about shoulder length with medium-length bangs, long eyelashes, and pale skin. At first glance, she looks like a gothic Lolita, but her makeup and decorations are very simple, so it seemed to be just a dress for work. I've been commissioned by the auctioneer to come here to provide daily life services for you. My name is Wozumi Teheim, 20 years old. She spoke in a hoarse voice and used a male tone. It's not bad, and it's not that annoying either. Are you not a guest here for the auction? Yes. However, I heard that I can also participate in the auction. How did you accept the commission? The other party sent a letter of commission. I have 2 tasks to do, preparing 3 meals and cleaning the rooms, that's all. The criminal of this black challenge hired a maid. In order for their crime plan to proceed smoothly, she is probably an essential pawn. Although this is a ruin, it looks like food and lodging are guaranteed. I can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I had stuffed a lot of nutritious cookies in my backpack before coming here, just in case. Black Challenge is a cruel bloody deduction game, but at the same time, an entertainment show, it must have a fair foundation. If it's only for revenge, no matter how despicable the act is, the criminal should be able to do it somehow, and it's only natural to kill us by poisoning our food, locking us up and letting us starve to death, or taking advantage of our sleep and beating us to death then turn around and escape. All of this is possible. However, the audience won't be interested in this. The reason why the detective is deliberately summoned is also for this reason of maintaining fairness, I think. I looked around me. The whole process of the Black Challenge is being filmed by hidden cameras. I don't know if it's being live broadcast or recorded and edited, but in any case, someone is watching us now and we are treated as characters in a game. Of course, I didn't find where the cameras are. I heard that the cameras are very small and cleverly hidden. Hopefully the cameras aren't installed in the toilet or bathroom. It's your turn next, newcomers. Mayonnaise pointed at me and said. Ah, yes, we must also introduce ourselves. Before that, please wait a moment. I ran to Nanamura and whispered a few words to him. Can you explain the situation to them? I don't mind. Rather, I should be the one asking you to do that so I can save myself the trouble. Okay. Samidare Yui, 16, high school girl DSC number 887. This is what's happening. We are detectives and came here to catch the criminal. I explained the reason why we came to Norman's hotel in front of everyone. However, I purposely avoided talking about the Black Challenge and the Crime Victims Relief Committee because I thought it's better to keep the information known only by the criminal for the time being. I briefly told everyone we have received a notice of a crime, and the notice mentioned that a murder can take place here. I don't quite understand what you mean. Mayonnaise murmured. Simply put, you're here to save us? That's the short version. But now you are also locked up in here like us. We didn't expect things to turn out like this. And you call yourself detectives? Mayonnaise words stung me. I think he didn't mean to be malicious, but maybe we should have indeed been more cautious about it. Is it possible that the crime notice was just a prank? Chage asked. Unfortunately, I don't think this is possible. The criminal will definitely take action before New Year's Eve. Speaking of the new year, it's almost 5 days away. Toyano counted on his fingers. Does that mean we're going to be locked here until then? Yes. That's not true. Don't underestimate us, my DSC rank is 7. I still have a detective library card. And she is from the prestigious Kirigiri family. Yui-wan-sama, you don't have to say all that. Kirigiri interrupted me. She brushed the hair around her ear back and continued. Did you forget? This time we're just one of the participants in the game, just ordinary high school and middle high school students. That's right. The real detective is that man over there. Kirigiri pointed to Nanamura and said to everyone, if you want help with something, instead of coming to us too, you should go to him. Wait, Kirigiri-chan, don't just give up responsibility like this. No, it's true, because he's the one with the detective's privilege. Detective's privilege, she is referring to the rules in the Black Challenge. The detective is an important and indispensable role in the game. That means he can't be killed. He is the only one here whose personal safety is guaranteed. Absolutely. Leave everything to me. Nanamura Suisei, 37, Ace Detective DSC number 900. Nanamura raised his arm high and snapped his fingers. Everyone's eyes focused on him in an instant. Even Mayonnaise and the others, who were originally skeptical, couldn't find words to refute facing Nanamura. This is the so-called power of charisma. What should we do next, Detective-san? Mayonnaise asked in an agitated manner. Let's follow the prior plan and wait for the auction to start. So you're telling us to stay like this until 6 o'clock? If you feel bored, why don't we just play a game of basketball? This place is spacious enough, and the number of people can be divided into 5 people on each side. Of course, even if it's just a basketball game, I'll never lose. It's not like there's a basketball hoop here. Mayonnaise replied with a laugh from his nose. Really, we've been waiting here for a whole day. We almost went crazy killing time like this. Then I suggest you move your body a bit. Sitting still on the sofa all day long is not good for your health. Moreover, if you move quickly, the world around you will change accordingly and time will flow faster. This is a conclusion based on the theory of relativity, and I think it's well worth trying. Wah? I don't understand what you mean. What are you even talking about, dude? It was as if there was no way for Nanamura and Mayonnaise to have a conversation. During all this, time passed minute by minute. Talking gibberish can also be an effective way to pass time. You guys came here yesterday? I asked, not targeting a single person. How did you solve the food problem? There's dry food in the closet at the reception desk. Wazumi, the one wearing the maid costume, replied. The amount of dry food is enough for everyone to eat for 7 days. Last night we each ate an amount of 1 meal. May I ask what kind of orders did you receive at the start? There was only one sentence, stand by at the location. There were no specific instruction for me here. Only a note with red letters on it. The contents of which I have just mentioned. The current situation is weird. I said, holding my arms. This time the Black Challenge is very strange. The criminal wants the case to unfold at their own pace. I still can't figure out what's going on. I walked past the place where the sofa is and stood next to Kirigiri. How about it, Kirigiri-chan? I don't know anything yet. Kirigiri shrank her neck inside. As Nanamura-san said, we'll have to wait until 6 p.m. She said this and then sat down where she was, looking like she has no intention of communicating with the others. Her lack of cooperation is probably her biggest weakness. I felt restless and decided to investigate the lobby alone. As Mayonnaise said, there are doors in several directions, but each one is tightly closed, and there is no keyhole on any of the doors. They look very strong, and probably can't be broken without a large tool like an axe or hammer. I checked the reception desk. As Wazumi said, there are lots of food stored in it. It looks like we won't die of hunger. There are also 5 boxes of mineral water containing 24 bottles each. A sign is hung on the wall behind the reception desk that states the area structure of the hotel. Norman's Hotel. 5F Observation Room. 4F Guest Rooms 401-412. 3F Guest Rooms 301-312. 2F Guest Rooms 201-212. 1F Reception Lobby. There is an observation room on the 5th floor. But we can't get out of the lobby, so we can't get there yet. There is also a very small room inside the reception. I looked inside, and there is a small office, probably the staff room for the hotel's employees. There is nothing but desks in it. Further inside, there is a small door. I didn't think it would open, but when I touched the doorknob, the door opened easily. It's the toilet. Thank God, that's one of my concerns resolved. I was about to come out of the toilet when someone approached and forcibly pushed me into the toilet. Then they closed the door with their backhand and locked it. Wait. I am locked up. Be quiet. A charming husky voice. It's Taeheim Wazumi in the maid costume. What are you trying to do? I complained quietly. We deadlocked at each other in such a small space, we are almost pressed together. I don't mean to hurt you. She took out a small card from her apron pocket. That's a detective library registration card. Wazumi Taeheim DSC number 756. I'm a detective too. Is that so? Just in case, show me your card too. Oh, okay. I showed her my detective library card that I kept in a card holder. Confirmed, you can put it away. I did as I was told. The others don't know that I'm a detective. I thought that the detective mentioned in the instructions letter written in red letters was me, but it seems that's not the case. It's a good thing I didn't reveal my identity before all 10 people arrived. Are you conducting an undercover investigation? Something like that. This one-piece apron is from here. I'm wearing it according to the instructions. Definitely not my hobby. Wazumi tugged the hem of the apron and straightened it out. Are you investigating the Black Challenge? Never heard of it. Then what on earth are you investigating? Among the classification numbers of the detective library, the first number indicates the detective's area of expertise. 7 is for art crimes. My field of expertise is mainly fraud cases related to forgeries. Forgeries, huh? I have been tracking down Toyano for the past few months. That old grandpa? You have to be careful of him. Don't look at him like he is kind. In fact, he is a con man. He had scammed huge sums of money from many victims. A con man? Yes, the magician identity is his public face. He is actually a con artist selling forgeries. After I knew he was going to attend this auction, I contacted the auctioneer and infiltrated here as a maid. However, I didn't expect that even the auction itself is a trap. Is the crime notice you mentioned just now true? Yes. I briefly explained the black challenge situation. Since this maid is actually a colleague, it should be okay to say this much. A criminal organization is also getting involved. Wazumi put her hand on her mouth and thought for a while. Maybe Toyanowo is the criminal. If that's the case, things will be much simpler. Has Toyanowo-san done anything suspicious lately? No notable movements. If Toyanowo-san is really the criminal, I think he would have come here at least several times. And there should be other preparations for the black challenge. I've been monitoring him 24/7 for the past month. This is his first time here. Of course, it's possible that he was already preparing for the black challenge before I started monitoring him. That's true, I guess. Anyways, Toyanowo is my responsibility. You don't have to concern yourself with him. I stopped you to tell you this. I understand. I won't interfere. If we get any useful info, let's just share it with each other. Wazumi stretched out her right hand. I accepted her offer and shook hands with her. Her hand is undoubtedly that of a girl. If we go out together, we might be suspected. You go first. Kirigiri adjusted her sitting posture, hugging her knees, resting her chin on her knees with a C, told you look on her face. The fateful 6 p.m. is getting closer and closer. I was passing the time by reading a bunka novel book next to Kirigiri. The Decagon Murders, a mystery novel about a group of college students trapped in an isolated island and killed one by one. Reading this kind of thrilling novel under such a tense situation, I feel an unexplainable sense of peace in my heart, perhaps because that unique sense of tension and anxiety was beginning to paralyze my spirit. Nanamura sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, meditating. His quiet, motionless appearance is probably quite rare. Not far from him, 4 people, Toyanowo, Midas, Chage, and Mifune were playing cards, and it looked like they were having a good time playing Daifugo. Shinsen seems to be reading some very difficult book. His expression is always very calm, as if he has been enlightened. I can feel spiritual tolerance from him. Yazuru was still leaning on the sofa lazily, maybe she is asleep. From time to time, I could hear her panting and mumbling some inexplicable words to herself, which felt a bit scary. Wazumi has been busy all the time in the reception room, probably to act like a maid. I didn't realize she is a detective. But in this way, things is getting more complicated as well. Nanamura glanced at his watch. I followed suit and checked the time on my phone. 5 minutes left. Toyanowo and the others, who had been playing cards, were also becoming restless. Time's almost up. I whispered to Kirigiri. Kirigiri nodded slightly and retied the ribbon on her 3-strand braid. The fated hour has finally arrived. Click. 6 p.m. has arrived. A weird sound rang throughout the lobby. The others also heard it. I stretched my neck and looked around. A door has opened. Nanamura stood up. Everyone, come with me. Nanamura walked in the direction where the sound came from. There's a heavy double door there. We followed him one after another. Nanamura put his hand on the door. The door is unlocked. He said so while holding the doorknob. He pushed the door open with some force. It has finally started. What exactly is waiting for us? The room behind the door should be the cafeteria. There is a dining table in the center of the room with a white tablecloth. 5 pairs of chairs are facing each other beside the dining table, each with a white plate and a set of knives and forks in front. The ceiling is so high that it looks like it's that of the second floor. There is also balcony-like corridors on the second floor, which encircle the room and overlook the entire first floor from above. Opposite from the door are staircases leading to the balconies, with the dining table in between. At first glance, the windows are blocked off, and I can't see the outside. The lights on the ceiling illuminate the room brightly. There is no sign on anyone in the room. We walked into the cafeteria together, looking around and inspecting. There are 2 strange things on the left-hand side of the door. One of them is an electronic display screen. The red digital numbers on the screen are changing in present time. The last number is constantly decreasing, 48, 47, 46. My niece and others didn't seem to understand it, but I immediately knew what the numbers are. This is the remaining time for the black challenge. Next to the electronic display, there is a small compartment in the shape of a box, about the size of a telephone booth. There is a door on the front of the compartment, which makes entering it possible. What is this? It's dangerous, don't touch it casually. I reminded my niece. Mifune's shoulders began to tremble, and she hurried to hide away from it. Behind this compartment, there is a fireplace against the inner wall. The fireplace is filled with firewood, and it can be used at any time as soon as it is lit. But there is heating in the room already, so it seems that there is no need to use this fireplace. Welcome to all participants. A sudden electronic sound rang throughout the room. It looked like it was being broadcast throughout the hotel. Who is it? My niece looked around with distress. However, apart from us, no one else was seen. I'm here. Although we can hear a voice, we can't see anyone. Since this person is speaking on a broadcast system, they may be in the broadcasting room. I'm here, please look up a little. I looked up to the balcony on the second floor. The balcony protruded towards the interior, and on the wall was hung a huge portrait of a foreigner with brown hair. Although it's painted as a portrait, the person in the painting is a young man dressed in modest and unremarkable clothes. The young man is gazing diagonally forward with a blank stare. Yes, that's right. His mouth moved. Kaya. I couldn't help screaming. The young man in the painting spoke. Kirigiri-chan. Look. The painting's moving. I said, tugging at Kirigiri's shirt. Everyone's eyes are now focused on the portrait, and the young man in the painting spoke again. Hello, I am Norman, a killer who died almost half a century ago. Killer? Why is there a portrait of such a person hanging upstairs in the cafeteria? And why is the painting talking? Am I dreaming? That is not a portrait, it's an LCD screen. According to the size, the value is about 25,000. I didn't know that Nanamura is already on the balcony and is standing next to the portrait to examine it. The swiftness of his actions are truly impressive. What? It's just an LCD screen inside a picture frame? Mine said with a sigh of relief. I don't quite understand what you mean by this. Mifune tilted her head and said. It means that the image displayed on the LCD screen is talking. It should be an animation effect, with the portrait's mouth moving in sync with the voice. I still don't get it, but it's scary. Mifune took a few timid steps backward. Don't be so scared. After all, I died half a century ago, and now I only exist in this painting. Anyway, the time has come. The much anticipated auction is about to start. Is everyone ready? No, wait. I don't think I'm ready for the auction after being kept waiting for so long. I mean, who in the world are you anyway? Then let's begin the explanation. The talking portrait, Norman, didn't care about our opinions at all, and so we continued. Is the criminal operating from behind the screen? Before that, I have seats for everyone. How about sitting down first? We looked at each other, no one moved. Witnessing such a strange and somewhat comical thing happening before our eyes, it was as if all senses had become dull. I'll only explain once, it's better for you to sit down quickly. Norman said. We picked up chairs randomly and sat down. The order of the seats based on the Norman painting from the right-hand side of his head, the side closer to the painting was occupied by Wazumi, Kirigiri, me, Toyanowo, and Minace in order, and on the opposite are Nanamura, Yuzuru, Chage, Mifune, and Shinsen. We are on the side closer to the lobby. Once again, I would like to welcome all of you to this exciting and mysterious auction. Now I would like to introduce myself, the dead killer Norman, please take care of me. An applause sound came out of nowhere, and it appeared to be some kind of sound effect. We applauded along with it. We were completely carried away by this atmosphere. Now that the guests are all here, let me say a couple of words about the coming auction. We looked up at the portrait in silence. First of all, if you have cash on hand, could you please take it out and put it on the table? Cash is not allowed at this auction. I took my wallet out of my pocket and looked at the cash inside. There are still only 2,000 yen bills, and only a little change is remaining. As Norman said, I put all the money on the table. Kirigiri next to me didn't come up with any money because she only brought a credit card. Incidentally, she swiped the card for the taxi fare, the one we came here in, so it seems she really didn't bring any cash. One by one, everyone else took out their cash and put it on the table. Money. Yuzuru murmured uncomfortably. Are you okay? I asked Yuzuru. She pressed her temple and slumped on the table. If I don't have money on me, I feel like dying. I'm going to die. I want to die too. What do you mean I can't keep the 200,000 yen I borrowed from the bank? Is everyone okay? Oh, cheating isn't allowed. Please search the person next to you to see if there is any cash hidden on their body. If the ladies are not willing to let the gentleman touch them, then the ladies will search each other. I will only give you 5 minutes. Please move quickly. We looked at each other and didn't know who should start first. But in the end, we all got up from our chairs. We divided men and women for body searches. Ah, old man, you bastard. Minace shouted. There are still money hidden in your underwear. This is my mom's keepsake. Stop bullshitting. You will ruin the auction by breaking the rules. Okay. The money piled up in front of Toyanowo is almost 500,000. This person might actually be a real con man. After searching each other, we made sure that no one had any cash left on them. Very good. Now everyone is finally on the starting line. Norman in the painting said happily. I still can't accept the fact of a talking portrait painting. Next, Maid Tuan, can you please collect all the cash on the table together? Wazumi stood up according to his orders. She held the hem of her apron with both hands so that the hem formed a bag shape and tossed in all the cash in one go. Money. Yuzuru said in a voice that sounded like it would break at any moment. My money is 553,245 yen. Toyanowo yelled at Wazumi. Wazumi ignored him and collected everyone's cash together. Next, Maid Tuan, please approach the front of the fireplace. Fireplace? I have a bad feeling about this. Okay, now throw all the cash you've collected into the fireplace. Wazumi hesitated for a second. Then, as he ordered, she threw the cash into the fireplace. There are matches and fire starters on top of the mantelpiece. Use them to set it alight. Whoa. Minace stood up. My 200,000. These 200,000 are not yours, but the loan company's, right? Mifune giggled and said. Shut up, pumpkinhead. You only have 300 yen, so it doesn't matter to you. My money is 200,000. You asshole. Do you know how difficult it is to make 200,000? Why are you lighting it on fire? Burning money is a crime. Why yeah, I'm against it too. I'm dying. Money. Pumpkinhead? Hey, who are you calling Pumpkinhead? Is this a government conspiracy? The dining area erupted, and Wazumi's reaction was indifferent. She had already began to light a fire in the fireplace. Hey, stop. Minace ran over to the stove and grabbed Wazumi's shoulder. You are that Norman's henchman, aren't you? This auction is totally out of whack. Are you in cahoots with the person holding this auction? No. Wazumi replied briefly, swatting away Minace's hand, and walked away from the fireplace. The money in the fireplace is burning with firewood. My 2,000 yen. What the hell? Toyanowo's voice full of pain echoed emptily in the cafeteria. Don't be discouraged, everyone. After all, pocket money such as 100k and 200k yen are practically worthless in this auction. You bastard. Minace glared at the Norman painting fiercely. Then let's proceed to the next step. Those of you sitting on the chairs, please try to stretch your legs as far as you can. Did you touch anything with your toes? We did what he said. In fact, my toes did touch something solid. I went under the table to check it out. There is a rather large hiking bag under the dining table. I dragged it out from under the table. This bag is incredibly heavy. And my god. What is this? Minace yelled first. There is a total of 10 hiking bags. One for each of us. I opened the hiking bag. Inside is money tightly wrapped with a seal, a bundle of 10,000 yen bills. Moreover, the money was folded into a thick stack, wrapped in a plastic bundle in the shape of a brick. Not just one bundle, there are many more. One bag is 100 million, there should be 10 bags, you guys can confirm. This is the first time I have seen such a huge sum of money. 100 million. For some reason, Minace's voice had a sobbing tone. I am no different. My hands holding my hiking bag are shaking unconsciously. It seems that the money is all real. Wazumi tore the packaging seal and inspected the banknotes inside. This is your money now. I've prepared 100 million yen for each of you before the auction that will be held soon. Wouldn't it be boring if only rich people could win this game? I wanted all of you to be able to participate in the auction fairly. With that in mind, I gave you guys this small gift. Thank you very much. Minace began to bow down to the painting. Speaking of which, this black challenge had written cash, 1 billion on it, so that's what it was referring to. I want to live. I have the strength to live again. Yuzuru looked more radiant than ever before. With this much money, I can live forever. I want to remarry and have children quickly and form a happy family. Compared with just before now, she is very different. But will there be something I really want at the auction? It doesn't matter if I have 100 million yen if all there is stuff I don't want. Mifune leaned her elbow on the dining table and tilted her head. It's unbelievable that you would share so much money. Shinsen said with his arms folded. I wonder what exactly the auction items will be. Now that you are ready, I'm going to the main topic. Listen carefully, it's okay to forget about me, but you must remember what I will say, because I will only talk about the rules once, and you must listen carefully. I quickly took out my notebook. Before the number on the electronic screen turns to 0, this auction house will hold an auction at 6 p.m. every day. Please be careful not to be late, otherwise you won't be able to participate in the auction. The final deadline is 10 a.m. 5 days from now. The auction at 6 p.m. that day will not be held. Which means, the auction will be held at most 5 times, including today. By the way, you can't leave this auction house until the auction is over. But don't worry and please enjoy this auction to the fullest. No outsiders will bother you. Oh, and, although there won't be any outsiders, water and food are guaranteed, rest assured. None of us spoke, we all listened quietly to Norman explaining his bizarre rules. I'm only going to say this once, these words are probably what limited our actions. Now, the next step is to finally introduce the auction items. There will be only one auction item to be bid on every day on this auction house. It's very simple, right? And the items up for bidding are the same every day, so even if you missed it last time, you will still have a chance to get it next time, so I hope you don't get discouraged and keep at it. The same item every time? What exactly is he planning for us to bid on? Then I will now announce the auction item that I have prepared for everyone, and it is of the right to become a detective, aka, the detective rights. What? Everyone made clear voices of dissatisfaction. The faces of Mifune and Toyano showed expressions of disappointment and confusion. It seems that the auction items are far from their expectations. At the same time, Kirigiri and Nanamura stared at Norman with serious expressions. I hope you understand this auction by now. Norman's painting suddenly turned into a creepy shadowed face. It was as if there was a flashlight shining on his face from below. The terrifying face appeared in the darkness. It was indeed a face full of madness that a killer must have. Mifune screamed. I got goosebumps. This is not an ordinary auction, but an extraordinary massacre auction. What's going on here? Toyano asked woefully. However, Norman had no intention of answering him. At some point, Norman's paintings had changed back to the original rustic youth. Right, I haven't introduced this auction house yet. In this old auction house, there is a murderer hiding. And no, that person is not me, because I am dead, and now only exists in this painting. This murderer is somewhere in this hotel, capable of killing you all at any time. However, this murderer is very cautious, they will never act recklessly. At night, they will come out to kill, and they will kill only one person each night. The criminal finally showed their fangs. This odd situation made me a little dizzy. As scary as this murderer is, they do have a weakness, that is, the detective. The murderer can't kill the detective, and, in order to avoid revealing their true identity, they will not commit murder in front of the detective. What the hell are you talking about? Murderer? Detective? It seemed that only Minace and Mifune could not follow Norman's words. They looked woefully confused with a puzzled expression on their faces. The others seemed to understand it roughly. They all understood the general meaning of this dreadful auction. You should understand. As long as you can claim the detective rights in the auction, you will be able to become a detective for that day. The person who claims the detective rights will not be the target of the murderer that night. What is this? Minace's face turned pale. Is this what you mentioned about the crime notice? Toyano cast a condemning glance at me. I shook my head repeatedly. What is this detective rights? Is it the right not to be killed? If I don't claim it, I'll die, right? Will I die? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I want to live. I have so much money now. I wonder if it's the CIA, or is it NASA? The auction for detective rights. What is the criminal thinking? Detectives won't be killed. This rule is very similar to the Black Challenge. This is what we call the detective's privilege. The cunning criminal wants to put this privilege for auction. Why would they do this? You can become a detective as long as you pay. This means that anyone can become a detective without talent or ability. To disempower the detective? I won't let them do that. Everyone, please calm down. I stood up and said. The turbulent crowd focused their eyes on me. I waited until they were all quiet, and then went on to say. We don't need to bid for the detective rights. Ha! If you don't get the detective rights, you might get killed, Minace glared at me. No, there's no need to worry about that. Just now he said, the murderer will not carry out murders in front of the detective. In other words, the person who bought the detective rights can gather everyone together to protect them. Ah, that's right. Mifune stopped crying immediately. However, others seemed to doubt my words. Why? Why aren't they agreeing with me? In this game, shouldn't the top reason to buy the detective rights is to protect everyone? If you want to protect everyone as a detective, that's fine. But think about it from the perspective of others. Shinsen said calmly. For others, this means entrusting their lives and debts to someone other than themselves. This is not such an easy thing to do. I'm at a loss. As long as everyone trusts each other. We are all people who have just met each other. Is there such a relationship of trust between us? In fact, I don't know you very well. Even if you are given the detective rights, you may not be able to protect everyone, you may betray us. What I'm saying is what any ordinary person would conclude. It's not that I don't trust you personally. Yes. I looked down. I was short-sighted. I'm sorry. Anyway, what the hell is going on? Is this some lousy prank show? I've never heard of such a strange thing before. It's really something. Minace shouted at Norman. If this auction is the Black Challenge designed by the criminal, then things are really troubling. Incidentally, Norman began speaking again. The detective rights are only valid for one day. If another person takes the detective rights at next day's auction, then the detective rights will be transferred. If you want to be a detective all the time, you must claim the detective rights at every auction. That's what that means. Now, did you understand my explanations? Considering that there may be people listen in with one ear and out the other, and some people may have not understood them at all, I will summarize them into 3 main rules. As long as these 3 rules are understood, you should be able to keep up with what I said. Rule 1: detective rights will be bid at each auction. Rule 2: the murderer will kill one person every night. But those with detective rights will not be killed. In addition, the murders will not be carried out in front of the person with the detective rights. Rule 3: the detective rights are only valid until the next auction. There is one thing I want to confirm. Nanamura raised his right hand slightly and said, it would be a problem if you would add to the rules or change them afterwards. I want you to assure us that the rules will not be changed in the future. However, Norman remained silent about Nanamura's words. Hey, answer. Minace cried out. But Norman still did not speak. I'm telling you to answer. That's fine. Nanamura interrupted him. I see. Huh? What? According to my thinking, the criminal should not be able to break the rules by themselves. The fact that they are so well prepared is the best evidence. Another point is that the criminal themselves are also enjoying this game, and they will not voluntarily make the act of breaking the game. What game? Have you finished talking? Norman said. This is the end of the basic introduction of the auction. Next, I want to announce to you the daily schedule of the auction. Are you all ready with paper and pen? 7 a.m. waking up. 6 p.m. auction start. 10 p.m. bedtime. Ah, you don't even have to write it down, it's easy to remember. By the way, only tonight's dinner will be prepared for you. Please feel free to make the rest yourselves. Tonight's dinner? I wonder if Wazumi will prepare it now. Or is it already prepared? Even so, I won't eat it, because the food might be poisonous. By the way, I haven't prepared any poison, so don't worry. Norman said, like he read my mind. The challenge letter didn't have the word poison as a murder weapon. Even so, it doesn't necessarily mean that someone can't use poison. The challenge letter only lists what the criminal has purchased from the Crime Victims Relief Committee, not what the criminal prepared themselves. Alright, since you will be participating in the auction for consecutive days, we have prepared comfortable guest rooms for everyone. However, there are a few notes about the rooms, please listen carefully. First of all, there is a premise that during the nighttime from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., everyone's rooms will be completely locked, and the door cannot be opened whether it is from the inside or from the outside. Can't open it from the inside? Isn't that practically a form of imprisonment? These are the rule. Please abide by them. Then, at 10 p.m. when the door is locked, make sure to be in your room at that time. It's forbidden otherwise. If you violate this curfew, you will be heavily penalized. Violating the curfew will be regarded as abandoning the participation in the auction and will no longer have the right to participate in future auctions. In order to avoid such consequences, everyone must pay attention to the curfew. So we are trapped in our rooms for the night and can't do anything about it. I have one more important thing to say. I just said that the room will be locked at night, but in fact, someone has a master key. Master key? Does that mean? Yes, that person is the murderer. Hey, that's messed up. This means that only the murderer can move around freely. Hey, don't panic. The murderer can indeed move around freely in the hotel and kill people at night, but don't forget that there is a detective still. The murderer isn't the only one who has the master key in hand. The one who claimed the detective rights at the auction will also get the master key for that day. Yeah, that's what that meant. Only the detective can protect the others. The murderer cannot kill in front of the detective. In other words, the detective can prevent the crime from happening by using the master key and getting to the victim before the murderer arrives. Undoubtedly, this is a right no, a duty that only the detective is allowed to have. By the way, detectives must also obey the curfew. If you are not in your room at 10 p.m., the detective rights that you have finally obtained will be gone, so please pay attention to this point. However, although there is a curfew, it does not mean that you have to stay in the room after 10 p.m. If you don't have the master key in hand, you can't get out, but if the detective has the rights, they can leave the room and move freely and bring others out of their rooms. The so-called curfew doesn't matter. In simple terms, this rule states that you must stay in the room only at the moment when the doors are locked, and the actions after that are completely up to the detective and the murderer. My notepad is already full of writings. I didn't expect this black challenge to be so troublesome. Compared to last time, this time the criminal likes to make rounds. That's why it feels creepy. I did so many explanations, but I'm almost done. I think I've told you most of what you need to know. Right, I forgot the most important thing. Norman said jokingly. However, his voice is electronically synthesized, and no emotion can be felt from his words. After the number on the electronic display turns to 0, those who are still alive can take the cash they are holding at that time straight away. How's that? A great rule, isn't it? That means, if you don't use the money at all and live for 110 hours, can you get a whole 100 million yen? Want a review of the rules? Guess it can't be helped, I'll simply summarize it for you. Rule 4: the guest rooms will be locked at night from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. At 10 p.m., everyone must be in their respective rooms. Rule 5: the murderer has a master key. In addition, the owner of the detective rights also has a master key. Rule 6: if you survive the night, the rest of the money will be yours. How about it? Has everyone's hearts been captured by this detective auction? Not only can you experience the fun of the game, but you can also get money. Everyone is really lucky. What's so lucky about that? You've got to be kidding me. Mayonnaise intimidated the painting. Now, finally, let me explain the format of the auction. The next auction will be conducted in a manner commonly known as anonymous bidding. After the auction starts, you will enter the compartment over there one by one in any order, and then bid. You won't know who's bidding how much until the results come out. The minimum unit of payment is 1 million yen. Be careful not to break the 1 million yen seals, and make sure to get the money together before you bid. In addition, once you bid money, you can't get it back. Everyone should be careful. If you don't claim the auction item, the money invested will be wasted. What a terrible auction. If you don't win, you'll be left with nothing but losses. Toyano watched the faces of the people around him. His eyes are different from before. It's a look of someone wanting to make the first move. Also, in case there is more than one highest bidder, the money used for bidding will be voided, and the bidding will start from the beginning again. To make it clear, this is a waste of effort, so please try to avoid it. No one wants to let the money they've easily got in their hands go down the drain, right? I looked down at the money in my hand. Do I really have to participate in this auction for detective rights? Being a detective is a talent and a way of life, not something that can be bought and sold. When the auction is over, a siren will be sounded to inform everyone. If no one enters the compartment in the next 10 minutes, the auction will automatically end. Keep that in mind. If someone enters the compartment, everyone else must do the same, right? Oh, it seems that this took a lot of time. So it's almost time for the auction to begin. I want to say that, but as I've said just now, I prepared a dinner for everyone only for tonight. How about a meal to ease the tension? Maid Kuan, there are some preparations that you need to do. Please come to me. Wazumi frowned for a moment, but she seemed to change her mind immediately. She stood up and went to the balcony as Norman ordered. She might be thinking that her detective identity could be exposed if she acts in a manner that does not fit her status as a maid. Wazumi came in front of the Norman painting. Then I will prepare tonight's dinner. In the next moment, the Norman painting turned into that creepy murderer look. Next, there was a burst sound, as if something exploded. What in the world just happened? Wazumi, who was standing on the balcony, bent her body and stumbled on her feet. We watched her strange behavior with unblinking eyes. It was kind of surreal and out of reality dance. We couldn't do anything except watching the dancer on the stage quietly. At that moment, as if it multiplied, there was another sound, a gunshot. Wazumi finally couldn't support her body, leaned against the railing of the balcony, and fell down towards us. With a loud thud, Wazumi fell from the balcony onto the dining table. She landed exactly where her hiking bag is. She is facing the sky, her hands covering her abdomen. Her white apron is red with blood, and it's obvious that 2 holes has been opened in her body. Her face is ghastly white and her gaze is lax. Wazumi-san. At the moment when I tried to reach out to her, her whole body suddenly caught flames. Wazumi turned into a huge ball of fire, and I involuntarily stepped back. Wazumi was motionless, the room was filled with a disgusting smell, and black smoke was coming out. Facing this overwhelming flame, we were helpless and could only watch from the side. My thoughts came to a complete halt, I even felt like I was dreaming. Put out the fire. Nanamura said loudly. Spread out your jackets and wrap her up. His voice brought me back to my senses. I took off my coat as he said, and threw it towards the fire. The only people who did the same thing as me were Kirigiri and Nanamura. After the three tops wrapped Wazumi around, the fire was weakened because our jackets blocked the air that supported it. After that, Nanamura patted the tops and put out the remaining fire. It ended up burning for almost 10 minutes. After everything was over, I looked at Wazumi again, a small body that was scorched black. I didn't have to look to know that she is dead. Today's menu was roasted maid. Norman's cold, heartless voice rang out. The painting of the murderer changed back to the original rustic youth. Terrible. Mifune choked and stared at Wazumi. This must be a national conspiracy. Chaige panicked. Even Yuzuru widened her eyes and was speechless. Maid Kuan sacrificed herself to provide you with dinner. Unfortunately, it seems that she can no longer participate in the auction. It's better to have one less competitor. Why would you do this? Mine said while weeping as his knees hit the ground. If you guys think this auction is just a joke, then that will be a real headache. I want you to realize that this game is the real deal, so I just killed someone. I haven't done this kind of thing for almost half a century. Everyone was only half convinced until now, right? You didn't have to kill anyone. Toyano squinted at the burned corpse of Wazumi. I won't participate in any auction anymore. Please let me go home. I want to go home. Mifune let out a cry of grief. Mine next to her was also crying loudly. Chaige looked like he was chanting a sutra, and his mouth mumbled some weird incantation. Our minds are in a mess. Before now, we were pretty much being led by the nose, but after witnessing the death of Wazumi, we now finally know that we have been lost in a darkness where we cannot turn back from. Oh, one more thing, the death of Maid Kuan doesn't count in the killing one person every night rule. This is an exception. Because she was not killed, but taken care of. In addition, the deceased cannot participate in the auction, as it should be, right? To prevent unfairness, I will retrieve the deceased's money. It doesn't matter who does it, someone throw her hiking bag into the fireplace. Nanamura dragged out the hiking bag from under Wazumi's corpse. Predictably, however, the bag was burned to a crisp before it could be thrown into the fireplace. The contents inside were also burned, all turned to ashes. Following Norman's orders, Nanamura put the hiking bag in the fireplace. Just like that, Wazumi's money was burned up as much as her soul. The number of people participating in the auction went from 10 to 9. Come on. Let's start the first auction. Everyone must finish bidding before 10 p.m. when the curfew comes. By the way, after this, I will not appear in front of you guys again. I'm not an important person anyway. I'm going back to my mother. Only a few simple instructions in text form will guide you through the rest. Good luck. The Norman painting disappeared, and the LCD screen became pitch black. I stared at the dead Wazumi. Wazumi-san. We were unknowingly controlled by the atmosphere of this place, and the moment we participated in the game, a victim had already appeared. Is this the black challenge? I may have underestimated the criminal. I may have underestimated the significance of putting my life on the line. It's surprising how a person can be killed so easily. Death is just around the corner. My legs are trembling, and there's nothing I can do about it. For a while, none of us spoke, staring blankly at the decreasing number on the electronic screen. Discussing whether this situation is someone's or a whole show's prank is kind of meaningless now. The reality in front of us is that the corpse of Wazumi is here. It's self-evident that the reality and the rules made by the criminal are the foundation of the existence of this place. Let's take care of Wazumi-san's body. The first to suggest was Kirigiri. This first-year middle school girl looked as if nothing had happened despite witnessing the charred corpse. After Kirigiri and I started working, I don't know who started it, but others came to help as well. We wrapped Wazumi with the tablecloth of the dining table and left her lying in the corner of the lobby. Before returning to the cafeteria, Kirigiri prayed for a while with her hands folded towards Wazumi's body. Her face with her eyes closed and praying was extremely pure. I returned to the cafeteria with Kirigiri. No one paid any attention to the burnt part of the dining table. Everyone moved the chairs away and sat down in a different location. There was still a foul smell in the room, but the windows can't be opened, so there is no way to change the air. Hey, you girls. My niece drew closer to me and Kirigiri. Don't put huge sums of money aside and walk around by yourselves. Be more careful. My hiking bag and Kirigiri's were placed on the empty chairs. Right. It doesn't feel real, but I have 100 million yen right now. I checked the inside of the hiking bag. Everything is there. As expected, no one would steal it under the watchful eyes of everyone else. Anyway, things are troublesome now, Chaige said, touching the brim of his baseball cap. In my opinion, this is neither a CIA nor NASA conspiracy, but a job done by the military-industrial complex. A psychological experiment of the military. I've heard of an agency that's studying the psychology of human behavior in extreme conditions. What military? That goes without saying, the US military, of course. Chaige grinned. Huh? My niece frowned and said, where did that come from? Didn't that glasses girl detective over there tell us she received a criminal notice? I don't know who the hell you are, but some crazy criminal has started to act on that notice, which has nothing to do with any military. Then how do you explain all this money? Chaige pointed to the hiking bags. Such huge amounts of money can't be obtained by ordinary people all at once. I think there must be some kind of organization operating behind the scenes. Really hit the nail on the head. Without assistance from an organization, this crime probably wouldn't have even able to be planned. They don't know about the existence of the Crime Victims Relief Committee. Should I tell them? And after I tell them, will they believe it? So, what are we going to do? Toyano asked out of the blue. The auction seems to have already started. Do you want to start bidding? Almost 3 hours left until 10 p.m. Shinsen said. We can discuss for a while, and it won't be too late to bid. Discuss? What the hell are we discussing? I think we should all work together. I saw a good opportunity, got up from my chair and spoke. There you go again, Detective Glasses Girl. Mine said impatiently. Yeah, here I go again. I've also thought about this auction, and I think that as long as everyone works together, we can all leave safe and sound. Oh yeah? And how's that going to work? Every day we take turns buying the detective rights in order. The person who becomes the detective for that day will go to everyone's rooms at night, unlocks the doors, and gathers them one by one. Since the murderer cannot kill in front of the detective, this will prevent the crime from happening. Moreover, if we take turns as detectives, it means that we are guaranteeing each other's lives and we don't need to worry about traitors. Ah, a kiddie's idea. Nope, no way. Why not? Then let's take money into consideration. If someone buys the detective rights with the minimum bid of 1 million yen and repeats it 5 times, then all of us only need to spend 5 million yen on it. This way, everyone's guaranteed to go home with more than 90 million yen in hand. Can you guarantee that you won't be killed? My niece pointed to me and said, we don't know yet what the structure of the guest rooms are, but what if before the detective walks through all the rooms, the murderer has already killed someone? Isn't this a possibility? If the detective had to go over to all 8 rooms in addition to their own room, then the person in the 8th room is in quite a dangerous position, right? That's. And even if we take turns to be detectives, 4 out of 9 people won't be detectives at least once, yeah? Who will be excluded? Are you willing to be? This is. Look, the idea that the detective wants to gather everyone together for protection isn't safe. Isn't there a rule that says the detective must also obey the curfew? The murderer does not have to obey this rule. In other words, at nighttime, the murderer can get a head start. That head start could be the difference between life and death. And it may be me who becomes the target. As long as there is such a slight possibility, the detective rights that guarantees absolute safety can't be handed over to others. In this auction, as long as this mentality exists, then the everyone gets along idea is impossible. After seeing how Wazumi was killed, who would be willing to hand over the rights to others? Minae said in a weak voice. Right, we haven't recovered from the shock of her death. In this situation, we are a scattered mess, it's impossible to listen to others. The bullet seems to have been fired from behind the wall. The voice of Nanamura came from overhead. At some point, he had already checked the situation around the portrait in the balcony. There is a small hole under the frame. It's not a bullet mark. It should have been used as a firing hole. Although I think the other side probably ran out of bullets, we should be careful not to enter its range. Nanamura rolled up his sleeves while coming down from the balcony. Actual Detective San, Mifune said. I don't know why things turned out like this, but it doesn't matter now if the auction is cancelled. Please catch the criminal. I want to go home. Nice idea, lovely lady. As long as we catch the criminal, there's no need to participate in any auction. Can you catch the criminal? Toyanowo stood up and asked. However, Nanamura shook his head. Unfortunately, I can't catch the criminal yet, because there are things I must do that I haven't done yet. Nanamura said something profound and sat down on his chair. In the end, time passed slowly, and no one made a bid. People glanced at the clock and at others from time to time, and each seemed to be thinking about what to do next. I drew a distance from the others and sat side by side with Kirigiri. Less than 3 hours left, and no one has gone to the bidding compartment. I said to Kirigiri. She brushed her 3-strand braid with her fingertips and stared at the floor. The auction is not just today's, so they are all calculating how can they cut their losses and let themselves claim the detective rights every time. Kirigiri said. I see. If they don't win the bid even for one day, they might be killed that day. I agree with Yui-Wan-sama's opinion. It's about the method where everyone should work together. In this kind of game, the straightforward method that can only be seen as ridiculous at first glance is actually the better strategy. But as long as one person is unwilling to cooperate, it can create more cracks. Yes, there will definitely be at least someone who won't be willing to cooperate. That's right. I don't think it's barbaric to defend yourself at the expense of putting others in danger. I think it's just instincts of living beings. Are you one of these people, Yui-Wan-sama? Who knows? I won't know until that time comes. I think it's that time now. Kirigiri puffed a smile and said. Ah, did you smile just now? No. Nah, you definitely smiled. This is the first time I've seen you smile. Anyway, Yui-Wan-sama, have you noticed? Kirigiri changed the topic smoothly. Noticed what? The criminal is among these people. I couldn't help but exclaim out loudly. In an instant, everyone turned to us, but they just showed annoyed looks and soon lost interest. No, I didn't think about that. I put my face closer to Kirigiri and whispered, why do you think that? What's your basis? It's Norman. That was just an automatic playback of pre-recorded footage. If the criminal is not among us, but monitoring from elsewhere, then they can communicate with us in real time, but they didn't do so. To be precise, it's not that they didn't do it, but they couldn't. The reason is that the criminal is in the same place as us. The answer is, the criminal is among these people. But didn't he respond to our reactions? It's easy to predict the crowd's reactions and construct the conversation on it. Geez, you don't even know this kind of thing, Yui-Wan-sama, you were such a hopeless dummy. W.H. Watts that all of a sudden. I'm not a dummy. See, it's easy to lead you to make this kind of reaction. Next, you have to prepare a response to this reaction in advance. For example, don't be so angry, Yui-Wan-sama, and so on. I just demonstrated what Norman did. Why yeah. It's not very clear to me, but I probably got it. Speaking of which, Norman's way of speaking is very self-contained and assertive, and the responses in many places were a little odd. Is that so? It was obvious when Nanamura-san asked. Maybe he asked that question specifically to confirm this. On that time, I remember that Norman was talking on his own and didn't pay attention to Nanamura's question. The remote control that controls the playback is probably still hidden on the criminal, but they can't do anything for more complicated operations. How did they shoot Wazumi-san? It should have been an automatic firing device. There may be a gun behind the wall, or there may be no gun. As long as there are fixed bullets, a hammer for striking the detonator, and a spring-like object that activates the hammer, it can form an automatic firing device. Is that so? But why did Wazumi-san burn up after she was shot? I think this is to ensure that she will get killed even if the bullets miss, and thus an ignition device is set on her body. For example, in the pendant, watch, mobile phone. Speaking of that, she did say that the clothes she wore on her body were designated by the employer and were prepared here in advance. In that case, maybe the ignition device was set up somewhere in the clothes. The clothes burned suddenly and violently. They may have been made of some flammable material. The criminal intended to kick off the auction by killing the maid in front of us with great fanfare from the beginning. They went to all this trouble to make it all look more like a game. I held my arms and looked at the people in the cafeteria one by one. Who is the criminal among these people? Speaking of which, I forgot to tell you one important thing about Wazumi-san. I thought of it and said. What? She was actually a detective. Really? Even Kirigiri was taken aback. Yes, she showed me her detective library registration card. It wasn't forged. Her DSC number was 756. I lowered my voice. She said that she was tracking down Toyanowo-san for fraud cases related to forgeries. Is that so? Kirigiri stared at her fingertips. She did not cast her eyes specifically on Toyanowo. If he is the criminal, that would also explain why he killed Wazumi-san in the first place. The detective who was chasing him down was the most troublesome, so he killed Wazumi-san. I said with a thought. The purpose of this auction must also be a large-scale fraud. That would be strange. The motive of the Black Challenge should be revenge. You're right. The reason why Wazumi-san was killed should have nothing to do with her detective identity. I think the criminal probably didn't know that she was a detective either. It's frustrating, but there's no other way in this situation. I could hardly believe that these amounts were coming out of my own mouth. If I had that much money, I can buy the clothes I want, and my glasses and bag can be replaced with new ones. Yui-Wan-sama? I thought of evil stuff. No, this kind of money is no different from the money in Jinsei game. I shook my head frantically. By the way, Yui-Wan-sama, are you planning to claim the detective rights at the next auction? For sure. If I don't claim it, there won't be a way to protect the others. If I don't have the master key, I won't be to protect you either. Is that so? Kirigiri was a little shy, and her gaze dropped to the floor. I feel like the others will definitely take this auction too seriously. They won't try to protect others, but to protect themselves. I don't mean to blame them, they must first win at the auction, otherwise nothing can be done. If you don't win, you remain powerless. To remain a detective, one must win with a strong will. I don't want to compete with the others for the detective rights, but if it's going to be used by someone else for themselves only, I have no choice but to claim it. Speaking of which, Kirigiri-chan, don't you need the detective rights? You are a talented detective. But you can't do anything if you're deprived of your detective identity, right? When I asked, Kirigiri put her hand on her chest and looked up. Yes. But I'm surprised at how comfortable I am with the situation. Comfortable? I've always felt that if I'm not a detective, there would be no point in existing. I've wondered if I stopped being a detective, I would dissolve into sea foam like the mermaid princess. But now I'm deprived of my detective identity, yet I still exist here. Maybe turning into foam and disappearing is just me overthinking. Of course that's overthinking. I answered with a smile, but Kirigiri's expression was serious. After the last black challenge, I kept thinking, maybe I'm too obsessed with my identity as a detective. Of course, I'm a detective who inherited the Kirigiri family name, which I am very proud of, but I haven't forgotten what you told me, Yui-Wan-sama, about being burdened by my overthinking. Alright. Although she always hides her feelings, at the same time she also has her own worries. Usually she makes people unable to tell what she's thinking, so I never noticed. Now that I'm deprived of my detective rights, what's strange is that I am instead calmer, my mind is clearer than usual, and I can also be more cold and ruthless than before. Kirigiri smiled while covering the corners of her mouth with her fingertips. I don't understand, but maybe this black challenge has stimulated her fighting spirit. It's rare to hear her talk so much, and there was something about her expression that gave her a sense of enthusiasm. If I were to describe it, I'd say she looks excited. The identity of the detective is the reason for her existence, but at the same time, it's also a very heavy burden. She has always survived with her small back and thin legs against this burden. Ironically, this isolated space allowed her to get rid of the burden she is normally subjected to, which is allowing her to re-examine her true self. This is also thanks to Yui-Wan-sama. I didn't do anything. Having someone like you by my side, telling me that I am not an empty shell, that's... When she said this, she seemed embarrassed all of a sudden, and quickly closed her mouth. I waited for a while to see if she would speak again, but it may be due to some complicated mentality that she refused to take the initiative to speak again. But then again, the deprivation of our detective rights is only within this enclosed space, and it's like this only under this criminal's rules. So technically, we are still detectives now. I hope so, she said with no emotions, putting her hands in the pockets of her uniform. But I don't intend to be like Yui-Wan-sama. I don't have these ideas of protecting others and everyone surviving. If necessary, I will achieve my goal even at the expense of others. This is what it means to be a Kirigiri. Sure thing, detective lady. I stroked Kirigiri's head like I was coaxing a child. She responded with an exasperated look at me. So, what about the auction? I asked to avoid the look in her eyes. It's possible to claim the detective rights 5 times in a row. You have a way to keep auctioning it off yourself and not let anyone else get it? Yes. How would you do that? I'll cooperate with Yui-Wan-sama. It doesn't matter which one of us claims the detective rights. Simply put, we two are counted. As one person with a combined money total of 200 million, we can use twice as much money as the others. They can only use 20 million each day, but we can use 40 million. Lending and borrowing money isn't prohibited. I didn't expect the word cooperate would come out of her mouth. Theoretically, this is indeed a solution, but without a relationship of trust, the plan wouldn't work. Of course I trust Kirigiri. Does she trust me as well? How about it, Yui-Wan-sama? We can use a lot of money to overwhelm others in the first and second days, but from the third day onwards, the others will also develop this mentality of the only way to win is to work with the others. This way, they might be divided into 3 groups, and then there will be no way for us to win with money. In short, we should win the first 3 times. Especially the third one, and it's okay to use more money then. If this step goes smoothly, then from the 4th time onwards, other people will develop a different mentality. What do you mean? First 3 times, we claim the detective rights to keep everyone alive, which is the premise. Then, the others will start to think, let these 2 girls be detectives and feel assured. So the next thing they think of is, try to keep some more money to take away when leaving safely, and that would be equivalent to guaranteeing a complete victory for us. Are things going to go that well? I leaned my body against the back of the chair. I've been sitting still all day today and I feel my body became dull. However, there are 2 problems with this plan. Kirigiri said as she raised her pale finger. The first is the premise of protecting the lives of everyone. We haven't been told by Norman what the murderer would use to kill people in the middle of the night, so we don't know whether we can protect everyone. No, we have to protect everyone. There is another problem with this. The everyone mentioned here may also include the murderer, that is, the criminal of the Black Challenge. Right, the criminal is also participating in the auction. Yes, and the criminal has the master key in their hands, so they don't need to win the auction. In other words, they might make trouble. Maybe they came here for this purpose. Then this method of cooperation won't work in the end. No, I think there is still value in carrying it out. Why? At least the first time and the second can be done cooperatively. But in the third time, the situation will change. Maybe we won't be able to claim the detective rights by then. But that's okay. The question is who will claim it in what way, and then we have to confirm whether there is anything strange with that. If we push harder and harder, the criminal will try to obstruct us in every way possible. We have to in turn use the rules made by the criminal as a trap to draw them out in such a tight situation, to think of so much as expected of Kirigiri Kyoko. If she wasn't here, I wonder what I would have done. I can't help but shiver thinking about this. It seems that the others have no intention of cooperating with anyone else for the time being. After all, they are people who only met for the first time yesterday, so there's no reason for them to have a relationship of trust. This plan is going to work. I said excitedly. We don't need to win 5 auctions in the first place. If we find the criminal of the Black Challenge in the middle of the auction, the game will be over. True. Then, I'll give my money to Kirigiri-chan. You will auction off the detective rights. Is it okay to give it to me? Better than me being the detective. I replied with a smile. First is the first auction. We must win. I know. I opened my hiking bag and checked its contents. At that moment, I noticed someone stand up. It's Nanamiura. All right, everyone. Nanamiura began to speak with his usual dramatic gestures. If each person's bid time is 5 minutes, then it will take us a total of 45 minutes. And in terms of time, we can't delay any longer. Hey, no one bids. Mayonnaise already looks distraught. Wait, I'm not done calculating. Toyanoa was counting something while folding his fingers. Chage is in the corner of the room, facing the wall, mumbling words as if talking to an invisible person. I don't want to be a detective. I just came here to buy vacuum tubes. Why did things turn out like this? You Mifune cried like a child. Shinsen has his legs crossed and reading a book he had brought, feeling as if he has given up communicating and is immersed in his own world. He did say that he is not interested in the auction, but now that the situation has changed, I wonder if he still thinks so. Yuzuru is holding her hiking bag tightly in her arms, with her eyes closed, and looking intoxicated, as if she is stroking that large sum of money like her own child. What an odd scene. Hey, Kirigiri-chan. I whispered, what about that man? Nanamura-san? Do we tell him of our plan? I don't think that's necessary. He should understand after the first bid. Right, he is a 00 rank detective, he must be thinking of a way to deal with the criminal. Then I'll take the lead. Those who oppose please raise your hands. Of course, no one opposed. After Nanamura confirmed that there were no objections, he lifted his hiking bag and walked toward the bidding compartment. While I'm bidding, you can discuss the order of your bids, it'll save time. As Nanamura said so, he opened the compartment door. A machine that looked like a bank's ATM machine could be seen through the door. Nanamura stood in front of the machine and closed the door with his backhand. The auction has finally begun. Then, let's discuss the order, everyone. I stood up and said, is it okay to use detective rock paper scissors to decide? What's a detective rock paper scissors? Mifune asked, tilting her head. Don't you know? The detective is strong against the criminal, but weak against the cat. The criminal is strong against the cat, but weak against the detective. The cat is strong against the detective, but weak against the criminal. What's with this theme? No, let's not do that. Just use ordinary rock paper scissors. Minace protested. As a result, everyone used rock paper scissors and determined the order as Toyanowo, Kirigiri, Yuzuru, Shinsen, Chage, Mifune, Minace, then me. At the same time we decided on the order, Nanamura came out. He is holding a small card in his right hand and carrying a shrunken hiking bag in his left hand. Everyone's eyes focused on the hiking bag. It's considerably lighter. It doesn't look like he hid the cash somewhere else. His jacket was ruined in the burning corpse just now, so there was no place to hide it. Alright, whose turn is it next? There's a little bit procedures to be done, so the time it takes you should be about 5 minutes. After saying this, Nanamura showed us the card in his right hand, pulled a chair next to him, and sat down leisurely. He threw the hiking bag aside, which was deflated. There was a commotion in the room. I quickly took Kirigiri's hand and went to a place far away from the others. Hey, Nanamura-san is planning something. You're overreacting, Yui-1-sama. Because he's obviously done something. Yes, I didn't see that coming, worthy of the 00 rank. Now is not the time to get impressed by him. We can't claim the detective rights now. While I was whispering to Kirigiri, Toyanowo walked into the bidding compartment. After he finished bidding, it was Kirigiri's turn immediately after. What should we do? Rework our plan? Yes. Kirigiri held her arms and fell into a deep thought. Let's avoid this auction. Avoid? You mean we won't bid? Yes. We won't be able to win against Nanamura-san. Can't win, how can this be? Don't panic, One-sama, there is no problem with that, because Nanamura-san is on our side. But I don't think that person can be trusted. I couldn't help but blurt out. Because he is a cheapskate. Didn't the taxi fare end up being paid by Kirigiri-chan? I wouldn't call that logical. After all, he has bid a lot of money. He might be using tricks. Of course it's possible. However, if that's the case, all the more reason why we shouldn't throw away tens of millions at a time like this. If the hiking bag is a bluff and his purpose is to raise the bid amount, then all the money we invest will be lost. What should we do? There's no time left. I saw Toyanowo come out from the bidding compartment. His hiking bag looked almost the same size before he went in with. It's better to keep it at this point. I wonder if that's okay. After Toyanowo, Kirigiri walked towards the bidding compartment. She carried the hiking bag strenuously with both hands. The weight of 10,000 bills of 10,000 yen is quite substantial, and it's very hard for her too thin arms. While Kirigiri is making her bid, I approached Nanamura. So, could it be? I pointed to the hiking bag and said, whoa, it's against the rules to disclose the bid amount. No matter how much the young lady asks to. Now isn't the time to say such things. I involuntarily raised my voice. If you have any ideas, please tell me. It's easier for us to act. Samadare-kun. Nanamura turned to me with his arms crossed. I'm treating you as a detective, that's why I'm not saying anything. Or do you want me to treat you as an ordinary high school girl? He probably meant to say, don't rely on others. No matter what the situation is, the words please tell me are not in line with the identity of the detective. Is there a chance for Nanamura to win? Judging from his easygoing look, it looks like he is already convinced that he will win. I dragged my feet back to the corner of the room when Kirigiri came out of the bidding compartment. I hurried to her side, my whole body almost lunging over. How was it? No problem. Kirigiri ruffled the hair on her cheek. I came out without making a bid. Looks like offering 0 yen is okay. She said this and showed me a small card. This is? It's a bidding card, probably something similar to the registration card. As we spoke, the bidding continued. Yuzuru, who entered the bidding compartment after Kirigiri, spent more than 5 minutes inside, almost 10 minutes before she came out. When she did, she was still hugging her hiking bag as if it was her own child. The ultimate choice of money or life must have tormented her for a while. After that, Shinsen entered the compartment and immediately came out. With the card in his hand, it seems that his procedures had been completed. He is in stark contrast to Yuzuru, he probably has no fixation with this auction. Next was Chage, Mifune, then Minace. Among them, the one that took the longest time was Mifune, who had to work hard just to move the hiking bag with the huge sum of money into the compartment, and then it took her even longer to operate the machine. Finally at last, it's my turn. I carried my heavy hiking bag and walked to the bidding compartment. The time now is far beyond our estimates, so I must work fast. I stood in front of the compartment that looked like a telephone booth and opened the door. Directly facing me is a touchscreen machine, probably prepared by the Crime Victims Relief Committee specially for this game. These guys really put a lot of effort into it. I walked into the compartment and closed the door behind me. After the door was closed, people outside can no longer see what's going on inside. There are operating instructions on the touchscreen. What's with the 8-bit pixel style in this day and age? All in all, I did as instructed. I did think about whether to use a pseudonym, but I didn't think it would make any sense, so I just typed it in as it is. The procedure was no different from an ATM machine. After entering the name, the screen for fingerprints registration is displayed. I followed the instructions and pressed my thumb on the fingerprint authentication device. Then the screen switched to 1 for entering numbers. I kept the number at 0 yen and was about to press the OK button when I suddenly hesitated. What if Nanamura's hiking bag is a bluff? Did he use some kind of trick to hide the money somewhere for the time being? He created the illusion that he bid a huge sum of money, and in fact only paid the minimum bid of 1 million yen. This way, he can successfully obtain the detective rights with only 1 million yen. Nanomura will get the detective rights, this is not a problem. The question is, among the previous bidders, did anyone notice Nanomura's bluff? No, of course they noticed. He showed us the hiking bag that was so obviously empty, everyone would have found it suspicious. After discovering his bluff, how did everyone act? They should in turn think about acquiring the detective rights themselves. All they have to do is to offer 2 millions, and they will win. Would someone give 2 millions with this in mind? Wait, what if 2 people or 3 people thought so? 2 millions are not enough. 3 millions? 4 millions? AAA, what should I do? 10 p.m. is approaching fast. I must decide quickly. Everyone is waiting for me. I tore the plastic bag containing the bills in the hiking bag. A bundle of bills is 1 million yen. After struggling, I took out 5 bundles, that is, 5 million yen. After pressing the OK button, the deposit port automatically opened, and I stuffed 5 sealed bundles of bills into it. Then the screen switched again. At this time, a card was spat out from a mouth below the screen, just like the cards that the others held. I took out the card and got a closer look. I noticed the caution on the back of the card. Caution: after the auction ends, the card owned by the winning bidder will automatically become the master key. Please keep this card safe. I took the card and got out of the compartment. Everyone's eyes cast over together. 10 long minutes passed. Suddenly, there was a siren sound from somewhere. This is the signal that the auction is over, I think. Our eyes wandered aimlessly in the air. Hey, look at that. Mayonnaise pointed to the top at the balcony. Norman's portrait showed some text. It's not very clear from below, so we all went to the balcony on the second floor to look. The results of the auction are displayed there. Today's auction results: Nanomura Suisei 10,000, 10,000 Samadare 500, 10,000 Kirigiri Kyoko 0, 10,000 Shinsen Mikado 0, 10,000 Cheijakio 0, 10,000 Toyano Osayansai 0, 10,000 Mayonnaise Yuzen 0, 10,000 Mifune Maruko 0, 10,000 Yuzuru Asei 0, 10-1000. After seeing this result, I was probably the most surprised person. To be honest, I almost wanted to hold my head and yell they got me. But I held it back. I remained expressionless, but maybe I was showing an ugly face. Actual Detective San only bid 10,000 yen? Huh? Isn't the minimum 1 million yen? Mifune put her hand on her face and tilted her head. Wrong, you pumpkin head. Look carefully, the unit is 10,000 yen, so we paid a 100 million yen, a 100 million. Yeah? Exactly. Nanomura said as he leaned against the balcony railing and stretched out one hand. Are you insane? Toyano's tone of voice changed. You bid all your money on the first day, what do you plan to do afterwards? Everyone else is zero. I couldn't help exclaiming. What's going on here? What's going on? Mayonnaise frowned. Didn't you also see that detective's hiking bag? You actually wasted money on bidding after you saw it? No normal person would. If you don't win the auction, the money you bid will be gone, right? Didn't you listen carefully when the instructions were given? How could you toss away important money just like that? Even Yuzuru was talking about me. I'm speechless. It looks like I have overinterpreted. I glanced at Kirigiri, she was looking at me with an icy gaze. Sorry. I guess we'll have to let the detective handle tonight. Cheige was sweating profusely, wiping the sweat from his face desperately. Will you protect us from being killed by the murderer? Mayonnaise asked Nanomura. Of course, what do you think I am here for? Come on, everyone, please follow me. I believe this card now is a master key. Nanomura raised the card to show us, then flipped over the railing and landed lightly on the cafeteria floor below, leaving the room alone first. Hey, everyone, let's hurry up. Mayonnaise went down the stairs after Nanomura, and we followed him. We came out of the cafeteria and arrived at the lobby. I whispered to Kirigiri. Kirigiri-chan, sorry, I failed. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I can easily imagine what kind of psychological process Yuyona-sama went through to arrive at the number 5 million. Kirigiri said in a calm voice. It turned out to be a failure, but I think this is just your style, One-sama. Are you complimenting me? No. All right. I hung my head in defeat. Anyway, I wonder what in the world Nanomura-san is thinking. He spent all 100 million yen today. What will he do afterwards? Maybe he intends to end everything tonight. Is this possible? If he's a 00 detective, maybe it's possible, right? Maybe he already knows who the criminal is. Nanomura seems to be checking the other doors in the lobby. We gathered around him. There is a card slot here. There is a thin gap beside the door. Nanomura inserted the card halfway in, and an electronic beep sounded, then the door opened. Everyone let out an O. We have 47 minutes until 10 p.m. We must find the guest rooms as soon as possible. Nanomura-san. A rare moment for Kirigiri to speak up. What is it? Can I borrow your card for a moment? Ah, go ahead. Nanomura didn't hesitate to hand the card over, which is worth 100 million yen, to Kirigiri. Kirigiri took the card and inserted it into the card slot just like Nanomura. However, nothing happened. Kirigiri silently returned the card back to Nanomura. The card can sense the user's fingerprints. Although this card is very thin, it's very finely made. Nanomura put the card in his pocket. They are confirming whether someone other than the winning bidder can also use the master key, and the answer is no. The lack of explanation for the exchange between the two detectives was a real headache. We opened the door and stepped into a whole new area. Directly opposite the door is a straight corridor extending forward, and it looks like it has 5 doors. In addition, there is a staircase on the left-hand side, which goes upstairs. Nanomura walked to the nearest door. There is no card slot next to it. He grasped the door handle and pulled it outward, and the door opened. However, behind the door there was only a wall made of cement. Although the site is ridiculous, it may be to seal the places that has nothing to do with the game. Opening the other doors, all the rooms were sealed by cement. There is nothing surprising about these concrete walls, no hidden doors or hidden devices or anything like that could be found. The places we can go to are very limited, so a lot of our work has been saved. Nanomura said casually. We decided to go upstairs and have a look. Although the hotel was supposed to be in ruins, the corridors and stairs are spotless, so it's obvious that someone had cleaned them up. But the stairs were built very steeply, and they weren't for guests at all. I can only assume that the people who built these stairs deliberately wanted to make us uncomfortable. The writing on the staircase platform reads 2F. The entrance to the second floor is also completely sealed by cement. Mayonnaise tried to kick the concrete wall, but of course the entrance did not open. So we went up another floor. The text says 3F. On the third floor, this time the entrance finally opened. There are stairs going upwards, and I can see that the text on the platform is 4F. However, the steps to it had collapsed, and it seems that there is no way to go upstairs. From the hole in the stairs, I can see the stairway platform below. One might accidentally stumble and fall from here. Too dangerous. Should have put up an under repair sign. My niece complained. We had no choice but to enter the third floor. The red carpeted corridor turned 90 degrees to the left at about 20 or 30 meters. There are no windows in the corridor, and the dim light can barely illuminate the path beneath our feet. On the left side of the corridor, there are 5 room doors arranged at equal distances. A 301 sign is hung on the door closest to us. It's a guest room. Nanamura held the handle of the nearest door. There is a card slot under the door handle, but the door doesn't seem to be locked at this time. Nanamura opened the door. We looked into the room together. It does look like a guest room, but honestly, this is one of the worst rooms I've ever seen. The first thing I thought of was a prison. In the center of the room is a simple iron pipes bed. This is not a bed used when the hotel was open for business. They probably moved it in specially for this event. It looks so cheap. The blankets and sheets hanging on the vertical board on the side of the bed, the headboard haphazardly. There is no maid anymore, meaning we should make our own beds. The only lighting in the room is the incandescent lamp buried in the ceiling. There is no window in the room, only a small rectangular hole the size of a daylighting window on the wall facing the doorway at a high position. And there is no glass or other barrier in the hole to block off the outside air. It's open, with iron bars on it, and the cold air is relentlessly gushing in from the outside. No wonder it's so cold. There is a panel heater in the corner of the room, but it's hard to tell whether this alone is enough for heating. There is an integrated bathroom on the left side of the room, which has hot water. In this despair-inducing environment, this is the only source of hope. These are all the things in the room. Seriously, we're like prisoners in here, aren't we? Prisoners these days are treated better than this. Toyano said with a frown. My legs and feet are going to get cold like this. I want to sleep in the lobby. Mifune looked like she would burst into tears at any moment. I feel the same, but the curfew must be obeyed. Although Shinsen sighed, there was an acceptable calmness in his tone. Detective-san, please, you must come to our rescue. Yuzuru rubbed herself against Nanamura, pampering him like a cat. Their bodies were pressed together tightly. Is it really okay to act like this in front of minors? There are only 5 rooms. What about the rest? My niece glanced around the corridor and said, are they around the corner? We left the room for now and came around the corner. The corridor turned to the left and opposite to the previous direction. On the right side of the corridor, 5 doors lined up. Going further, the corridor came to an end, with no windows or emergency exits in sight. The third floor seems to be an L-shaped structure, with nothing but guest rooms. Presumably, it must have been remodeled from the original hotel and is being used as a stage for the Black Challenge. What about room allocation? Nanamura looked complacent. Choose whatever. My niece opened the nearest door. Wait a minute, the order of the rooms is important. Chage called out. Think about it, if you are closer to the person with the detective rights, the probability of being saved will definitely be higher. After hearing his words, we fell into silence. Indeed so. While the detective is patrolling from room to room, the murderer can commit the crime in the background. According to the structure of this floor, it would be better for the detective to be at room nearest the entrance, right? Toyano suggested. The third floor guest room's floor is structurally a cul-de-sac with a dead-end corridor. If a person with the detective rights takes up the position at the entrance of the floor, even if the criminals show themselves, they will not be able to escape. Then I'll stay in 301 dot. Nanamura said. Who'll stay in the room next to the detective? My niece asked. I know, we should decide with detective rock paper scissors. I told you no one understand that stuff. If no one else nominates, then I will stay there, no objections, right? Hey, quit playing around. Chage grabbed my niece's shoulder. What are you doing, dumbass? Let's make decisions fairly, we gotta be fair. Huh? How? How about using the bid amount to decide? Shinsen stood forward to mediate. The person who bid the second most at the auction that day will be the one who stays in the room closest to the detective. I see, so that the money you bid won't be wasted, said Toyano, stroking his white beard. Let's do that, I agree. No one expressed any objection. As a result, everyone decided to let me live in the room next to Nanamura. But, on second thought, everyone else is 0. Let's just use rock paper scissors to decide. On second thought, forget it. It's a pain in the ass. Wait, let's be more creative about it this time. Toyano took out playing cards from the chest pocket of his tuxedo. It was a bicycle deck often used by magicians. 7 people left. Let's just use the cards from Ace of Hearts to 7 of Hearts. The smaller the number, the closer the person is to the room of the detective. How about it? Toyano drew 7 cards and put the other cards back into his pocket. Wait, you won't try to cheat, will you, Grandpa? Yuzuru said in a reproachful tone and grabbed the cards from Toyano's hand. She held the cards up to the light, turned them over and backwards, and checked for any tricks on the cards. If you don't feel comfortable with me dealing the cards, then have someone else do it. I'll do it then. This time Mine snatched the cards from Yuzuru's hand. After shuffling the cards awkwardly, he squatted down and lined up the 7 cards on the ground. Come on guys, choose the card you like. Everyone picked up the cards one after another. As a result, Mifune got the ace. After that, the order is me, Kirigiri, Mine, Yuzuru, Shinsen, Toyano, Chage. Why am I the last one? Does it mean that you guys are also involved in this conspiracy? What's with all these conspiracy this and conspiracy that? I said helplessly. Even though, this is indeed a conspiracy of a certain organization. The room 312 at the far end of the corridor is left empty because the 10th person, the maid, had died. Everyone decided to leave it empty. Incidentally, the room numbers didn't have a 4 and 99, I have it offed. I checked the time. 9:45 p.m. It's better to enter the rooms as soon as possible. It should be safe at least until 10. Nanamura said. Each of us in the corridor walked to our rooms. After 10 o'clock, I will open the doors in order. Until then, no matter who comes, you can't open the doors. Please be careful. At Nanamura's words, we nodded our heads to show that we knew, and we each parted in the corridor as we walked into the rooms while praying in our hearts that everything would be safe. Kirigiri-chan. I stopped her. What is it? I'll see you again soon, right? Who knows? She said without emotion and entered the room without looking back. The door closed. For some reason, every time I part with her, I can't help but feel that it's going to be the last time. I was left alone, staring blankly at the door of her room, suddenly aware of movement. I looked ahead in the corridor. Chage was coming from the opposite direction. The sight of a man in a baseball uniform slowly approaching in such an outdated hotel hallway can only be described as bizarre. What's wrong, Chage-san? Nothing. Chage looked back and confirmed that no one else was there. Are you alone now? Yes, as you can see. Everyone else have gone into their rooms. You're a detective, right? I have something to tell you. About a conspiracy? It may or may not be. This whole thing is just not right. Chage approached me and suddenly lowered his voice. This inexplicable psychological experiment may be the work of the guy named Shinsen. I also lowered my voice. Shinsen-san? What's this all about? I've seen that guy. The accident happened 2 years ago. Do you remember? That time the tunnel collapsed and all 15 people trapped inside died. Ah, yes, I do. They said that when the rescue team went in 3 days later, everyone was already dead. Yeah, there have been many sightings of paranormal phenomena in that tunnel, and I also collected materials there. When the accident happened, I thought it might have something to do with a paranormal phenomena. It just so happened that my residence was near there, so I rushed to the scene. I took several photos of the scene there. One of them was that. A paranormal photo? No, it was him, Shinsen, staring at the tunnel in the middle of the crowd of reporters and media. It should be a coincidence, right? Maybe he just came to the scene because of work. Work? Media report? Probably, maybe not. Anyway, that's not everything. When I was investigating a certain house where a tragic murder had occurred, I took a few pictures of the nearby scenery. It was a week after the case, so there were no reporters around. But one of the photos showed a person standing facing the house. He was Shinsen. Maybe it was someone who looks a lot like him? I compared it many times. No matter how I looked at it, it's the same person. Chage's body began to tremble slightly. After I came here, when I saw him, at first I thought he probably just looked a lot like that person. But after hearing him talk, I finally figured out that he is the Shinigami himself. He will bring death. This inexplicable psychological experiment may also be the Shinigami's game. It's used to observe the reaction of people facing death. Shinsen is the Shinigami? As a detective, I can't accept using supernatural reasonings like ghosts and Shinigamis to solve cases. But judging from Chage's horrified expression, he seems to really believe it. Shit, there is no time. I really don't want to go back to the room, but it can't be helped. I'm off. Chage adjusted the position of his baseball cap, turned around and walked forward along the corridor. Why are you telling me this? I asked him. It's not much of a reason, probably my sixth sense. 9:50. We said goodbye to each other. I walked to my room and opened the door. To strengthen my determination, I took a deep breath and walked into my room. After I stepped into the room, as soon as I released the handle, the door closed by itself. Looks like the door is equipped with an automatic lock. I became a little frightened again and tried to open the door. The door opened easily. That means the door can be opened and closed freely before the curfew arrives. It's just that if I open it during the curfew even accidentally, I might get punished, so I closed the door again. I observed the interior of the room. The structure of this room isn't different from Nanamura's room we just saw. The concrete layer on the ceiling, the floor, on all 4 walls were there, and its gray color unites everything, to the point that it feels like even my mood had become gray. There is nothing in this empty room, which is fine. The problem is that the cold is unbearable. If only I can block the iron barred window, it will be somewhat better. I came inside the room and looked up at the barred window. The position of the window is about 3 heads higher than mine, and I can't look out through this window. Judging from the height, it should be almost 2 meters. Just tuck the blanket inside the window. I thought this, and I cast my eyes to the bed. I was about to get the blanket when I suddenly noticed near my feet. The feet of the iron pipes bed are fixed to the floor with screws. The bed cannot be moved. This should be to prevent us from using this bed as a barrier to prevent the murderer from entering. From this, I can feel the criminal's bad intentions, as if it was intentional to prevent us from guaranteeing absolute safety. The only thing that can guarantee safety is the detective rights. Maybe the criminal is just trying to make us think this way. Having said that, the door actually opens outward. It's hard to say whether the bed can act as a barrier. While I was jumping up and down by the window with the blanket in my hand, 10 p.m. finally came. I didn't hear any siren, but the heavy sound of the door lock activating informed me of this moment. At this moment, my whole body stiffened. Even though I knew it was meaningless, I looked back at the door of the room. This is the time when the murderer starts to act. It feels like the atmosphere inside the entire building has changed. The concrete walls suddenly emitted a faint chill, making the gray color in the room thicker and thicker. I can't hear the slightest of movements. It's as if all creatures all over the world are extinct, a terrifying silence. 10:01, 10:02. I checked the door of the room. I shook it back and forth, but it didn't move at all. It's really locked up. I suddenly felt helpless. Although I chose Participate this time, I don't want to go through this horrible black challenge anymore. The murderer could open this door and come in at any moment. The criminal, are they really among the people participating in the auction? I remembered the report I read on the internet before coming to this hotel. In the case mentioned in the report, it said that a guest living here suddenly went berserk, killing the other guests one after another. The man seemed to have hallucination. He thought someone attacked him from behind the wall. From behind the wall. I suddenly got goosebumps. All 4 walls are watching me. In fact, there are indeed people who are watching us, those rich people who watch the black challenges for fun. No, there is something much more terrifying than that. Death. The coldness of these walls are the temperature of death. It may be because of the words that I have just heard from Chage. The word death is stuck in my mind. The oppressive feeling of enclosure forced me to almost scream, but I managed to hold back. It's fine. It's fine? What is the basis for this? In this situation, the only person who can save me is the person with the detective rights of the detective. Right now, I'm not the detective, just a weak high school girl. I long for the power of the detective. I long for the power to fight against darkness and crime. Just then, I heard a knock on the door. It's me, Nanamura. No doubt, this is Suisei Nanamura's voice. I'm opening the door. Accompanied by a beep, there was the sound of the door lock opening. The door opened. I involuntarily shrank in the corner of the room, putting on a guard posture. What if the person who's opening the door isn't Nanamura? Or maybe Nanamura is the murderer? Although I knew it was impossible, the cold air made me suspicious. Are you okay? The person who appeared at the door was none other than Nanamura. What he's holding in his right hand is not a knife nor a pistol, but a keycard. I nodded while wiping away my cold sweat. Good, let's go to the next room then, follow me. I stumbled behind Nanamura. The lights in the hallway is dimmer than before, creating a night atmosphere. The next room should be Mifyun's. Nanamura inserted his card into the slot under the door handle. The door lock opened. Releasing detained people, even though Nanamura did nothing more than this, in my opinion, he is like a savior. What, you saved me? Thank you. Mifyun, the ex-psychic girl, rushed out. She and I had a hug. You can celebrate your reunion later, let's go to the next room. Nanamura walked along the corridor. The next room is Kirigiri's. I checked the time and it was 10:05. At this rate, it should take less than 15 minutes to release everyone. Nanamura was about to insert the card into the card slot in Kirigiri's room, when something moved in the corner of my field of vision. In front of the corridor, or it turned a 90-degree angle to the left, there is a person. Nanamura-san. Look! I called out to Nanamura with a voice close to a scream. The figure disappeared at once around the corner of the corridor. The sound of footsteps fluttered away. Nanamura left the door and looked ahead down the corridor where I was pointing. However, when Nanamura looked ahead, there was no one there anymore. There's someone there. Someone? I saw them too. Mifune also nodded in agreement. It's dark and far away and I couldn't make it out, but I'm sure there was someone there. I ran out while talking. Nanamura and Mifune immediately followed. I arrived at the corner of the corridor and looked forward. In the depths of the dimly lit corridor, a door suddenly closed. Did you see that? Ah. Nanamura's eyes sharpened and he nodded. It's the empty room at the far end. The dark figure was hiding in the shadows behind the door. Then the door closed. It's now past 10 p.m. and the only people who can open and close the doors are those who have a master key in hand. Nanamura gestured, raising his card, and then said, other than me, who has the detective rights, the only person who has the master key in their hand is the murderer. Then that's the criminal. Let's catch them. I ran out with Mifune. No, wait. Nanamura stopped us. One of you should wait here. You can see the whole corridor from here. It's up to you to keep watch. We are standing at the corner of the corridor, where we can indeed see the doors of all the rooms. Then I'll wait here. Detective San, you must take out the criminal. Mifune walked to the corner of the corridor and squatted down against the wall. Is it okay if you are alone? Yeah. In case you see someone, call that person's name out loud. Do you understand, little girl? I'm an adult. I'm counting on you. Now, hurry up, Samadare-kun. Yes. I ran into the depth of the corridor with Nanamura. We stood in front of the empty room. Nanamura's movements were suddenly still. He listened to the movements behind the door for a moment, then inserted the keycard into the card slot. He yanked the door open with force. Will the criminal come out rushing? Or are they lying in ambush with a gun? I imagined it this way, and couldn't help but put on a fighting stance. However, the room is empty. Since the light in the room is still on, the small interior was visible as soon as the door opened. At least as far as I can see, there is no one inside, let alone the criminal. How can this be? I did see the door close and someone entering the room. And it's not just me, Nanamura and Mifune also saw it. This room is the same as the other rooms, with only one bed in the center. As this empty room is not being used by anyone, the blanket and sheets are still hung on the headboard. There is no one hiding behind or under the bed. We stepped into the room. We inspected the integrated bathroom, and naturally there was no one in it. Where did the criminal disappear to? Disappearance act. And that's not the only anomaly. On the wall on the right-hand side of the room, there is a big X painted with pink fluorescent paint. What is this thing? I'm guessing the criminal drew it. Nanamura touched the paint with his fingertips and said, I wonder if the criminal drew this X after escaping to this place, or they happened to run into us after drawing this X. The criminal has been here, there is no doubt about that. In that case, there must be a secret passage somewhere in this room, isn't it? Nanamura is thinking about something, staring at the walls. I knocked on all the places I could think of, under the bed, the surrounding walls, and the ceiling of the integrated bathroom, but I couldn't find the entrance to the secret passage. Is the criminal still in the room? But they have no place to hide. The mattress is not thick enough to hide under. What about the window? I jumped up and hooked my hands to the window edge. After taking a bit of effort to climb up, I grabbed the iron bars. The iron was cold and it made my hands hurt. Of course, these iron bars can't be removed. Besides, the size of this window is only about 40 centimeters horizontally and 20 centimeters vertically. Even I would get stuck inside, with no way to get in or out through this window. Behind the iron bars is the abyss like dark night. This place is a completely locked room. Nanamura walked away from the wall and began to investigate the interior like me. We spent a while carefully investigating all the places in the room. During this time, Mifune was sitting alone in the corridor, and I couldn't help but worry a little bit whether she's been taken by the criminal. Finally, Nanamura patted the dust on the top of his suit jacket and said, there is no way for someone to enter and leave. His conclusion is the same as mine. Where did the criminal disappear to? Perhaps. Nanamura pointed to the wall with X painted on it. The wall? Are you trying to say that the culprit went through the wall? What if the criminal could really go through the wall? Next door is Chade's room. I'm gonna go check. Nanamura inserted the card in the door and went to the corridor. The door closed before my eyes. I'm coming too. I reached out and pushed the door, trying to go after him. Can't be opened. During this time period, the door will be automatically locked. Alas, I was locked up again. From the corridor, Mifune shouted Detective San in a long, drawn-out voice. Nanamura had said, if you see someone, call that person's name out loud. She is probably following Nanamura's instructions to the letter. Sorry, Nanamura-san. I'm locked up. I said while knocking on the door. After 2 or 3 minutes, Nanamura returned. The door opened and I came to the corridor. Samadare-san. Mifune was waving her hand from the corner of the corridor. I waved back to her in response. Looks like we've been tricked. Nanamura raised his chin towards the next room. Tricked? The door of the next room is closed. Nanamura probably left the room after checking the interior, and the door closed automatically. Nanamura inserted the card again and opened the door. What appeared before my eyes is an unexpected sight. Cheijakio had slid off the right side of the bed, his head still resting on it, staring at the ceiling, with his eyes wide open as if in shock, and so was his mouth. His arms are spread out limply on both sides of his body, and his legs are just as limp, spreading slightly toward the depth of the room. The baseball cap that looked like his personal trademark had fallen behind the bed. The sunglasses were a bit crooked and still hanging on his face. The sports bag lying in front of the bed must be his luggage. Chaide-san. He's dead. Nanamura declared Chaide's death in a tone no different from his usual one. He's really dead? Yeah, his pulse and breathing are gone. I've confirmed it just now. Moreover, there are choke marks on his neck. It seems that he was strangled to death. Strangled to death. Of course, there is no one else in the room. I checked the time on my phone. 10:30. Starting at the curfew of 10 o'clock, the criminal killed Chaide and then fled in just 30 minutes. We did witness the figure of the suspected criminal just now. However, didn't the criminal enter the empty room next door? In fact, there is indeed a trace in the empty room next door, which should have been left after the criminal entered. The X on the wall. Was that hinting at Chaide's death next door? I stepped into the room with horror. I inspected the body. No breathing, as for the pulse. I can't do it. I can't dare to touch him. My field of expertise is not murder cases, and I don't know how to do an autopsy. However, the fact that Chage is dead can already be seen at a glance as long as I look at his motionless pupils. I inspected the integrated bathroom. Nobody. I checked under the bed. Nobody. I checked the window. The iron bars are so hard that it can't be shaken. This room is also a completely locked room. The blankets on the bed are rolled up into a ball, but the size can't hide anyone. Samadar-kun, take a look at the neck of the corpse. It clearly shows the shape of human fingers. It seems that he was strangled to death directly by hand. You can also find the traces left by the victim when he resisted. If so, then the criminal might have been scratched. Unless the criminal is wearing gloves. Chage-san has something in his mouth. I noticed something and said. There is a foreign object in his mouth. Nanamura took out tweezers from the inner pocket of his suit and removed the object from Chage's mouth. It was a piece of paper crumpled up into a ball. Nanamura put it on the bed and unfolded it while making sure to not touch it with his hands. It has words written on it. First target revenge successful. We were tricked. We let the criminal take the lead. Nanamura and I kept the crime scene as it is and came out of the room. We returned to Mifune and briefly explained what happened to her. Mifune panicked, with a confused expression. You girls go back to the lobby first, and I'll release the others who are locked up. Okay. I went down the stairs with Mifune to the first floor. We tried to enter the lobby, but found that the door of the lobby also requires a keycard to open. I sat down in the corridor with Mifune and decided to wait for everyone here. We didn't feel our lives are in danger, because of the rule that only one person is killed every night. At least no one else will die tonight. Because of the death of someone else, we can have a sense of peace. If we stay in this environment for a few more days, I wonder if we will have a mental breakdown. How exactly did the criminal kill Chage, and where did he disappear to? After meeting up with each other except for Chage, who was already dead, we went to the waiting area in the lobby. Everyone except me, Mifune, Kirigiri, and Nanamura had their hiking bags with the huge sum of money firmly in their arms. We sat down on the sofas with tired expressions after having experienced terror. My reunion with Kirigiri was an anticlimactic one. Are you okay? Yes. Just 2 sentences. Because I saw the corpse earlier, I'm now in a heavy mood, and Kirigiri's expression about that incident is also very serious. No wonder our conversation couldn't pick up. Nanamura's told them that Chage had been killed. Nanamura didn't want to explain more, so I told them the details instead of him. The person disappeared into the empty room? Minace had an unbelieving expression. I also saw someone enter that empty room. It's true. Mifune said. Why did the murderer enter the empty room? I don't know. I shook my head. See, so it's true. Minace raised his voice a little excitedly. Detectives aren't useful at all. If you don't have the detective rights, your own personal safety isn't guaranteed, and this murder has proved that. How can you say that? I thought about how to refute him. However, I couldn't say anything. It's true that I did fail this time. Nanamura was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Even though he confessed his failure bluntly, his attitude was still cocky. Does that mean he's the fastest at regaining his composure too? Mifune-san, I have a question. I wonder if it's okay to ask it. Kirigiri suddenly opened her mouth. What? Did anyone come in or out of the rooms during your time in the corridor? Well, Emma, think about it from the beginning. Wait a sec. First, Detective-san and Samadar-san entered the empty room, right? Then after what should have been almost 20 minutes. Detective-san came out of the empty room alone, so I called out Detective-san because he told me to shout the name of anyone coming out. Then what? Detective-san entered the next room, which is the room where the man with the baseball cap was staying in. But after almost 2 minutes, he came out and went back to the empty room. Samadar-san came out of the empty room, and the two of them went into the room where the man with the baseball cap stayed in. What else? Did any of the other doors open? Well, the only doors that opened were of the rooms that Detective-san and Samadar-san entered, and no one else entered or left any room. At that time, the only people released by Nanamura with the master key were me and Mifune, who sat at the corner of the corridor as a watchman. If Mifune's testimony is accurate, it can be assumed that everyone but us were still locked in their rooms. However, the choke marks on Chage's neck showed that he was strangled to death directly by hand. If no one had entered or left any room, then naturally no one was able to choke him. In other words, you mean it went like this, Shinsen said, putting his fingers on his knees. The murderer killed Chage-san when they went to his room at 10 p.m., and when they were about to go back, they happened to run into Nanamura-san and the others, so they fled into the empty room in a hurry. Nanamura-san and the others chased after them, but the murderer disappeared from the empty room. I guess so, yeah. Toyano agreed. Hey, Grandpa. Yasura said in a very sweet, cloying voice. Speaking of disappearing from locked rooms, isn't that an escape artist's specialty? Don't you know what technique was used there, Grandpa? Who are you calling Grandpa? I'm not yet at the age to be called that by anyone. Toyano said as he scratched his head. That's right. I've been nicknamed the Japanese Copperfield. There are no locked rooms that I can't escape. See? So you admit that you are the criminal? Yuzuru grinned. What did you say? I have been locked in my room the entire time. Why am I the murderer? Fufufu, you're so flustered. I'm joking, Grandpa. Right, my dear? Yuzuru set to the hiking bag in her arms. Toyano frowned and plopped his rear on the sofa. Is the criminal really among these people? It should be impossible for everyone locked in the guest rooms to kill Chage. The criminal rushed to the target's room before the detective to kill him. This wasn't difficult in itself, because the criminal wasn't restricted by the curfew. However, in this case, the criminal shouldn't have been able to return to their room after committing the crime, because the watchman, Mifune, was in the corridor. If her testimony is correct, then after the criminal disappeared from the empty room, they probably didn't return to their room. However, Nanamura released everyone from their respective rooms, which means that every person was in their guest rooms, which contradicts the fact that the criminal didn't return to their room. This means that the criminal is not among these people, doesn't it? The criminal of this black challenge is indeed hiding somewhere in this hotel, monitoring and controlling us from a distance. Hey, Kirigiri-chan. I said to her sitting on the sofa next to me. You want to say the criminal isn't among these people, right, One-sama? Kirigiri whispered in my ear as if she didn't want the others around her to hear. How did you know? Just by looking at your eyes, Yui One-sama. And I'm also starting to think that maybe this is the case. Then it really is. It's hard to say right now. There are still many mysteries that must be solved, such as how the criminal disappeared, and the mystery of the locked room, and so on. For some reason, Kirigiri's eyes looked glittering. She had been trained purely as a detective since she was very little. No wonder she seemed so energetic at the crime scene of this case. After all, this is her battleground. Before that, maybe she even suppressed this feeling in her heart. And now, she was completely free from her shackles. It's very reassuring somehow. I have one thing I want to confirm. Shinsen leaned forward on the sofa and raised his right hand to speak. What is it, Pops? I give you permission to speak. Mayonnaise pointed at him and said. Nanamura-san and Samadar-san, you two stayed in the empty room for 20 minutes, correct? May I ask what you were doing in there? Eh? Does he suspect me? Well, we were surprised when we found out that the criminal had disappeared, so we investigated the interior. It's 1000% the truth, am I right, Nanamura-san? When I asked Nanamura, he raised his right hand slightly in response. A full 20 minutes? You left Mifune-san in the hallway there alone? I was also very worried about Mifune-san's safety. But she was in a position where she can see anyone immediately even if they approached her. No, I don't mean to blame you for this. The bigger problem is on Mifune-san's side. Eh? And me? What about me? Mifune-san was alone for 20 minutes, correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't understand what Shinsen's intention was with this question and felt quite puzzled. So does this speculation of mine make sense? Samadar-san, the figure you witnessed in the hallway was not the murderer, but an accomplice hiding somewhere in this hotel. The real murderer is Mifune-san. What? Me? What do you mean? The accomplice deliberately appeared in front of the two detectives, lured them out, and escaped into the empty room. The accomplice disappeared by some means. The two detectives were surprised by this, and they started checking the inside of the room. In fact, they remained in the room for a full 20 minutes, and those 20 minutes were the problem. During that time, there was a person released by the detective who was free, and that person was in the corridor that was Mifune-san. But if Pumpkin-chan is the murderer, and she has the master key in her hand, why wait for the detective to release her, right my dear? Yazura said to the hiking bag. No, she waited for the detective to come and release her, volunteered to be the watchman, and stayed in the corridor. She did all that to make this series of good impressions on others. However, while the two detectives were investigating the empty room, she wasn't actually in the corridor. Then where was she? Mayonnaise said fiercely. Room 311, the room where Mr. Chage was murdered in. You mean Mifune-san killed Chage-san while we were investigating the empty room? I was astounded. This is indeed a possibility. If she is the criminal, then she was perfectly capable of breaking into Chage's room. After killing Chage within 20 minutes, she simply returned to the corner of the corridor as if nothing had happened. I'm not the criminal. You. Mifune began to tremble. Seeing her look like a frightened little animal, it's really hard for me to imagine her committing such a daring crime. But theoretically, you are the only one who could have. Shinsen is still pressing hard. Please wait a minute. According to you, Mifune-san had to be released very early, right? I tried to refute him. But we used playing cards to determine the room allocation order. She could have not been able to stay in her ideal room, that is, the room closest to the detective. In that case, she can just skip the crime that day. There are still 4 more options, so there has to be a time where she gets a room closer to the detective at least once. I was instantly refuted. So, the criminal really is Mifune? Wait, it's impossible for Pumpkinhead to be the criminal. Mayonnaise interjected. What do you mean? Shinsen asked in a calm manner. Shinsen-san, to put it simply, you think this Pumpkinhead is pretending to be on watchman while she's not actually in the corridor, right? Unfortunately, that's not possible. Why is that? Because she was talking to me from the corridor through the door at that time. Ah, yes, indeed. Mifune suddenly remembered. At that time, there was noise outside the door, and the detective wasn't coming for a long time. I knocked on the door and shouted, "Get me out of here." Then came the sound of Pumpkinhead outside. I spoke to her quite a lot. Mifune's position is indeed very close to Mayonnaise room, and it is possible to talk through the door. You guys kept talking for 20 minutes? Shinsen asked. No, only about 10 minutes, I think. Mifune nodded repeatedly. Then maybe she committed the crime within the remaining 10 minutes. That's not possible. Yazuru retorted immediately. Before Pumpkin-chan shouted Detective San, about 5 minutes or so, I also talked to her for a while. I heard a sound outside the room, so I called through the door and she answered me. Right, my dear? Yazuru's room is also at the corner of the corridor. The range should be enough for them to talk. Is it possible that something like a walkie-talkie was used? Mifune-san just put one on the floor and used the other to talk to you even if she was not there. Shinsen is very calm. He can think of how to refute it once. It looks like this person can't be underestimated. I don't know, but through the door I was hearing Pumpkin-chan's voice a little closer at sometimes and a little farther away at others, so I think she was there. Yazuru said with a charming smile. I think so too. Mayonnaise nodded. Is that so? Shinsen thought for a while, then spoke again. I understand. We can safely say that it is impossible for Mifune-san to carry out a crime. I withdrew my claim that Mifune-san is the murderer. It seems that I made a mistake. I am very sorry. Shinsen stood up and bowed. Mifune pouted and glared at Shinsen, but she doesn't look like she has any intention of condemning him. We can say that both Mayonnaise and Yazuru have confirmed Mifune's alibi. Mifune was indeed watching from the corner of the corridor, and the inference that she secretly killed Chage isn't valid. At the same time, her testimony during the time I was on watch, no one entered or left any room, must be accepted as a fact. But then it's not clear who the murderer really is. Toyano looked very tired, with his shoulders slumping. My thoughts are that the man who controlled Norman is hiding somewhere in this hotel. They must have taken a secret path that only they knew to kill Chage. We investigated the room very carefully and found no secret passages. I said. Then you didn't investigate thoroughly. Listen, escape methods are always tricky. The magician's chains can be unlocked at once, and where at first glance there seems to be nothing, there is actually a secret passage or a secret compartment. If you're so sure, why don't you go and check out the room yourself? I said grumblingly. Maybe you will discover something that only experts can detect. Right, wait until I get some rest first. Toyano yawned and said. This man is really not in a hurry. He thinks there won't be any danger at least until tomorrow's auction. Or is it possible that he used escape magic to kill Chage? Chage and Toyano's rooms are next to each other. If there's a wall trick that we don't know about. Toyano rushed into the empty room, passed through the wall marked with the X to Chage's room. Killed Chage, who was caught off guard. Next, he walked through another wall and returned to his room of 310. I wonder if this could have happened. The man who killed many people in this hotel said. Someone was spying on me from inside the wall. There is also the X mark on that wall. Is it possible that the walls hide some secret? Anyway, it's necessary to investigate the crime scene in detail. Hey, Kirigiri-chan, let's investigate the third floor. Yes, I'm thinking about investigating it too, but it's better to wait until morning. Why? If we don't bring Nanamura-san with us, we can't unlock the doors. It would be too troublesome to ask him for everything. After 7 a.m., we can move around freely, so let's wait until then. But the criminal may take advantage of this time to destroy any important evidence. Then it's necessary to monitor whether anyone enters or exits this lobby. Kirigiri stood up from the sofa and suddenly walked towards the corner of the lobby. Wait, where are you going? I hurried to catch up. There is no need to stay with them. Kirigiri folded her skirt and sat down on the floor in the corner of the lobby, hugging her knees. Immediately next to it is the door to the lobby, and it's the best place to keep an eye on people entering and exiting from here. You're so uncooperative. It's not like that. Kirigiri retorted with an unhappy expression. I'm just cherry-picking. Hey, if the criminal really is among these people, there is really no way to cooperate. I looked at the people sitting on the sofas. Kirigiri-chan, do you have a clue about the identity of the criminal? How can I know who the culprit is when I haven't even investigated the corpse yet? I really need to go and see the corpse soon. Kirigiri said something unlike what any middle school student would say and shrugged her shoulders. Hey, Yuyona-sama, I have a question for you. About the figure you saw in the corridor, did you see anything clearly about that person's appearance and figure? Because of the night, the light in the corridor was quite dim, so I hardly saw anything. My eyesight isn't very good too. However, there was someone in the corridor. There is no doubt about that. Mifune-san also saw it. You don't even know if they were male or female? Yeah. That person disappeared around the corner in an instant. What about the clothes? Was it a skirt or pants? I don't think it was fluttering like a skirt at least, but when that person ran into the empty room of 312, I remember that the hem of their clothes floated up. Was it the hem of a coat or a top? When you say that, then it might be. It wasn't very clear. You don't know anything. What were you looking at, One-sama? It couldn't be helped. It's that kind of situation. If only One-sama looked at the criminal properly, maybe the case would have been solved by now. That's right, but I have no words to say. So far, the black challenge is being carried out according to the culprit's plan. Although I'm not happy about it, I have to admit that we are completely passive. We must quickly find the criminal and bring this black challenge to an end. Speaking of, I remembered something. When you entered your room at 10 o'clock, Chaev-san stopped me and told me some strange things. At the time I thought he was talking nonsense again, but now that I think about it, he might have wanted to send me some kind of message. What did he say? I told Kirigiri exactly what Chaev told me. Shinsen-san is the Shinigami? I think he was most likely talking nonsense. But that doesn't contradict what Shinsen-san said when he introduced himself. Kirigiri said, staring at the floor intently. He's always unconsciously drawn to death-related places, whether it comes from his own will or not. Maybe that's the case. It's a feeling I can understand. I don't understand it at all. I shook my head feebly. But the fact that he was the only one who didn't receive an invitation to the black challenge is concerning. I wonder if he is just an uninvited visitor, or if he's the criminal? If this is the case, it would be too simple. According to common sense, the most suspicious person isn't always the criminal, but he may be an important person who will sway our fate in the future. I rarely hear you say abstract words like fate. Is that so? Yui One-sama, you probably can't imagine it, but I actually like this kind of words. Hey, I expected you would disdainfully say that words like fate and hope are illogical. I'm just interested in things that can't be explained by logic alone. Kirigiri said without emotion, turning her face to the side. I checked the time and it was almost midnight. The people sitting on the sofas naturally all looked nervous, with their heads hanging down and without saying a word. Among them, only Nanamura, who owns the detective rights, was still the same as usual, with his legs crossed. He has already suffered a defeat at the hands of the criminal, and I don't know how he can be so calm after that. In any case, we can only wait till morning like this. I wanted to chat with Kirigiri, but when I looked back, I found her resting her chin on her lap, breathing steadily in her sleep. She must be very tired. I looked at the side of her sleeping face. I noticed her eyelashes are long. No matter how I look at her, she has the sleeping face of a 13-year-old girl. Her pale cheeks look soft, and her slightly parted lips add a striking red compared to her pale skin, which looks to have no temperature. When she takes off her guard, her expression becomes so innocent and lovely. The mature expression she usually shows must be filled with her steel determination to bravely face bloody detective events and cases. The thought that she has been bound by a predestined fate makes my heart ache. Before that, she inadvertently revealed her confusion about her detective identity, which I think is understandable. Will she continue to live as a detective in the future? Or will she give up on it one day? Either way, I hope she can at least keep her cute sleeping face. While paying attention not to wake her up, I took out the bunko book from my backpack and started reading. It's necessary to monitor whether anyone enters or exits the lobby. I'm very good at staying up late. When I was in middle school, I wrote poems until morning several times. Of course, I burnt my poetry copybook later. Incidentally, the door to the lobby has been left open and the door jammer, Nanamura's ballpoint pen, has been fitted for future convenience, so anyone can come and go without having the key. I was reading the book while fighting drowsiness when I suddenly felt a slight pressure on my right shoulder. It turned out that Kirigiri had fallen asleep leaning on me. I couldn't help but want to caress her head, but in the end I gave up on it. I felt her weight and continued to read. When I woke up, I found myself face down on the floor. My glasses had also fallen off and landed in front of me. With a jolt, I quickly propped up my body and put my glasses back on. You don't need to panic so much, One-sama. Kirigiri was right next to me. It would be nice if all those things that had happened were just a dream. I thought about that while looking around. Of course, the reality before me is still the ruins of the hotel, and those familiar faces were resting on the sofas. You don't have good sleeping looks, Yui One-sama. Kirigiri said with a giggle. She was holding my bunko book in one hand. I fell asleep? Yeah. I got afraid a little. I thought I fainted after being attacked. I looked at my phone. It's almost 7 a.m. The nighttime is almost over. I slept for a long time. I said while rubbing my eyes. Sorry, Kirigiri-chan. No, it's okay, and this book is surprisingly interesting. Kirigiri closed the bunko book and placed it next to me. The title of this book is Nagai i.e. Satsujin. Is it a detective's fate to read mystery novels no matter what the circumstances are? Then I'll lend you the sequel next time. I stood up and did a stretch. After staying here for a while, I feel like my vitality is being reduced bit by bit. I really hope this case can be solved soon. Kirigiri also stood up and started imitating my stretching exercises. I looked towards the waiting area and saw that they were all asleep on the sofas. Mifune had rolled off the sofa and fell on the floor. I don't think they were killed, but they have been here for 2 days. They must definitely be more tired than us. At least during the time we've been watching, no one has been in or out of the lobby. Kirigiri quickly went out of the lobby. I hurried followed her. We went up the stairs and entered the guest rooms area on the 3rd floor. The lights are still very dim, retaining the creepy atmosphere of the night. I remembered the dark shadow of the criminal I saw at the corner of the corridor, and my body started to shiver. Kirigiri walked straight into the depths of the corridor. Just as we were walking around the corner, the lights suddenly turned on. I checked the time and it's now 7 a.m. It seems that when fixed times are reached, the lights will switch on and off automatically. First is checking the body of Chaev-san. Kirigiri opened the door of the second room from the far side of the corridor, which is room 311. The door can be opened without a keycard. Has the situation in the room been changed? Hearing Kirigiri's question, I checked the room. Chae's corpse was placed there like when I first saw it, sitting on the right side of the bed. The shocked expression on his face hadn't changed either. The only thing that had changed was probably his face, which became paler. Nothing changed. It's exactly the same as when the body was found. Really, that's good. Kirigiri took out black gloves from her uniform pocket and put them on both hands, probably to prevent leaving fingerprints. Black gloves are rare. Police and forensics use white gloves. Because I'm a detective. Kirigiri said so, and walked to the body. While she was examining the body, I idly investigated the interior, but nothing new was discovered. Maybe a button fell on the ground. I thought so, but things weren't so coincidental. There was nothing suspicious on the floor. The sports bag placed in front of the bed is stuffed with a change of clothes, all of which were baseball uniforms. There is no mistake in this murder. The immediate cause of death was strangulation by hand. Kirigiri stared at the body closely. It's a good thing she's so calm. As expected of a detective with the number 9. I gave a nod from a distance. I'm just curious about a few things. What? In addition to the strangulation marks, there are traces of a rope near the jaw. In other words, the victim's neck was strangled twice? Kirigiri moved closer to me. She stood on her tiptoes for a moment and reaches her hands out to my neck. Her gloved fingertips touched my neck and it tickled a little. I desperately resisted making strange noises. Like this. Kirigiri moved to the other side of the bed, then knelt on the bed, approaching the corpse. Her head is resting on the bed behind Shage, which has his head resting on the other edge of the bed, and looking up at the ceiling. Kirigiri came to a position where she could look down at the head of the body. Then, she stretched both her hands out to the body, choking his neck from behind like this. Kirigiri made a fake choking motion and got off the bed. Indeed, for a person facing upwards, as long as you approach him from the direction of his head, then choke his neck, the strangulation marks will be upside down. So, when Shage-san was resting his head against the bed, the criminal secretly approached him from across the bed and strangled him to death. Am I getting this right? From the current situation alone, it should be like this. That's weird. I said, looking around the room again. If Shijisen was resting by the bed, then he couldn't have been unaware when the criminal came in through the door of the room. Could it be that he slept so deeply to the point he didn't notice? In that case, it's unnatural for the criminal to go around to the other side of the bed and choke his neck. If Chaev-san didn't notice the criminal, then the criminal could have just choked his neck from the front, so why bother? Yes. Having said that, under the circumstances at the time, it should be impossible for Chaev-san to sleep deeply. After all, there was no telling when the culprit was going to attack. I suddenly thought of something. If the criminal came in through the door, Chaev would notice that immediately. And, according to Mifyun's testimony, we can already be sure that no one entered or left the room through the door. But if we assume the criminal came through the wall on the left, could the criminal sneak up from behind Chaev and strangle him to death? The wall on the left. Next door is the mysterious room 312, where the criminal disappeared. Kirigiri-chan, do you think humans can walk through walls? What's wrong, Yui-wan-sama? Not only humans, but even capybaras can't pass through walls. But this murder case can only happen through walls. I started to check the walls. Of course, I have examined them thoroughly before, but I might have possibly missed it. I wonder if the whole wall can rotate around like the ones in ninja residences. It doesn't look like there is such a mechanism. The secret must be hidden somewhere. After all, this room is already strange. I said, scanning the wall. Obviously, the Crime Victims Relief Committee asked someone to modify it. How else could there be such prison-like rooms in this hotel? Yes, they modified the building for this game, there's no doubt about that. Kirigiri agreed. However, since inspecting the walls resulted in nothing, then the answer should be somewhere else. Somewhere else, huh? Indeed, even if there is a hidden door in the wall, the switch does not necessarily have to be nearby. It could be in the bathroom, or it could be in a corner on the ceiling. But no matter how much more I searched, I didn't find anything similar to that. Kirigiri began to check Chae's luggage. She found a mobile phone, but she didn't seem to have any interest in it, so she put it back. Then she found a notebook. I ran through the contents of the notebook with Kirigiri. It looks to be the subject of an interview. It's full of things that make me feel baffled, such as a UFO sighting in some country, a meteorite fall, confirmation of a certain new military weapon, and so on. According to the notes written by this man, the human race has faced extinction-level crises several times. Kirigiri said impatiently. Another one of those conspiracy theories he talked about? Yeah, it seems that he was quite keen on collecting materials for the demise of mankind. Kirigiri put the notebook back. The demise of mankind, I wonder if that will happen in the future. Speaking of, Nanamura once said that when a 000 ranked detective becomes a criminal, a national-level response plan should be developed. If that's true, if the chairman of the Crime Victims Relief Committee is a 000, doesn't that mean that a catastrophe is underway? Kirigiri suddenly picked up the piece of paper lying on the bed. Was this note on the bed from the beginning? The note reads, first target revenge successful. No, this note was actually crumpled up and stuffed in the body's mouth. It's really eerie. In the mouth? Yeah, that's how we found it. Is that so? I'm finding this case increasingly puzzling, Kirigiri said, clutching her arm. One thing I want to confirm. When you stepped into this room, Yui-wan-sama, was Chaev-san really dead? Yes, Nanamura-san also said that Chaev-san is dead. It doesn't matter what he said. Yui-wan-sama, in your opinion, was Chaev-san dead at that time? I don't know. I made it clear beforehand that I'm not used to corpses as you are. I don't know if he was dead or pretending to be dead. But if I have to say, I think he should have been dead, because his pupils didn't react. That's enough, Wan-sama, I'm sure you'll make it through the changeover to 9. These murder cases really make me sick. I said with a bitter smile. When the body was initially discovered, Chaev-san was actually still alive, there shouldn't be any other possibility. He faked his own death for some reason, and then was killed by the criminal after the others left. Kirigiri listed the possible scenarios, and then denied it, talking to herself non-stop. Yui-wan-sama, there really isn't any change in this room? Yeah, I guarantee that. Right. Kirigiri looked around the room while clutching her arms. I surveyed the interior with her and thought back on the case. Hey, Kirigiri-chan, you don't think Nanamura-san is the criminal, right? I thought that was a rather absurd statement myself. However, considering the situation at the time Nanamura was the first person to set foot on the crime scene of the murder, I have to say, the possibility of him being the criminal is quite high. He used the master key obtained by the detective rights to enter the room where Chaev was and killed him, and then pretended to be the first witness and told me Chaev was dead. I don't know what his motive was for doing this, but it's possible that he took the opportunity to use the Black Challenge development process to kill. The figure we saw in the corridor was actually the criminal. Nanamura cleverly used the situation to kill Chaev and blamed the criminal for the crime. That's impossible. This idea of mine was shot down by Kirigiri in one sentence. But there's no other possibility. Leaving aside the motive, only Nanamura-san could have killed. No, it's impossible for Nanamura-san to commit murder, because he didn't have enough time. Nanamura-san only stayed on the crime scene for 2 or 3 minutes, right? He couldn't have strangled a person in such a short time. Ah, that's right. It takes at least 10 minutes to suffocate an adult man by strangulation. Nanamura-san shouldn't have had that time. Indeed so. I even suspected the detective, which really made me feel embarrassed. In that case, who is the criminal? Are they really among us? After the night hours began, Nanamura and I basically acted together, so it's safe to say it's impossible for him to commit the crime. Of course, I'm not the criminal either. Mifune was alone in the corridor for about 20 minutes, but Minace and Yuzuru in the nearby rooms testified that she had an alibi. In addition, Mifune's testimony can also prove that Minace and Yuzuru stayed in their rooms, so it should be correct. The problem lies with the remaining 3, Toyanoa, Shinsen, and Kirigiri. After the incident, Nanamura released them from their rooms. But during the period before they were released, it's impossible to prove that they had been in their rooms. Yui-wan-sama, why do you look so serious? Kirigiri leaned over to me and stared at my face closely. Could it be, you are wondering if I'm the criminal again? That isn't true. I never doubted her at all. I trust her very much. In that case, you're too incompetent as a detective. Wan-sama, a detective must suspect everyone equally, even their own relatives. As long as the possibility cannot be logically denied, it must be investigated to the end. Is this also part of the Kirigiri family tradition? Yes. Kirigiri said, probably with her head held high. That means you also think I might be the criminal. No, I'm not. Kirigiri said, a little flustered. Because I have logically dismissed the possibility that Wan-sama is the criminal, so I wouldn't think so. Really? Really, believe me. Kirigiri said with a troubled expression. It was pointless to press this any further, so I didn't pursue it. A detective who doubts everyone equally, even the relatives. I wonder if she can do that. No, she can do it, because she is Kirigiri Kyoko. What if I was the criminal? She will definitely point the finger of suspicion at me accurately. In the end, it's just like what the Black Challenge preview said. Both the disappearance and the locked room tricks have been realized. This room really is a complete locked room mystery. I turned my face away from Kirigiri to change the subject. Is it really a locked room mystery? Could there be a more perfect locked room than this? The door was locked, there was a person watching outside, and there was no secret passage. The window was small and too difficult to pass through, not to mention the iron bars on it. All this is not a 100% perfect locked room mystery? I think it's about 90% at best. Kirigiri said, pointing to the window. At least there is this gap in the locked room. The iron-barred window. It might be because the sky was already bright, and the window looked a little white, but there was no sign of a clear sky at all, only a gloomy gray one could be seen. Even capybaras can't get through those bars. But I think a child capybara should still be able to pass through. But that's the only gap. Let me take a look. I walked over to the wall and looked up at the window. I should be able to see outside by stepping on the bed, but the feet of the bed are fixed to the floor, so there is no way to drag it to the wall. So I used my pride and joy, which is my jumping power, grabbed the iron bars, and used the pull-up technique to pull my body upwards to look out. It was pitch black outside last night, and nothing was visible, but now I can see the mountain shrouded in morning mist. There are not only no other people nearby, but also no man-made thing in sight. I put my face close to the iron bars and looked down, but I couldn't see the ground at all. There's nothing. Are the iron bars strong? Can't you take them off? I can't, I was exhausted and my feet hit the ground. Are there any buildings or rooms around? If there were, we wouldn't have needed to climb up to see it. There is nothing to see but nature. In addition, we also checked the window of room 301 later, and there were indeed no structures nearby. The window was just a small hole in the cement wall. Looking out from the window, there is only a stretch of mountains. They must have been like this for hundreds of years. Next, we came to the innermost room of 312. Kirigiri spent an hour inspecting the room, but she did not find any secret passages or strange switches or the like. The criminal disappeared in this room like a puff of smoke, but the more we investigated, the more we realized that this was simply impossible. With doubt shrouding my heart, I looked at the mark on the wall. I give up. I threw up my hands. What on earth does this X mean? As you can see, this mark is supposed to indicate the dead. First target revenge successful, right? I sat down on the bed and shook my head weakly. How many people are still the targets of this black challenge? I counted with my fingers and suddenly noticed something. 8 people are still alive. Among them, Detective Nanamura came at the call of the challenge letter, so I should be able to exclude him from being a target. Kirigiri and I who followed him can't be the target either. There are 5 people left. If the criminal is among them, then remove the criminal and there are 4 remaining. Killing 4 people in the remaining 4 auctions? It may not be impossible for this case's criminal. However, it's important to consider the possibility that the target will bid for the detective rights and that the target will be protected by the detective. The criminal can't afford to kill other unrelated people. Is it safe to assume that me and Kirigiri are within a safe zone? No, it's hard to tell. The target may only be one person. In that case, the criminal may also try to get rid of those of us who are in the way. The life-threatening challenge is not over yet. I came out of the room with Kirigiri. The night hours have passed, so in terms of rules, our personal safety is guaranteed. At least until 6 p.m. when the auction begins, so we can consider this our free time. Kirigiri-chan, why don't we take a shower while we can? It's too dangerous to take a shower at night, so this is the only time we can do it. It's okay to not take a shower for a week. Nope. Girls are not supposed to think like that. As a result, we decided to take a shower in the bathroom of room 302. When I asked Kirigiri if she wanted me to wash her, she blatantly refused, so we took turns. Since there was no outlet in the room for us to use the hairdryer, I dried Kirigiri's hair with a towel. Kirigiri's hair is soft and smooth, just like the most delicate silk thread made by God in this world. I'll braid it for you, I've always wanted to try that. I can do it myself. It's alright, it's alright. We sat side by side on the bed, I braided Kirigiri's hair, and she meekly let me do it. What are we going to do at the next auction? You have to be more cautious in your bids. Since it was proven that the idea of people with detective rights saving people who don't have detective rights isn't tenable. Everyone will definitely bid for the detective rights to protect themselves. This time we must shoot for detective rights as a detective. Right. Even if a murder happened, as long as you have the detective rights, you can be the first to step into the crime scene. I see, that's one of the benefits. Listening to the voices of the dead is also the job of the detective. However, if possible, it would be best if there were no dead. This is probably the difference between the number 9 and the number 8. 9 specializes in murder cases, while 8 is one step away from murder and is a detective who rescues people who have lost their personal freedom. Speaking of which, I wonder what Nanamura-san plans to do. He spent all 100 million at yesterday's auction. About that. Because I was fiddling with Kirigiri's hair, she only cast her eyes over. Originally, according to the rules of the Black Challenge, the detective summoned is a player in the game, and they are indispensable, correct? Then what about this game? According to the current rules, the role of the detective has changed due to the detective rights auctions, but I believe the original rule of the detective summoned is indispensable is still valid. In other words, even if he didn't get the detective rights, Nanamura-san will never be in danger? That's what I think. If it's okay to kill the detective just because that kind of rule can take effect, then the foundation of the Black Challenge will be shaken. Yeah, indeed, the people in the organization seem to be very strict in that regard. Nanamura-san should have also understood this, which is why he was so reckless at the auction. I see, so he didn't put in that large sum of money because of a momentary fever. But what about after that? As a player in the game, his personal safety is guaranteed. But that said, if he doesn't get the detective rights, then his actions during the night hours will be restricted. This way, he is now completely deprived of his detective capabilities. What in the world was Nanamura thinking? If he was the fastest to win the detective rights, he was also the fastest to quit the other auctions. I really don't get him. This kind of person known as an ace detective is really troublesome. What should we do to win the next auction? Do we cooperate like last time? In order for that method to hold, one condition should have been met, and that is to protect everyone's lives, and now that has been broken. Even if we did win using a lot of money, it won't be possible to keep it going. And, in the latter half of the game, all our money will probably be used up, and then we'll be in a state of helplessness. So, what should we do then? I wasted 5 million at yesterday's auction, while everyone else still has a full 100 million in their hands. There are still 4 auctions left, and 25 million is probably the maximum. If I bid more than 25 million for the next detective rights, the probability of losing at the remaining auctions will increase. Therefore, in order to win consecutively, I must try to lower the bidding amount to below 25 million. Having said that, this calculation doesn't seem to apply to my current situation. Is there any way to guarantee a win in this kind of auction? Hard to say. Kirigiri was lost in thought. What a complicated case this turned out to be. I laid down my back on the bed. There is only one light on the concrete ceiling, and nothing else. This time the Black Challenge's method deals with the detective in a very comprehensive way. Imprisoning the detective in a closed environment and holding an auction every day at a slow pace can not only deprive the detective of their rights, but also delaying it to the end of the deadline. Presumably this is the enemy's purpose. In the Black Challenge, the only way for the criminal to win is to avoid being identified by the detective. However, this doesn't mean that the criminal have to just escape, but to keep the detective trapped in a labyrinth of reasonings for the stipulated 168 hours. I guess that's how we ended up with this Black Challenge. Hey, Yui-wan-sama, the other one too. Kirigiri looked down at me lying on the bed and flicked her hair at me. It looks like she wants me to braid her hair on both sides. Sorry. I propped up and continued to braid her hair. Rather than finding a way to win at the auctions, it's probably best for us to solve the case outright. Kirigiri said so, but I'm at a loss about the case. I guess I'm not cut out to be a detective after all. When Kirigiri and I returned to the lobby, several people had already disappeared from the waiting area. Only the 2 women, Mifune and Yazuru, were sleeping on the sofa, and none of the men were there. Nanamura, Minace, Toyanowo, and Shinsen were sitting in a circle in the cafeteria eating a meal that felt a bit like a picnic, a very cozy look. If not for the current situation, mealtimes like this would have been very happy. However, each one of them has the same haggard look on his face. Where did you go just now? Minace noticed us and said, resting in our rooms upstairs for a bit. You should also eat your rice while you can. Toyanowo said while chewing on the retort-packed rice. I guess they are relieved that nighttime is over. Although we wanted to talk to Nanamura about what to do in the future, we never found a chance to be alone with him, so Kirigiri and I had no choice but to give up and return to the lobby. Kirigiri and I each took our dry food and some water and returned to room 302, where we felt most at ease. We ate a tasteless meal together in the quiet room without a word. We sat side by side on the bed and spent some time doing nothing. We were able to share silence as if we were friends who had known each other many years ago. Probably because we have experienced life-threatening situations together, I developed a feeling like it's for granted to be with Kirigiri. In fact, I can describe the relationship between her and me over the past month as wonderful and strong. Because of that, I think I can now ask about the things she's most reluctant to mention to anyone. Kirigiri-chan. What is it, Yui-wan-sama? About your father. Her eyes got slightly more serious. However, as expected from a Kirigiri, Kirigiri remained expressionless and didn't show the slightest wavering. Just like what you imagine, Yui-wan-sama, he also has the blood of the Kirigiri family running through his veins. He is a detective, or that should have been the case, but he is no longer now. So he got entangled in a case. This is one of the mysteries of the Kirigiri family. The Kirigiri family name was passed directly from grandfather to granddaughter, skipping a generation in between, and the reason is he died in the line of duty. So that's what happened. This is actually a lie. Kirigiri continued blankly. If that was the case, maybe it would have been better. I would have respected him and not despised him so much, but the reality is that he is still alive. What? He's alive. I'm surprised. I put on a calm face to keep myself from getting emotional. But why do you despise him? Abandoning the Kirigiri family name, abandoning his family, abandoning me, such a person, it's impossible for me not to despise him. Impossible. Your father ran away from home? Yes, he ran away. Despite being born as a Kirigiri, he never wanted to become a detective, then finally left everything behind and ran away. Right, so you became a detective and inherited the Kirigiri family business. That's right. Where is your father now, and what is he doing? He works as a teacher at Hope's Peak Academy. Yeah? The Hope's Peak Academy? It's the high school recognized by the government as having privileges to search for high school students with super high school level talents from all over the country to cultivate talents for the future of the country. Although he abandoned his family, he really found an amazing place to end up in. It's ironic that the person who betrayed the talents of the Kirigiri family also works in an institution that cultivates talents. But is it precisely because he knows the weight of talents that he's able to teach others about it? But it's not like your father dislikes you, right? Who knows? He often argued with grandfather because of me. The two of them always argued over my education. Generally speaking, no one would like to see adults get into arguments over them. The reason why she showed such precocious attitude may also because that environment forced her to mature up. There is no doubt that she has an outstanding talent as a detective, but it's also true that this talent restrains her. The reason why she is so attached and obedient to the concept of the detective is probably because in the complicated situation of the Kirigiri family, she has always chosen to adapt to the environment. She is indeed a naturally born detective. At the same time, however, she is also a girl who had no choice but to be a detective. It's just that, when mother was alive, grandpa and that man never argued with each other, probably because mother's existence eased the conflict between them. Kirigiri lowered her eyes and sighed. Looking back now, mother's death may have been the reason that man had to run away from home, because the Kirigiri family doesn't need a person who isn't a detective. How did your mother pass away? Sickness. She was always frail and sick, and died when I was 7 years old. The image of my mother in my memories is her pale smiling face on a hospital bed. Kirigiri looked at the wall and seemed to recall the past. In the end, I didn't get to see my mother one last time. At that time, I happened to be abroad with my grandpa, but my grandpa gave priority to completing his detective work, so he didn't return home. And I learned from him. You learned from him? She nodded. Detective work comes first, even over the death of a family member. At the age of 7, she had been confronted with the creed of the Kirigiri family. Of course, that man disapproved of grandpa's actions, and then began to completely reject the Kirigiri family. Maybe what he really wanted to reject was the Kirigiri's blood in his own body. She said in an unsentimental tone, as she always does. Your father never worked as a detective? He had been taken by grandpa to work, but he never had the will to become a detective himself. Then he never registered in the detective library either? It's impossible for him to register. For him, the detective library is probably the most terrifying place in the world. Kirigiri said, casting a tentative look at me. Although I think it's unlikely, do you think he is the 4th ranked detective whose record was erased? No, well, I just got this perspective from listening to you. It's impossible, she answered without hesitation. Even if that man became a detective, he would have only risen to rank 5 or 6 at best, no higher than that. What an awful thing to say. Since he's from the Kirigiri family bloodline, maybe he also has some hidden talents. That man loathes detectives to the extreme, so the premise that he registered in the detective library simply doesn't hold up. Although he is from the bloodline of the Kirigiri family, it seems that he cannot be the 000 detective whose record was erased. Who is that former detective who disappeared? Speaking of which, have you asked your grandpa about that former detective? I did. What was the reply? He didn't tell me, told me to find out myself. Is this also part of the detective's training? Yes. But he did tell me one thing, the nickname of the former detective. Nickname? Yes, what the former detective is best at is disguise. He is so deceptive that no one has ever seen his true face. I heard that detectives call this kind of unidentified person a variationist. Another exaggerated nickname. The situations that are most troublesome are when detectives' abilities are used to commit crimes. If that former detective really wanted to play games like Onigako or hide and seek, then it's unlikely that anyone would be a match for them. Onigako. But haven't we learned so much information already? Although I mainly knew all of it due to her. With a little extra effort, we can do it. You're so optimistic, Yui-One-sama. Since I don't have much talent, the least I can be is optimistic. Anyway, it's useless to say anything else if we don't solve this black challenge first. That's true. Today's auction is getting closer and closer, and we must deal with the case and the auction at the same time. My head is a mess. Before the time of the auction, Kirigiri and I stayed in my room to develop countermeasures. In conclusion, we didn't think of any decent countermeasures. During the auction, the atmosphere of the scene in real time will affect the results of the auction to a large extent. Yesterday's auction was a good example. In the end, all we did was wait until that time. Without psychic reasoning ability, it would be impossible to win at the auctions. 6 p.m. finally came. The time has come, so we went to the cafeteria serving as the auction venue, and from the balcony came noises. Looking up, the participants were all gathered around the dark portrait painting. What's wrong, everyone? I shouted from below, and Shinsen responded. There is a strange doll here. It wasn't here during the day. I went up to the balcony with Kirigiri. The doll is placed directly below the portrait. It's a French doll, about 50 centimeters tall, and wears a cute-looking dress with aqua blue frills. However, for some reason, the face of this doll is like an old woman. Generally speaking, the faces of such dolls are that of cute little children, but this doll's face looks like an old woman. The doll is sitting against the wall. Good evening, everyone, it's past 6 o'clock. I think it's time to start today's auction. Just like last time, an electronically synthesized voice came out of a speaker that's installed somewhere. Hey, you bastard, where are you? Come out. Mayne yelled at the ceiling. Norman said that he won't come out again, I think. Toyanoa looked back at the portrait. Yesterday this LCD screen was still a portrait of Norman, but today it's pitch black. I'm here. Huh? Where? Sitting right in front of you all. This hag doll? Who are you, bitch? I'm Norman's mother, and I will be hosting the auction in place of my son today. Shut up, I'll break you. Mayne wanted to kick the doll into the air. All of us hurried up to stop him. We don't know what will happen if you mess with it like that. Shinsen said. The doll might have a bomb inside. How could there be that kind of thing? No, I have a bad feeling about it. In fact, Wazumi-san was shot and killed yesterday. We don't know what form the murderer will attack with. Ugh, I'll believe in your bad feeling. Damn it, I guess I have to back off. You shitty hag. Mayne cursed the doll viciously and turned around. Are all the Normans coming out to play? Yuzuru still held the huge sum of money to her chest. It won't help if everyone is gathered here, so let's all go downstairs. Yuzuru walked off the balcony and sat down on a chair in the cafeteria. We followed close behind, leaving the doll that claimed to be Norman's mother in place. Then, please do your best at this time's auction for the detective rights too. That's all I have to say, and I wish you all the best. The electronic synthesized voice stopped. Did the criminal set it with a timer in advance, or does it mean that the criminal is someone other than us, and they are operating the voice from somewhere? So who's going to start? Nanamura began to run the auction like a host. Hey, everyone, I have a proposal. Toyanoa, with the tuxedo, stood up. What is it, Gramps? Isn't this a good time to consider that it's better for everyone to cooperate and give up the detective rights? Give up. I was taken aback and asked in return. That's right. Specifically, a joint boycott of the auction. Perhaps out of fear of that unidentified murderer, we were too obedient to the rules they set. When you think about it, it doesn't make sense for us to listen to that murderer at all, right? And there's no point in continuing to attend the auctions. When the nighttime period arrives, how about we ignore the curfew and all gather in the lobby and unite to protect ourselves together? I see. As long as everyone is in one place, even if the criminal shows up, we can fight back. Mayne said suddenly. Huh, but what if the murderer has a gun in their hand? If we break the rules, they might shoot us all. Mifune said with a look of fear. Indeed, if the murderer shows up with a gun, then we have no way to resist them. We can set up barriers in the lobby. In the guest rooms, the doors open outwards, which is of no use, but here we can seal the door and line up sofas and the like. I wonder if that kind of barricade will be effective. I can only imagine a dark future. Shinsen frowned. It's okay, I have already figured out how to deal with the gun. What are you going to do, Gramps? Mayne asked, his gaze dripping with suspicion. The windows in the lobby are also completely blocked, right? Which means that sunshine can't come in. What would happen if you let the lights go out? It would be pitch black, even if they have a gun, they won't find their targets. What's more, the lobby is so spacious. Bullets are hard to hit with at all. Maybe he has a point. How can we make the lights go out, and how do we repel the criminal in total darkness? All these need further consideration, but it's reasonably doable, maybe. Everyone, how long are you going to give in to the murderer? I've had enough of it. The most effective way to deal with such childish criminals is to ignore them, to let them think that it's boring to play with us. Let them have these thoughts. As long as we spend the remaining 87 hours at the lobby eating and drinking, everyone can leave safely. Toyano's words became more and more excited. Before we knew it, we were listening to his speech. A joint boycott. I see, this might be our new approach. Nanamura said with his arms folded. Then there is no need to bid this time? Mifune asked no one in particular. That machine is so scary. Isn't it better to go into that compartment too? Mayne said. At least one person must go in, or else the siren won't ring until 10 o'clock? Yeah, then let's all enter the compartment in order. If only one person enters the compartment, everyone else will worry that that person might do something fishy. If everyone enters, they won't be as afraid. In this way, starting with the person closest to the compartment, we entered one by one. Because this was already the second auction, everyone got the hang of it and proceeded quickly. It was my turn in a blink of an eye. I tried not to spend too much time, and quickly entered and came out of the compartment. That'll do. For real though? The boycott tactic, will it go well or not? The last person to enter the bidding compartment is Kirigiri. After she came out of the compartment, the siren sounded 10 minutes later, announcing the end of the auction. It's finally time. The result is displayed on the LCD screen where the portrait is located. Today's auction results: Mayne's using 500010,000 Toyano Science 300010,000 Samadar Yui 1 510-1000. Mifune Maruko 1 110,000 Shinsen Mikado 100010,000 Yuzuru 710,000 Kirigiri Kyoko 010,000. Why you guys lied to me? Toyano turned red in the face with anger. This auction is completely messed up. Toyano is to blame for everything. You are the liar here, Gramps. What joint boycott? You took the opportunity to throw in 30 million. Except for Kirigiri, everyone else invested a lot of money. So no one thought to support Toyano's idea. Grandpa, you were too fishy. Yuzuru said in a sweet voice while shaking her head. You've proved that nothing in this world is more trustworthy than money, foo-foo. Honestly, I didn't expect everyone to invest so much money. I originally thought that putting in a full 15 million would definitely make me claim the detective rights. Alright, tonight's detective is me. Mayne said in a victory pose. You fucking. I won't forgive you. Too bad for you, Gramps, the results can't be changed. Oh geez, is that really a good attitude to have towards me? Mayne raised his bidding card. I won't be helping you, alright? Ugh, how despicable. It's both our faults, you lying geezer. Mayne grabbed Toyano's collar and pushed him hard to knock him away. I'll tell you up front. I'm not gonna be a detective. I bought this detective rights just to protect myself. I'm free to use it however I want. Mayne said with a smirk on his face. He really is a person of low morals. At this rate, I'll start hating human beings in general. By the way, I've already thought of a way to win at this auction. I'm announcing here in advance that I will definitely win next time, and I will leave from here alive with a large sum of money. As for your lives, I don't care at all. Wait a sec, you're not willing to save us? Mifune began to panic. Well, Pumpkinhead, if you promise to do me a favor tonight, I won't mind saving you. I will do that. Come on. Yuzuru tapped Mifune's head lightly. How are you letting men use you, Pumpkin-chan? It's the other way around, women should use men. That's the way of life in this universe. Hey, Mayne-san, if you give me 10 million, I can do you a favor for one night, how about that? Huh? You want me to pay? Isn't this the way the world works? You can't go against the laws of the universe, am I right, handsome-san? Ugh. Is he hesitating? I've had enough of this game. I took my eyes off of them and walked over to Nanamura. Nanamura-san, do you already have a plan to identify the criminal? Oh, I'm almost done solving this case. Really? I felt like I finally found a savior. When? When will you say the criminal is you? Well, we gotta wait until the time is right. I don't get it. Nanamura, who once claimed that he would solve the case as fast as possible, has always been standing still after coming here. The fact that he's so relaxed means that he's waiting for something to happen? Maybe he hasn't figured out the identity of the criminal. No, we can't keep relying on Nanamura. He's not our leader. Kirigiri-chan, I didn't get the detective rights again, what should we do now? No need to panic, One-sama, I have an idea. But, Kirigiri-chan, what on earth are we going to do? Set a trap for the criminal. Kirigiri said with a fearless smile. The night hours of the second day are getting closer and closer. We briefly went through the room allocations for the night. The rule we used was that the higher your bid is, the closer you are to the detective. Everyone will be arranged in this order, and the remaining rooms went to Kirigiri and Nanamura. The two of them didn't rely on guesswork to decide, and each chose the room they liked. However, how the rooms are allocated tonight may not matter, because Mayne, who has the detective rights, has already declared that he won't be saving anyone. If this continues, the criminal won't have any trouble killing anyone. Who will be killed tonight? Who is the criminal's target? Without detective rights, I can't do anything, I'm completely helpless. I became a detective because I wanted to save people, but I don't expect even for this wish to be fulfilled. Maybe the criminal's next target is me. Or, maybe the criminal's target is Kirigiri. Just thinking about it makes me feel uneasy. What should I do? When I reached the stairs leading to the third floor, Kirigiri suddenly whispered to me. Yui-One-sama, are you ready? Of course. Just before, Kirigiri told me to stuff as much bottled drinking water into my backpack as possible. Although I don't understand what the point of this is, I followed her instructions and filled my backpack with bottled water. After everyone entered their rooms, you must come out to the corridor. She seems to have some idea. In this despair-inducing situation, she still hasn't given up. She gives me hope. Before 10 o'clock came, Mayne was in the room behind closed doors. He has the detective rights and his life is guaranteed. This evening must be a pleasant time for him. The people who lost at the auction all had uneasy expressions on their faces and all went inside their respective rooms to make sure they followed the curfew. 9:50. Everyone have already entered their rooms. I sneaked out into the corridor. At that time, Kirigiri also appeared at the corner of the corridor. I had the urge to jump and hug her tightly, but I tried to calm myself down. Kirigiri-chan, what should I do next? I asked her in a low voice. Tonight we'll stay locked in our rooms and can't get out. No matter who screams we hear, we won't be able to save that person. She said, her eyes were more serious than ever. I nodded. So we have to do the most with what we can do. We must protect everyone, right? Wansama, as I said before, I didn't become a detective for reasons such as protecting people or uncovering the truth. I know that, no matter what you say, your desire to protect others and the desire of seeking the truth, both of these are always present in your heart. I put down my backpack, which contains 6 500 milliliters bottles of water. Kirigiri picked up one of the bottles and opened the cap. I took it for granted that she was going to drink it, but as I was thinking that, she spilled the water on the corridor in front of room 301. Wait. I whispered to her. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you? Setting a trap. Kirigiri made puddles everywhere on the red carpet while walking deeper into the corridor. So it's like this. If you walk through this water-soaked corridor, your shoes will definitely get wet. When you walk in a place where there is no water while wearing wet shoes, you will definitely leave footprints. If you spill some water on the corridor like this, it's impossible not to leave footprints when you walk by. Wiping off the footprints one by one with a towel is time-consuming, and it's hard to guarantee that the footprints will be completely dry by morning. If I were the criminal, I would give up my intention to kill tonight. Kirigiri-chan, you're really amazing. No, this is a very common tactic. In fact, I originally wanted to use flour or starch, but we don't have it here, so I'm using water instead. Even so, I didn't expect to use water that is available everywhere to prevent a crime. Hopefully, the criminal can't do anything about it. Okay, Yui Wansama, you go into your room first. There's almost no time left. I'll help you too. No, Wansama, your room is in the middle of the corridor. You will leave footprints. Ah, right. Leave the rest to me. I'm sorry. I keep making you do things. It's okay. Kirigiri shook her head. In exchange, will you be the first one to come to me in the morning? Certainly. Kirigiri seemed very happy. She showed a smile and then disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Please stay safe. Please. The night hours have come. It's a very cold night. Although I'm indoors, my exhaled breath was turning into white mist. I wrapped myself in the blanket and curled up in front of the heater. The fear of not knowing when the criminal would open that door and lunge at me. As a detective, I was mentally prepared to die at any time. However, under the current circumstances, I might have a detective's death. While thinking about this, I quietly waited for the night to end. Suddenly, I heard someone's voice. An auditory hallucination? Recently, when I become under a lot of mental stress, I would hear my sister's voice from deep in my memory. A cry for help. Yes, this is just auditory hallucinations. It's not. The cry for help came from the room next door. The one on my right is Mifyun's. She's crying as she knocked on the door. She's waiting for the detective to open the door and release her from the room, but the detective tonight won't show up, because a person who has neither the qualifications nor the morals of a detective has obtained the detective rights. Mifyun's cry for help lasted for a while. But when I came back to my senses, her voice could no longer be heard. I hope she just got tired from yelling and rested. Could she have been killed by the criminal? I listened attentively, my body trembling. I heard creaking noises inside the building. When I was a child, I always wondered about the creaking noises my house made. I remember once going up to the attic with my sister to find out what was causing the noises. At that time, I thought there must be something moving on the ceiling. Creak. Creak. I hear something. It's a muffled human voice. No, that's a groan? Then I heard. Rustle. Rustle. From the darkness came the sound of something being dragged. Rustle. Rustle. Who on earth? Does it mean that a person is dragging something in the middle of the darkness? Just imagining it is scary. The darkness in the corner of the room is frightening. I was in my room, afraid even to look back, and kept staring at the heater, as if I was escaping from reality. I wanted to scream. I have been suppressing this impulse, waiting for the arrival of the early morning. When I stay up all night studying before an exam, it becomes morning in the blink of an eye. This night, however, the morning was late. I wonder what's happening to Kirigiri at this time. Is she still calm in this situation? I wonder if the water trap in the corridor will work. The criminal would be surprised to see the corridor like this. And they would realize that this is a netcast to catch them. If possible, I hope they gave up killing. It was finally starting to glow slightly outside the window. In the end, I didn't fall asleep at all. It's almost morning. I checked the time on my phone. 6:55. This is the longest 5 minutes of my life. During this time, all I was thinking about was Kirigiri Kyoko. As long as I can get out of here alive, I will go to her immediately. I stood up and shook the door a few times. Not unlocked yet. Finally, the sound of the door lock opening came. At the same time, I opened the door. As expected, the corridor is still wet, and there is nothing resembling footprints as far as I can see. As I looked closely at my feet, I walked towards the depths of the corridor where Kirigiri's room was located. I came to room 308. There hasn't been a single footprint up to here. In other words, no one had walked down the corridor. Did the criminal really give up the crime? Maybe we've won. I knocked on the door. The door in front of me opened, and there stood Kirigiri with red swollen eyes and a blanket covering her head as if she is pretending to be a ghost. I couldn't help but hug her tightly. The blanket fell to her feet. My tears naturally poured out, and my face and her hair got a little wet. I'm so glad. You're safe. You're overreacting, Yui Wansama, she said with a troubled look. I'm not in a dream? Am I still alive? Now is not the time to talk about dreams. Yui Wansama, did you come here ahead of everyone? Yeah, I'm the first. Any footprints? None. None? I checked carefully. Why don't you come and have a look with me? Yeah. We came out of the room and walked towards the entrance of the floor. There were no footprints in the corridor on the side of Kirigiri's room. As we were walked down the corridor, Yuzuru and Shinsen also came out of their rooms. It's a really refreshing morning. Yuzuru stretched out while still holding the huge sum of money in her arms. I didn't slit my wrists yesterday, and I didn't slit my wrists the day before. Every day is so full of life, even the corridor looks so fresh. Such a joyful feeling of welcoming a morning full of life after a whole night of what felt like a near-death experience. Yuzuru seems to have fully realized the feeling of being alive now, and I more or less feel the same as her. Ironically, it's the black challenge that made us feel alive. Good morning. I hope you are all okay. Such a very quiet greeting. Shinsen Mikado, he is a very mysterious person. He seems to be harboring a deep and profound darkness within him, but at the same time he looks like just an ordinary person who likes to keep secrets. A man known as the Shinigami. I wonder what he is seeing in this place. We walked along the corridor together and came to Mifyun's room. We knocked on the door. Mifune-san, are you okay? No response. The nighttime is over, so there is no need to stay locked up in the room anymore. It should be possible to go out at any time. Yet, she still hasn't shown up, which means... Does that mean? I'm opening the door. I opened the door. Mifune was limp all over, lying on the floor next to the door. Mifune-san, are you alright? I shook her shoulders. The feeling I touched was warm. WAAA. Mifune suddenly yelled and jumped up. Looks like you are okay. Shinsen said, seeing inside from the hallway. I fell asleep without realizing it. Thank goodness. I breathed a sigh of relief. It's probably because you cried and screamed for a long time, so you fell asleep because you were too tired. I was very worried about you. Everyone's okay? I'm glad. Mifune looked at us happily and came out of the room. Why's the hallway all wet? Is it rain leakage? At this moment, the belated Nanamura appeared. His suit is still very neat. This man is really meticulous in appearance. I'm guessing this hallway is you girls doing. Nanamura looked at me and Kirigiri. As expected, he understood quickly. We will postpone the explanation for now, and together we continued down the corridor. Room 302. That's when I noticed something strange. Look, there are footprints. Kirigiri pointed at the corridor. There are indeed footprints in front of the doors that seem to head in and out of rooms. These footprints go back and forth between rooms 302 and 301, and it looked like only one person's footprints. I immediately went straight to Kirigiri-chan without looking back, and didn't notice the footprints on this side. Let's check it out. Kirigiri opened room 302. This is Toyanoa's room. What we saw was... Sitting on the ground to the right side of the bed, with his head resting on the mattress, Toyanoa was dead. The position and state of his body are almost identical as those of Cheige. The only difference is that there's a weird doll on the bed. I remember this creepy doll. It's the old woman French doll, who claimed to be Norman's mother. When in the world did it come into the room? The doll has something similar to a sign hanging around its neck, with a fluorescent pink X mark painted on it. A little further down it reads, second target revenge successful. He's dead? Mifune asked in a muffled voice. Nanamura and Kirigiri entered the room and walked towards Toyanoa. The two detectives acted quickly as expected. After putting on her black gloves, Kirigiri touched Toyanoa's body to confirm his death. The two of them skillfully carried out the work of confirming the conditions of the crime scene. A few hours have passed since his death, and the cause of death was neck strangulation. Same as Cheige-san. I whispered. He was already dead when I entered the room last night. A voice said from behind. I looked back, and Minace is standing in the corridor with his arms folded. Mifune is obviously hostile towards him and glared at him fiercely. No wonder, since despite her desperate cries for help, Minace, who had the detective rights, did nothing. I heard strange noises from next room, and I felt a little concerned and came to take a look, partly because I wanted to try the master key. The time was about 3 a.m. I opened the door and saw that Gramps has died. Nothing has changed since then, and the doll was already placed here. After that I went back to my room to sleep. Strange noises, like something being dragged? I asked. That's right, maybe. No, what made me more concerned at that time was the groaning sound. A groan. Speaking of which, I think I remember hearing that myself. My room and Minace's room sandwiched the room where the murder scene is. In other words, the strange noises Minace heard was likely the same as the one I heard. Then could it be the groans of Toyanoa when his neck was being strangled? I suddenly felt scared when I thought about it. Was the rustle sound that of the body being moved? The position of the corpse is exactly the same as Chaige's. From this point of view, it's very likely that the murderer had deliberately arranged them this way. Why was it necessary for the criminal to deliberately position the bodies like this? It's a real mystery. Minace-san. Kirigiri suddenly said. When you entered this room, did you see anyone else's footprints in the hallway? Footprints? No, didn't notice at all. The only traces of footprints on the corridor were the ones that went back and forth between Minace's room and Toyanoa's room. Considering Minace's testimony, we can only assume that these are Minace's footprints. Apart from that, there were no other footprints, which proves that no one else came out of their room last night. Minace-san, are you the murderer? Yuzuru offered to say. Sooner or later someone would have said this sentence out loud. Why me? Because you're the only one who got in and out of room 302. Wait, it's true that I have a master key from the detective rights in my hand. But I'm not the only one who has a master key, the murderer also has it, right? It was the murderer who killed Gramps. And where did that murderer come from? How should I know? Last night I spilled water on the corridor with my Kirigiri-chan. I interjected in the conversation between the two of them. If someone had walked down the corridor last night, they would have definitely left footprints. However, the only footprints that were left were the ones Minace-san left when he went to Toyanoa-san's room and when he went back, that's all. And that means I killed him? Stop kidding around. Gramps was already dead when I entered the room, that's the truth. I wonder if it really is. Yuzuru wasn't convinced. You're the criminal, you just didn't notice that the corridor was soaked with water, didn't you? So you didn't notice that you left any footprints either. Ah, maybe you were trying to cover all this up? Oof. And no. I didn't do it. Minace yelled. Suspicion's eyes were focused on him. You unintelligible idiots. Minace finally started yelling at the top of his lungs. Go die. Die DD. I hope you all get killed by the murderer. I'll definitely get the detective rights at today's auction too. I definitely will. I know how to win. After Minace roared, he went back into room 301 and didn't come out. Minace-san. I called to him through the door. Who wants to stay with you people? I'm staying here alone, no one's allowed to come near. He isolated himself. I can vaguely see his death. Shinsen whispered. I don't want anyone else to die. If this continues, the black challenge will really end in a victory for the criminal. We left Minace and went to the lobby on the first floor. Everyone sat down on the sofas dejectedly. The sofas now have more vacancies, and this fact once again frightened me. Nanamura-san. I whispered to Nanamura. Do you know who the criminal is yet? Samador-kun, who do you think I am? Among the 65,500 people registered in the detective library, the one who can solve cases the quickest is me, Suisei Nanamura. I'm well aware of that. I knew who the criminal is right from the start. Yeah? I couldn't help losing my voice. Then why don't you accuse them already? Let's quickly end this game. Sadly, that won't work. Due to the rules of this black challenge, I have my reasons for why I can't do that. You have your reasons, huh? However, it looks like it's time to move on to the next stage. Nanamura said so, and suddenly stood up. He again put on the posture as if he's acting in a drama play in front of everyone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have already told you that I am a detective. And I have also told you that this case had been warned about in advance. Why are you saying this suddenly? Mifune looked up at Nanamura with rounded eyes. Have we finally reached the resolution chapter? Hey, hear me out first, oh world's most beautiful girl Mifune. Nanamura raised his right hand to stop Mifune from speaking. Actually, this series of murders that's occurring at this Norman's hotel is related to a certain organization. Nanamura finally began to explain to everyone the Crime Victims Relief Committee and the Black Challenge game they hold. He also told everyone that the game is currently in progress. Mifune, Shinsen, and Yuzuru each listened to Nanamura's words with expressions of surprise and doubt. The people who become victims in the Black Challenge are limited to those who have committed crimes in the past and have not been punished for those crimes. Having said this, I have a question to ask you all. Have you ever been involved in a crime, even a small one in the past? You can rest assured, I swear that I will not tell what you will admit here, and no creature in the world is more tight-lipped than a detective. Just a moment, please. Shinsen said, stroking his hair back. If what Detective-san said is true, does that mean the murdered Wazumi-san, Shave-san, and Toyanoa-san committed crimes? It is very possible. But depending on the circumstances, the murderer can also kill unrelated people. To give an example, we can assume that Wazumi Teheim was not a criminal, but the murderer killed her for their own reasons. Wazumi was actually a detective. Of course, there are criminals among detectives, but she should not be. At that time, she didn't have the words revenge successful written by the criminal, so we can assume that she wasn't one of the criminal's targets. Excuse me. Mifune lowered her head and raised her right hand. So it is you, then confess your crime. When I was a kid, I didn't have enough silver angels and was short by one, so I drew one myself and sent it out, and so I received a toy box. What are you talking about? I'm asking about actual crimes. The murderer should have suffered a lot from the crime. Not something that trivial. If the next target is among you all, then you should have something on your mind. I don't have anything on mind. Shinsen put it very simply. From the look in his eyes, I can't feel any lie. In fact, he looked like a saint. It doesn't even look like an act. Mifune-san, do you have anything in mind? If the angel thing doesn't count, then probably because I bent lots of spoons. Those who make spoons might hate me a lot. It seems like Mifune doesn't have a clue either. If her pumpkin sweetheart act is completely fake, then I can only applaud her. Yuzuru-san, how about you? So I have to say it? She said to Nanamura with puppy eyes. Nanamura remained silent. All right, I'll tell you everything. Actually, I have been married 3 times so far, but my household registration is still blank. Do you understand what this means? Marriage fraud. Era, I don't know if you can call that marriage fraud. I really love the men who married me, because they give me a lot of money. It didn't take long for those men to start saying they didn't have any more money. So I divorced them, and that's all. Aren't all men and women like this in this world? Then what about the dead husband you mentioned when you introduced yourself? He died before we registered the family name. How did he die? Swallowed lots of pills and slept through the night, saying that he didn't have the money to pay anymore. But is this a crime? I didn't do anything bad. I felt chills. This person might be targeted by the criminal. I see. Thank you for your confession. Nanamura sat on the sofa with his arms folded. Based on the current information, Yuzuru-san is most likely the next target of the criminal. Why me? Yuzuru tilted her head in confusion. I wonder if she's serious. What about Mine-san? Shinsen said. That guy is a NET, absolutely. Mifune is completely hating him. I'm a NET too, but that guy is a bad sort of NET. Bad NETs are destined to be hated by many people. He's the criminal, I'm sure of it. Yuzuru said while crossing her legs. Is this really the case? What about today's auction? Shinsen said. We can't just let Mine-san auction off the detective rights like this, seeing as how confident he looked. Is there really a way to keep winning at the auctions? Mifune said with a confused expression. He already knows something. I wonder how much money the big kid has left. Yuzuru said. I looked at my notes, which recorded who paid how much money at the auctions. Judging from the contents of the notes. He won with 50 million yen last time, said Kirigiri. The first time he bid 0, so he still has 50 million left. 50 million, but everyone has more money than this, right? Even I currently have 80 million left. That's what makes this auction complicated. If you pay a high amount, you can get the detective rights once. But with less money, you will be at a disadvantage in the subsequent auctions. Among all the participants, Minace has the least amount of money. However, he declared that he will win. What on earth is going on? Can you leave today's auction to me? Kirigiri said suddenly. Do you have any ideas? I asked her, and she nodded. Of course, it's up to everyone to decide how much they bid at the auction. However, I advise you all that it's best to avoid wasting. The next auction will be a struggle between me and Minace-san. Please be careful not to be involved. Kirigiri announced this. It seems that there will be another violent storm at the next auction. After we ate together in the lobby, some people went to the guest rooms to take a shower, while others dozed off on the sofas. Kirigiri and I decided to use room 303 as today's base. After we took turns showering, I dried Kirigiri's hair and braided it as I did yesterday. Toyanoa's body is in the next room. Yet it is so calm and peaceful that it's almost hard to imagine that we are currently in this situation. Last night, Yui-wan-sama also heard noises from the room next door? Yeah, I heard a groan, but at that time I thought it was a hallucination. Toyanoa was strangled to death by hand, which means that the criminal was in that room. In addition, I also heard what sounded like the body being dragged. Probably the criminal moving the body to the bed, but I don't know why it was necessary to arrange the corpse in that way. The body was sitting on the right side of the bed with its head on the mattress. What is the significance of this position of the body? Let's go check the crime scene. I want to confirm some things. After tying the ribbons, she went to the next room, and I followed her. Toyanoa's body is still there as it was. This might be because my senses have been somewhat numbed, but despite seeing the body with my own eyes, I don't feel scared or uncomfortable at all. However, I did hesitate when I approached the body. Kirigiri picked up the doll on the bed and walked to the window with the doll in her hand. Then, she suddenly threw the doll at the barred window. However, predictably, the doll hit the iron bars and fell on the ground. No matter how you look at it, the body of the doll is larger than the gap between the iron bars. After picking up the doll, Kirigiri then began to strip the doll's clothes. What are you doing, Kirigiri-chan? Does it look like I'm playing with the doll? Kirigiri took off the doll's clothes and seemed satisfied, then put the doll back on the bed. She lost interest in the doll, and then began walking back and forth between the walls of the room, counting steps as she walked. Hey, Kirigiri-chan, do you think the criminal is Minae-san? Hard to say. But the only footprints in the hallway were those that go back and forth between Minae-san's room and this room. It shouldn't be possible for the others to commit the crime, right? About that, it's not helpful to reason beyond the facts. It's true that no one other than Minae-san went into the corridor. Then it's true that But there are still mysteries left unsolved. Kirigiri pointed at the body. The choke marks left on Toyanoa-san's neck are upside down. If Minae-san is the criminal and he opened the door to enter the room, then how would you explain the choke marks being like this? It's very simple. At that time, Toyanoa-san was sleeping, although I don't know if he was sleeping on the floor or on the bed. Minae-san approached the sleeping Toyanoa-san from the side of his head and choked his neck. Then after that, why did he purposely arrange the body sitting next to the bed? I can only hum. Look, in addition to the choke marks left with the fingers, there are also rope-like marks. I can't look even when you tell me to. I looked at the corpse from a distance. How could I possibly see such marks? Why was it necessary to strangle a person's neck so thoroughly? Isn't it ensure the kill? And I heard that the more timid the person is, the more wounds they leave on their victims when committing crimes. An extra effort. What's the point of doing this? Kirigiri muttered to herself and started walking down the corridor alone, and I hurriedly followed. It feels like I'm running around after a restless infant. Kirigiri walked back and forth in the corridor while counting her steps. What are you doing, Kirigiri-chan? I'm checking the sizes of the rooms. Then you can just measure it with the measuring tape. I took the measuring tape from my backpack. Kirigiri turned to me with an angry look. If you have a measuring tape, say it earlier. You never said you needed this. You should have been able to understand what I've been doing. The intentions of your actions aren't so easy to understand. Forget it, I don't want it. Kirigiri ignored the measuring tape and continued to measure the distance with her feet. Kirigiri-chan. I called out to her, grabbing one of her slender wrists. The ideas in your head are always far ahead of mine that I've tried my best just to catch up with you. But if necessary, you can ask me for help, though I can't do much. I put the tape in her hand. She turned her face away and said, I'm sorry. It's okay, I was too direct, sorry. Kirigiri went back to room 302 with her shoulders slumped. I feel like the more time I spend with her, the more expression she shows. At first I thought she was an extremely logical person, but in fact she's a sensitive girl with emotional ups and downs. I followed her back to the room. So what exactly are you investigating now? The thickness of the walls. Kirigiri said, touching the wall with her hand. At first I wondered if there could be a space between the rooms for one person, but it seems impossible. Someone inside the wall. This reminded me of the previous murders that happened here before, but after calculating the thickness of the walls, it just seemed whimsical. Kirigiri is eliminating all possibilities one by one. What remains in the end in this way must be the truth. We inspected Toyanoa's luggage. There was only a change of clothes and a set of travel supplies in the large leather bag. There was nothing special, it was surprisingly ordinary. I thought that since Toyanoa claimed to be a magician, his bag would be full of magic props, but we didn't find anything like that. Was this man really a magician? In the end he didn't show us a single magic trick. Kirigiri said, shaking her head slowly. If what Wazumi-san said is true, then his magician identity is probably a complete lie. The magician persona was just his apparent identity. This man was actually a con man who resells forgeries. If Wazumi hadn't told me this, then I might have still thought that Toyanoa was really a magician. After that, Kirigiri took the measuring tape and began to measure the length of various parts of the room. She didn't even write down the measurements on paper. I wonder if she memorized all of them. I myself can't do that for sure. In the end, she even measured the height of the body. I squatted down next to Kirigiri. Kirigiri lifted her skirt and sat on my shoulders. Her body is so light that it feels like a soft stuffed animal. Her cool thighs touched my face. I stood up close to the wall. Kirigiri's line of sight was almost exactly the same height as the window. I can see clearly. Are you satisfied, young lady? Stay like this, and get a little closer. Kirigiri stretched out her arm toward the window. Listen carefully, one-sama. Kirigiri's hand holding the bottle passed through the gap in the iron bars. I'm going to let go of the bottle. Kirigiri announced. After a few seconds, the bottle that fell on the ground far below bounced with a loud sound. Thank you, you can put me down now. I put her down as she said. What kind of experiment was that? I was thinking that there might be scaffolding right outside the window, the kind of thing you assemble in a construction site. Scaffolding? Indeed, looking out of the window, even if there's a scaffolding directly under the window, it would be impossible to see it. A really unexpected blind spot. But the bottle fell straight down to the ground. If there was a scaffolding, the bottle should have hit something. So, we just confirmed that there's no scaffolding outside the window. But even with a scaffolding, it's hard to imagine what this means. What exactly is Kirigiri thinking? My mind just can't keep up with her thoughts after all. 6 p.m. It's time for the third auction. This time the portrait showed an old car. Hi, good evening, everyone. It's past 6 o'clock, and today's auction is about to begin. By the way, I'm a car that have once sunk in a swamp. I'll be replacing Norman and the others to host the auction. I'm nothing special myself, so don't think too much about it. Let's get on with it. Minae stepped into the cafeteria, and the hiking bag on his shoulder is smaller. The auction now is in a situation where Minae is facing off against everyone else. Considering Minae's attitude and assertion, it was inevitable. You can even say he had it coming. If he only promised to protect everyone as a detective, there would have been no need to confront him like this. But if what happened last night happens again, then we must go against him head-on to regain our detective rights. However, Minae looked confident. Why does he look so relaxed? No matter how hard he fights, he can't afford a price of more than 50 million yen, and all the participants here have more money than that. Of course, considering the future, the bidding money must be no more than half of this amount. However, even so, Minae is still at a disadvantage in terms of money. How is he going to win? And how can we win? Kirigiri said to leave everything to her. So I chose to believe in Kirigiri. The bidding starts. Sorry, this time the detective rights belongs to me. Minae announced this loudly, and then walked to the bidding booth, while the other participants could only stare in disbelief with their mouths open. Minae-san. Kirigiri stopped him. Minae was about to reach out to open the door of the bidding compartment when he turned back. Unfortunately for you, I'll win this time. Ha! Minae said with a laugh from his nose. A middle school girl, why did you skip class and come here, huh? Did you even complete your compulsory homework properly before challenging adults? After dropping such a ruthless sentence, Minae walked into the bidding compartment confidently. By the way, middle school students are now on winter vacation. I don't know if it'll work, Kirigiri-chan. From what I felt just now, it should be fine. Although I don't know where her feelings came from, she smiled and looked very sure of herself. About 5 minutes later, Minae came out. At a glance, his hiking bag is almost empty. Did he put in everything he could? I'll go last. Kirigiri said. Mifune, Yuzuru, and Shinsen entered the bidding compartment in turn. At least this time, it can be said that they are in the same camp as us. This is a temporary joint struggle. It's just that there is no actual money lending between us. If Kirigiri wanted them to support her with money, then they probably won't trust her so easily. That said, facing Minace, who was already at a money disadvantage, even if the amount of our money increased, I don't think it'd make sense to share money. Then, I'll go. I walked into the bidding compartment. I should quickly let this black challenge end and stop playing this dumb auction game. I operated the machine with annoyance. I went back to Kirigiri after finishing my bidding. The much-anticipated Kirigiri walked into the bidding compartment. Hey, middle school girl. I'll never save you even if you get targeted by the murderer. You'll be killed 100 times over. Minace yelled at the back of Kirigiri. I don't understand what he's up to. Before long, Kirigiri came out. The siren sounded, announcing the end of the auction. We immediately gathered in front of the portrait screen. I swept line by line from bottom to top. Shinsen Mikado 010,000 Mifune 010,000 Yuzuru Asai 010-1000. They bid 0 yen. Everyone is unified. Then. Kirigiri Kyoko 5 110-1000. Minace has 50 million funds left. Kirigiri expected that her opponent would invest all his money, so she added an extra 1 million yen. 1 million more than her opponent's maximum amount, so she was sure to win no matter what. However. Serves you right. I won. Minace laughed. He won? Among the list of bidding results, his name is one in front of Kirigiri. Minace Yuzen 5 110-1000. What's happening? Why does he have more than 50 million? I don't understand at all. I didn't stay at home for 10 years for nothing, middle school kid. I can see right through what brats like you think at a glance, huh? Samidare Yui 5 310-1000. Kirigiri-chan, I won. As expected. Kirigiri said as she brushed aside her hair that was resting on her face. Today's auction results, Samidare Yui 5 310,000 Minace Yuzen 5 210,000 Kirigiri Kyoko 5 110,000 Shinsen Mikado 010,000 Mifune Maruko 010,000 Yuzuru Asai 010-1000. Tonight's detective is me. Whoa, what is this? Minace grabbed the frame of the portrait and shook it desperately. What's going on? Why? I knew that if I provoked you enough, your eyes would only be on me. You bid the maximum amount plus 2 million to fight against the maximum amount plus 1 million, the same as I thought you would do. Damn it. Don't worry, Minace-san, no matter what kind of person you are, Yui-wan-sama will protect you tonight. Isn't that right, Yuyona-sama? Kirigiri turned to me with an innocent smile. Of course. Now that I have the detective rights, I won't let anyone die. But I myself don't quite understand why I was able to get the detective rights. I just followed Kirigiri's words and bid according to the amount she told me. Minace offered more than the money he had. How was he able to do that? This makes my reasoning true. Kirigiri whispered in a voice that no one could hear. It seems that she has seen a considerable part of the truth. As the nighttime approached, I gathered everyone in the lobby and discussed what to do next. I want to improve the room allocation first. We won't continue to place the detective near the entrance of the floor. I'll be in the innermost, which is the last room. When 10 o'clock comes, I'll open the doors one by one. With the detective's place in room 301, before reaching the last room of 308, there's a blind spot around the corners, and the time in between is too long. If I start from the innermost room 308, the blind spot time will be shortened by a lot. Then I will decide which person lives in which room. Hey, no freedom for us? Minace complained. His uselessness is starting to look more and more adorable. In order to protect everyone, there's no other way. I said with conviction. Starting from room 301, the order is Shinsen, Minace, Nanamura, Yuzuru, Mifune, Kirigiri, and me. Wait a minute, my room's the one where Gramps' body is. I absolutely don't want to be in that room, absolutely no way. We will move the body to one of the empty rooms. That's not the problem. I mean, I don't want to be locked in a room where a corpse was put. Shut up, will you? Even if I'm an adult, I don't mind punching disobedient man babies like you, so behave, okay? Mifune started punching the air like she's airboxing. Oh, try it if you dare, pumpkinhead. This discussion is only a waste of time. I'm next door to you. You can switch rooms with me. Nanamura said. How can we waste precious lifetime over something like this? Excuse me, please do that. I said. Does anyone have any other opinions regarding the room's allocation? No problems, right? Everyone nodded. Then please wait for me, the detective will appear tonight. I won't let any of you die. The night hours have come. We all went to the third floor. The corridor of the floor was previously all soaked with water, but now it's dried up. I walked to the depths of the floor side by side with Kirigiri. Behind us, people entered their rooms with uneasy expressions on their faces. Around the corner is Kirigiri's room. It should be simple to open all the doors to save people when it's 10 o'clock, so why did 2 people get killed? Because among us are those who disturbed the plan. Kirigiri said without emotion and opened the door of her room. 9:58. Considering that there may be errors in the clock on the criminal's side, it's better to enter the rooms early. Is the criminal really among the people participating in the auction? Yeah. Kirigiri nodded. So you can't let your guard down yet, One-sama. I know. We nodded to each other, opened the doors and entered our respective rooms. This is my first night as the one with the detective rights. Anxiety, impatience, determination not to forgive the murderer, and a little bit of panic. I think I felt the same way on the day I registered at the detective library. Frankly speaking, I am an ordinary person without any talent. And although I registered in the detective library, I didn't know what I could do at first. However, when I got my detective library registration card, I also got a determination that told me I can't just cry, but must fight. Becoming a detective allowed me to find a reason to live in this world. I was involved in very small cases, such as a small blackmail case of a family member, a kidnapping of a child, although it ended up being the child's own act, and other small-scale incidents. As I took on those cases, my rank rose by 1. It made me very happy to be recognized as a detective myself. These things that I've done are probably meaningless to Kirigiri Kyoko. Even so, being a detective is the same as being alive. It's the same for me, Kirigiri-chan. First, I'm going to save you. It just turned 10 o'clock. The locking up sound was heard, and the nighttime has finally begun. I inserted the master key that I had prepared beforehand into the slot under the door handle. The door lock opened. I kicked the door open and jumped into the corridor. I immediately went to unlock the door of the next room. It took less than a minute. As soon as the door opened, Kirigiri came out. It was only a few minutes between our separation and reunion. However, we didn't care about being happy for the reunion, and immediately turned around the corner of the corridor. The corridor is a little darker than before, and there is no one around. But this way, all doors of the rooms are already under Kirigiri's in my watch. I opened the door of room 306, and Mifune rushed out. We ignored her and hurried to the next room. In room 305, Yuzuru was already waiting at the door. The group of survivors gradually grew. In room 303, Mayonnaise came out while cursing. In room 302 was Nanamura. The last room, room 301. After unlocking the door, Shinsen came out from inside. That's all of them. 3 minutes and 25 seconds. Nanamura said, looking at his watch. The time to release everyone was faster than I expected. Yay, everyone is safe. Mifune bounced up and down very happily. We defeated the murderer. So as long as we have the will, we can do it. Mayonnaise said. On the night of the third auction, it's finally time for everyone to come together and have a safe day. Only 3 minutes and 25 seconds. I panted heavily and felt the weight of this time. In this abnormal situation, what happens within a few minutes may make a radical change in the future. We arrived to the lobby on the first floor. The nighttime is not over yet. Shinsen said, sitting on the sofa. We should try to avoid moving alone until 7 a.m. That's right, we can't relax now. Detectives mustn't sleep. Instead of sitting on the sofa, I wandered around the lobby aimlessly. This is also because I'm relatively tired during this. Period, and if I sit still, I might fall asleep. If possible, I would even like to play basketball, but there is not enough people. Kirigiri kept following me. You can sleep if you want. No, if Wansama falls asleep, I'll be responsible for waking her up. Don't you believe in me? Not much. Oh right, before this, I did fall asleep during our monitoring, so it's only natural for her to say that. Kirigiri and I walked in circles in the lobby, as if we were taking a walk. We talked in the meantime. Hey, Kirigiri-chan, do you know who the criminal is yet? Yeah. Kirigiri nodded. Is that so, eh? Too loud. Sorry, but now that you know who the criminal is, hurry up and let this black challenge end. Yui Wansama, we are not the detectives this time. We won the previous one because the criminal gave up resisting and confessed to the crime, but it's difficult to say whether the criminal will admit defeat this time. In this case, even if your reasoning is correct, you can't make the black challenge end? I guess so. From the rules, the detective summoned must be the one to solve the case. Then let's talk to Nanamura-san. Wait, this is not a good idea. WHY? I still have some things to investigate, so let's not tell him yet. Oh, okay. Isn't it time to rely on Nanamura? Having said that, Kirigiri already knows the truth. What she and I saw should be pretty much the same, but how is she the only one who came up with the answer? I'm completely lost about who the criminal is. That said, the way the criminal disappeared, and the two locked room mysteries, can she solve them? The terribly long night passed little by little, and the clock finally pointed to 7 a.m. Not a single person sitting on the couch is missing. Yui Wansama, congratulations, everyone survived. Thank you, it's all thanks to you. I won the auction thanks to Kirigiri's help. And it was also her advice to me about the room allocation for the night. As a result, to list what I did, I probably only rushed around to open the doors. Regardless of who gets the credit, as long as everyone is alive the next morning, that's all that matters. Saving lives of this night, I realized what the significance of that is, and how difficult it is. The night hours had ended and we are all safe again. Everyone gathered in the lobby dispersed. A strong sense of fatigue hit me. I decided to rest in room 301. I have to prepare for the next auction. Although there is no danger now in terms of the rules, 3 people have been killed so far, and it doesn't seem right to sleep alone in a room. But I was so exhausted that I fell asleep as soon as I collapsed on the bed. I don't want to have dreams about my sister at a time like this. I don't want to dream about my dead sister anymore. While sleeping, I sensed someone staring at me, and I propped up quickly. Mayonnaise was standing next to the bed. Kra. I idiot. Why are you screaming as if I'm going to attack you? What are you trying to do? I'm not trying to do anything. Mayonnaise looked distressed and took a few steps backwards. Kirigiri was beside him. Yui Wansama, you scream like a little girl. What's the matter with you guys? What are you up to? My mind is still a little muddled. I don't know what's happening. I straightened up my messy hair, put my legs off the bed, and sat on the edge of it. I didn't come here to talk with Wansama specifically, I just wanted somewhere private to talk to Mayonnaise-san. So you chose this room. I said, putting my hands on my waist. Well, go ahead and talk about your secrets. In the meantime, I'll do your hair. I took out my comb from my backpack and brushed my hair. What's going on? Mayonnaise frowned as he felt troubled. I remembered we haven't asked about your criminal record. Kirigiri asked, undaunted. Mayonnaise-san, have you committed any crimes in the past? WHWA? It's important, answer. I don't know. I'd say you've committed fraud in online auctions before. How did you know? I knew it. Kirigiri sighed and sat down beside me. Online auction fraud? I asked, looking up at the distraught Mayonnaise. What exactly did you do? It's not a big deal, just put up a computer, or a game console, or something that is popular at online auctions, then receive the money without handing over the product. You can even auction up items that you don't actually have. I'm not saying that I'm doing this, I'm just saying that there are people like that. I'm definitely not. So petty. A crime is a crime, and I feel sorry for the victims, but I don't think he's enough of a criminal to be involved in this black challenge and be considered a target. You said that you came from an old noble family, so have your parents been involved in any crime or fraud before? If they had, I wouldn't have been in this misery. My parents are idiots whose only merit is their honesty. Thanks to them, I can't even buy what I want unless I make some pocket money through online auctions. I wonder how such honest parents could give birth to someone like you. Kirigiri said helplessly and shook her head slightly. Shut the fuck up, brat. You called me here just to educate me? Listen, I'll still win today's auction. Things like yesterday won't happen again. Mayonnaise-san, about that. What? I won't take it easy on you even if you cry. There's something I want you to buy. Well, what? Mayonnaise flinched a little. Wait, you minors shouldn't do that. Don't do it. Don't get me wrong. Kirigiri looked at Mayonnaise with cold eyes. What I want you to buy is a way to get out of here alive. We no longer need to fight over the detective rights. As long as there's a way, you will never have to worry about being killed during nighttime. And that's the information I want you to buy. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not going to get involved with information trading at this point in my life. It's a common method of online fraud, and it's not my area of expertise. Is that strange? I don't know anything about this kind of thing. And is there even any safer way than bidding on detective rights? Yes. There are 2 auctions left. The current situation is very much a test of one's judgment. The key is how to use the remaining money most effectively. It's precisely because of this situation that the method of surviving through the rules will work. I can tell you this method, but I have one condition, that is, you give me all the money you have now. How about it? A middle school brat wants to make a deal with me. You're quite gutsy. My nickname is the Holy Emperor of the world of internet fraud. You think you can win against me? Think about it. I'll wait for you to give me the answer until an hour before today's auction starts. You're not trying to scam me off, are you? I don't mean to scam you. Oh, really? I've heard a rumor on the internet that there is a genius scammer who's still in middle school. Isn't that you? I am not a scammer, I'm a detective. Can I trust you? It's up to you to judge. Besides me, there may be others who will come to you to make a deal, but I trust you. TSH. Minace left the room with a distressed look on his face. Kirigiri-chan, is it okay for you to make this kind of deal with him? He feels like the kind of person who wouldn't bat an eye when betraying someone. What exactly is Kirigiri planning? She already has a complete composition of the confrontation with the criminal in her mind. The people summoned in this black challenge all seem to be scammers. Although I don't think all of them are targets, there must have been someone who got their life ruined because of them. I get Toyano-san, but is Chave-san a scammer too? I don't know if it can be considered scamming or not, but from his notebook, he could have been suspected of using doomsday rumors to play with people's hearts. There are always people in this world who believe that the end of the world is coming and thus will offer up all their possessions. Maybe someone's life got ruined under his influence. I see. Thinking about it this way, the criminal thought of using this money game to get back at them because their targets are a bunch of scammers. Yeah, maybe they want to enjoy fooling these people who have deceived them before. Black challenge is for revenge, but also a redemption for the challenger. The resentment accumulated over the years can finally be vented on those who ruined them. This time the criminal realized it in the form of a game, and they want to defeat the targets in it. Is there any connection between the previous murders at this hotel and this one? They say that more than a dozen people were killed. Maybe the family of the deceased planned for revenge. The criminal in that case was clearly determined, right? Since there is no room for the existence of the real criminal, then that case isn't related to this black challenge. Right, then who will be the next target? Yuzuru-san? Among the rest, she has the most dangerous past. It's hard to say. Kirigiri stood up and brushed her skirt. There aren't many options left. I think the criminal will use some aggressive methods to kill the target. Therefore, starting from the next auction, it will become particularly important for the detective rights to be handed over to those who are more likely to be victims. To prevent crimes from happening, this is more effective than having someone else be the detective. The criminal will follow the rules of this game to carry out the murders. If a player does something that breaks the rules of the game, then the rich and sponsors watching the show will definitely express their dissatisfaction, or they will judge it as a failure. Breaking the rules is an unfair act that should be prohibited. Therefore, we must make effective use of the rules and use the detective rights to protect the target person. There is no other way. Let me get this straight. Today's auction will be a duel between Mifune-san and Yuzuru-san. I don't quite understand why things have become like this. Then which side should we support? Which side should we support? Before explaining this issue, it seems necessary to tell Yui-sama all about this black challenge. If you can't understand it, then things will hardly progress. Good, but don't you need to discuss it with Nanamura-san too? Nanamura-san is no longer useful. I'll explain to you later. In short, in order to win this black challenge, we must protect those targeted by the criminal until the end of the challenge. The detective character won't come forward to identify the criminal. You have to think under this premise. Do you understand, Yuyona-sama? I didn't understand at all. What did she mean by Nanamura-san being no longer useful? There's a question I want to confirm. If the criminal of the black challenge fails to kill all the predetermined targets, then they're considered to have lost, is that right? Yeah, and that means, if we keep at least one targeted person alive, we win. So that's it, this is our way to win. It's just that, including Wozumi, 3 people have been killed so far. Calling that a victory is a bit finicky. Yeah, I understand. Then let's start with the simplest mystery to explain first. The simplest one? It's the mystery of the criminal disappearing into the innermost empty room that night. It was a totally unbelievable and strange thing to me. It was a very clever trick. It's a classic example of how even the smallest trick can become a bizarre phenomenon depending on how it's presented. That night, I saw a figure of the suspected criminal in the corner of the corridor. I followed the figure and saw it go into the empty room. After catching up and entering the room, there was no one there, and on the wall of the room, a big X was painted with fluorescent pink paint. The room was a completely enclosed locked room mystery without any hiding places. That day we each went into our own rooms before 10 p.m. in accordance with the curfew that day, right? At least 10 minutes before that time, we were all in our rooms. Yeah. In other words, that short period of time, about 10 minutes, was enough for the criminal. The criminal doesn't have to worry about the curfew. They can enter and exit their room freely when we are locked in our rooms. Yeah. The criminal pretended to obey the curfew, entered their room, immediately came out, and then went to the empty room deep in the corridor, where they made some preparations. Preparations? Leaving the door half open, and finding something to jam the door with. Tied a rope on the thing that is jamming the door, and put one end of the rope outside the window. That was the preparations. Maybe the criminal had done some other tricks and made the illusion that someone had entered the room, such as putting a very light and thin cloth on the thing jamming the door. The thing was probably not stuck at the bottom of the door, but in the middle. From outside the window, they pulled the rope, the thing was pulled off, the piece of cloth flew up, and it looked like someone had entered the room. What's going on? No one actually went into that empty room? Yes, the only mystery was the thing that jammed the door got removed and the door closed, that's all. Even though it was very simple, it gave Yui-sama the illusion that someone had entered the room. Illusion? But there was an X sign on the wall, wasn't there? If no one had entered the room, then there would be no way to draw that X sign. We can only assume that the X was drawn on the wall from the beginning. It should be before we got to the 3rd floor. That room wasn't used by anyone, it was an empty room, which was within the plan. So that's how it was. Does it mean that the reason why Wozumi was killed was to leave an empty room? Then what about the figure we saw at the corner of the corridor? It was undoubtedly a person, and Miss Mifune was also a witness. That figure took advantage of the fact that the other side of the corridor corner is a blind spot and pretended to escape into the innermost empty room, but actually escaped into another room. Another room? Around the corner of the corridor are 5 rooms from 307 to 312. The innermost one was the empty room, and the next room was Chave's. Did the criminal enter the victim's room and kill him at that time? But at that time, Mifune was in charge of watching in the corridor. According to her testimony, no one came out of that room before Nanamura and I stepped into the crime scene. In other words, the criminal was still in the victim's room at that time. In this case, we should have bumped into the criminal there. But the criminal wasn't there. Actually, the disappearance act itself wasn't important. Rather than being an act, it was more of a trap set up to make the ensuing locked room murder realized. A trap? Yui-sama, didn't you actually get confused by this disappearance act and stayed in the empty room for a long time? A long time? But it was only for 20 minutes. 20 minutes are more than enough to strangle a person. The actual time to commit the crime probably only took about 10 minutes. At that time, behind the wall with the X sign, the criminal was choking Chave's neck? That's right. I'm at a loss for words. If we weren't distracted by the strange situation in the room at that time, and immediately went to the next room, maybe we could have rescued the victim. We were caught in a trap, deceived by the disappearing act, and unintentionally contributed to the realization of the locked room mystery. But, how did the criminal kill Chabe-san? When we stepped into the crime scene, the criminal was no longer there? How did the criminal enter and exit the locked room? The mystery hasn't been solved yet. Or is it that the criminal had mastered some unique method of freely entering and leaving locked rooms? There is no way. No way? Yui-wan-sama, you said that the room is a complete locked room mystery, right? Yes, the door was locked, there was a person watching in the corridor, and the window was lined with hard iron bars. It really looks like no one could have gotten in and out of that room. Sure enough, it's a complete locked room mystery. Yeah, no one could have entered or left that locked room. The victim was strangled to death by hand in a room that no one could enter or exit. How did this happen? Think about it, Wan-sama. The locked room is almost flawless. No one got in and out of that room. Nevertheless, the victim was strangled to death by hand. What can be done to make this kind of thing possible? It's impossible without psychic powers. Psychic powers? Does it mean that the former psychic is? No. Kirigiri denied my answer before hearing it. Recall the condition of the body, especially the fatal marks on the body, which were the choke marks on the neck. The upside-down choke marks. Choking the head of the victim's neck from the side while he was asleep is the only way to leave such marks. However, on second thought, it's really unnatural for the criminal to strangle the victim in this way. Was the victim really asleep at that time? Could he have slept in that extreme situation? If the victim wasn't sleeping at the time, then he was awake? Assuming that the victim didn't lie down, but was standing up. The victim was standing still when the criminal appeared and tried to choke his neck. However, if the criminal choked his neck in this way, the choke marks won't be upside down. So if you want the choke marks to be upside down. Huh? Upside down? A strange scenario came to my mind. Was the criminal upside down? As long as the criminal was hanging from the ceiling and strangling the victim's neck, won't the choke marks be upside down? The moment this scenario flashed in my mind, I thought of a scary yokai, the kind of yokai that would suddenly appear from the ceiling and hang on it to scare people, yokai. However, the ceiling is reinforced with cement. There are neither beams nor skylights that could be opened and closed for the hanging yokai to hide. And of course there are no holes or gaps. So where did the criminal come from? There are many types of locked room mysteries, but there are only two major ones. Do you know what they are, Yui-wan-sama? Those with spare keys and those without spare keys? Not at all. Kirigiri closed her eyes and shook her head. The answer is, the type where the criminal was in the room at the time of the crime, and the type where the criminal wasn't in the room. It's only natural when the criminal is in the room during the crime, but what does the type where the criminal is not in the room mean? It's a crime that is realized through some kind of remotely operated device or mechanism, such as a knife falling as soon as. Hey, Yui-wan-sama, you're understanding what I'm talking about, right? Kirigiri shoved back the hair that was on her cheek and tried to leave the room. Wait, where are you going? She is leaving without solving a bunch of mysteries. Kirigiri didn't answer. She just left the room, walked along the corridor, and headed for the stairs. She stopped on the landing. She stood still on it. Starting from the first step, the stairs above were damaged and completely missing. The places not related to the game process are sealed with cement walls. But here, the stairs aren't sealed with cement. I don't think this is accidental. It's probably for the sake of fair play as well. Fair play. Is there any secret there? Kirigiri nodded. What's up there? But I can't go up there even if I wanted to. I looked from the missing steps, and I could see the landing of one floor below. Some small rubble made a rustling sound and fell down. Although this height isn't enough to make people feel the threat of death, at least it will give a little scare. Why make this place look like a ruin? I wonder what it would take to get over this missing staircase. The missing span of the stairs is about 2 or 3 meters, but the location of the landing on the opposite side is higher than my line of sight. We can take some sheets and twist them into a rope and hang them on the opposite side. What do you think? Kirigiri proposed. However, at first glance, there's nowhere to hang a rope on the opposite side. I guess this is where I come in. This distance is not impossible to jump over. I'm very confident in my jump. The problem is that there is no place for a run-up in this place, and the landing point on the opposite side is too high. After I made up my mind, I went down the corridor, intending to start a run-up from here. Wait, Wan-sama, you're going to jump over by yourself? I think that's still too much of a stretch. Kirigiri said worriedly. Just leave it to me. If we want to keep going, then danger is unavoidable. In order to solve this mystery, we can't stand still, right? No, Wan-sama, if you are injured, there's no way to take you to a hospital right away. It's better to use your mind to think before acting blindly. There must be a better way, don't you think? Wan-sama. Kirigiri began to panic. It's okay, if I get hurt, I'll let you take care of me. I did my stretching exercise. I hope that the prison life these days didn't make my legs dull. The stairs are straight down the hallway, then 90 degrees to the left. Here I go. I'm going to use my high jump technique. Then as the stairs came into view. Jump. The height difference on the opposite side is almost the same level as my line of sight. I never thought I could land on both feet. Once I managed to reach the upper half of my body there, all I have to do next is crawl up with the strength of my arms. After a short time in the air, I tried my best to let the part above my chest reach the edge on the opposite side. NGH. I climbed desperately to the edge, using both arms for support. Both feet were hanging in the air. Wan-sama? Oh, not Aya. I put my whole strength on both arms and propped up my upper body. Lifting a leg up, I finally climbed the edge. Then I just rolled and laid down on the stairs landing. Amazing, amazing. I heard Kirigiri's happy cheers. Wait, so she can raise her voice like this? I'm glad to see her many expressions during this period of time. I thought this while standing up on the landing, patted the dust on my clothes, and straightened my glasses. Forath is written on the wall. I looked up at the top of the stairs. There was no way to go in the direction facing me. The corridor goes to the right, the same structure as the 3rd floor. So, why did I come here again? The answer to the mystery of the locked room murders can be found over here. Yui-wan-sama, as long as it's possible to go to all the places you go to take a look, you will know the answer soon. Got it. Although it's a bit scary for one person to explore unknown places, it would be too difficult to bring Kirigiri here. I'm going to room 301. Kirigiri went back to the 3rd floor. I looked up the stairs and started climbing. I have to go forward alone. Although I had been doing that for a long time, now I feel so helpless without Kirigiri. I originally became a detective to save people, yet I ended up being saved by her all the time. If a detective is a person who saves others, then Kirigiri is indeed a well-deserved detective. However, she will definitely deny this meaning and purpose. The detectives of the Kirigiri family don't need personal feelings, that's what she was taught as a child. However, she now has doubts about this identity that has cultivated in her detective education. Perhaps she found a mystery in her heart that's difficult to solve. Will she be able to solve this mystery one day? After the stairs are done, there is an entrance that leads to the inside of the floor just like the third one. However, unlike the third floor, the entrance is blocked. The stairs end here, and the place where the stairs leading up that used to be here is now a concrete wall. The places that have nothing to do with the game are isolated from the rest. Probably just like what Kirigiri said, this place is designed in such a way that only people who have overcame danger can reach it. I stood in front of the door leading to the inside of the floor. What kind of secrets are hidden ahead? The locked room that looks flawless at first glance actually has a gap somewhere. And by using that, the victim was able to kill from outside the room. That's what Kirigiri said. The gap in the room we're referring to, the iron barred windows, right? Is there anything related to that on this floor? I held the door handle. Can't open. By taking a closer look, there is a card slot for a keycard under the door handle. Only those with detective rights can open this door. I've come this far, and I didn't expect to be stumped by this door. I hang my head in frustration and was at a loss. Oh, right, I am the detective now. I inserted my card into the card slot. With a beep, the door lock opened. Nice. I opened the door. Immediately after, a cold wind suddenly enveloped me. Something cold touched my face. Snow? The dazzling light made me squint, and I took a step backwards. In this uncomfortably bright light, I opened my eyes with trepidation. Is this place? Outside. I wrapped my arms around my body, protecting myself from the cold wind, and stepped out into an unfamiliar world. If I had to describe this place in one word, it would be a rooftop. What happened to the entirety of the fourth floor? There is a gray concrete floor under my feet, flat as far as my eyes can see, and not the kind of sloping structure reminiscent of a roof. In addition, there are no fences or air conditioning units or other extra things. The edges of the building are steep cliffs at right angles. Farther away, there is a gloomy sky. The color is slightly lighter than the color of the concrete floor, the color of light gray, with fine snowflakes flying in the sky. This place should be directly above the guest rooms area on the third floor, which is equivalent to walking on top of the L-shaped area. There is another surprising thing next to the door. It's a car. Why is it here? I don't know where it came from and how it got here, but all in all, I had a weird feeling of surprise, like seeing a surrealist painting. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the car model, which looks like a small lightweight car. I looked inside the car and found nothing worthy of note, but I still took a picture with my phone to keep it as evidence. I walked forward while paying careful attention to my footing. If I slip and fall accidentally, I'll fall directly to the ground. That said, it feels like it's much higher than the third floor. Yui-1-sama. From somewhere came Kirigiri's voice, but there was no sign of her. Over here. I walked in the direction where the voice came from. She said that she would be in room 301. I stood on the edge of the steep rooftop and stretched my neck and looked down. It's quite high here, and I felt dizzy. I see a barred window in the middle of the concrete cliff. Something is sticking out of the gap between the iron bars, and it's shaking. That's my measuring tape. The tip of the measuring tape is outside the window, and the protruding ruler is connected to the inside of the window like a rope. So I think Kirigiri threw the tip part out as a marker. Kirigiri-chan? 1-sama, how is it on your side? I can barely hear her voice. I'm a little confused. I don't know why the fourth floor has disappeared and became a rooftop. As expected. I heard her happy voice. What the heck is going on here? This is the answer to all our questions. Even though I have seen the answer with my own eyes, it seems a bit bad to say this, but I still don't know what's going on. Can you reach out to the window from where you are standing? Kirigiri ignored me and asked. I glanced at the window again. The window is located on the cliff quite close to the roof. From my perspective, it's about 30 centimeters below my feet. If I lean down on the roof and poke my upper body out, forming a position almost head down and feet up, my hand should be able to reach the window. I tried it out and bent down my body right above the window. The concrete floor is a bit wet and chilly enough to make me shiver. It would be bad if I dropped my glasses, so I took them off and put them in my pocket. I slowly poked my head over the edge. Because I took off my glasses, the courtyard directly below looked blurry, and my fear was less intense as a result. I had to poke my body out some more from here, or I wouldn't be able to reach the window. I slowly poked my body out into the void. At a 90-degree angle between my body and the building, the window came into my upside-down view. I can see the interior. Kirigiri looked up at me with a face of anxiety. Yui-1-sama, can you stretch your arm in between the iron bars? And no way. I'm going to fall after another move. I was already in a head down and feet up state, and the movements I could make are very limited. If my center of gravity is a little bit unstable, then I would immediately fall to the bottom. Forget it, this is too dangerous, come back. Kirigiri-chan, this is bad. What's wrong? I can't get up. Do your best, 1-sama. I'll try my best. I braced my hand against the wall and slowly let my body back up. I didn't fall anyhow, and finally managed to survive. Because of the force to maintain that strange posture, I feel my muscles sore like never before. I pressed and rubbed on my body while continuing to search nearby. I used my phone to take pictures while walking on the rooftop, when something suddenly tripped me. And when I looked closely, I saw a thick, curved, wire-like object sticking out under my feet. It should be a steel bar, because it's gray like the concrete floor, and I haven't noticed it before. What on earth is this thing? Anyway, I took a picture of it and left the rooftop. The way back was relatively easy. At the big gap in the stairs, the opposite landing was lower, so I jumped over easily. I returned to room 301 with the results. Thank you for your work, Yui-1-sama. Kirigiri was sitting on the bed waiting for me. Did I help in any way? It's perfect, I can safely say that all mysteries have been solved. Great. I sat down beside her. So what did you find out? Even Yui-1-sama should have understood by now, right? It feels a little bit clearer, I guess, it should be possible. A way to strangle the victim indoors without entering the room. The upside-down choke marks. The fourth floor that doesn't exist, and the rooftop that shouldn't have existed. From all this, there is only one possibility that can be thought of. No matter how unbelievable it is, as long as the conclusion is reached after excluding other possibilities, it must be the truth. That is to say, the criminal was doing the head down and feet up posture outside the window, stretched their arms in between the iron bars and strangled the victim in the room. But I actually tried it just now. My movements were very restricted when I poked my body out from the cliff. In this case, it's impossible to kill. Were there no poles or the like on the roof to fix your body? Ah, a pole. There was something like a steel bar sticking out from the ground. That's the hook used to hang the safety rope. If you want to reach into the room through the window like you did just now, it should be quite inconvenient to move without fixing your feet, so you have to hang a rope and fix your lower half. As long as the lower body is firmly fixed on the roof, even if the upper body is poking out of the cliff, you will be able to move freely to a certain extent. But hanging upside down to choke someone's neck, isn't it rather difficult? I think it would require training, at least not anyone can do it without preparations. I think the criminal went through a long and hard training before they put it into action. But wait a minute. I noticed a major flaw in her reasoning. Even if the criminal was able to stretch their arms into the room from the window, the criminal still wouldn't be able to choke the victim's neck. The reason why is because the victim wouldn't necessarily be near the window. If the victim wasn't in that place, the criminal's hands wouldn't have been able to reach. No, to be precise, it would be impossible to reach the victim. Hey, Kirigiri-chan, it's still impossible, because it's not common for the victim to accidentally be near the window, right? It was the criminal who lured the victim to the window. I don't know if they made some noise to draw the victim over, or if they called them out. If they did, they might have said, I know a way out. If they had claimed that they had in fact escaped and got out, the lure would have been more effective. Right. I almost agreed, then shook my head hard. No, the problem isn't that. Isn't the position of the window very high? At least with Chae-san's height, even the top of his head isn't as high as the window. Even if Chae-san was lured near the window, the criminal's hands wouldn't have reached the other's neck. Yes, this is indeed a problem. Kirigiri said, raising her index finger. How did the criminal choke the victim's neck? Before thinking about this, let's review the murder of the first night, so you might be able to discover the key point. Reviewing is not something I'm very good at. First, the criminal set up a mechanism to jam the door of room 312 before the 10 p.m. curfew, and used it to perform the disappearing act. The criminal tied a rope to what was stuck in the door and threw one end of the rope out the window. After that, when the night hours started at 10 o'clock, the criminal deliberately let us witness their figure, making us mistakenly believe that they escaped into the empty room, but in fact they entered another room. The room where the criminal escaped wasn't an empty room, nor was it the victim's room, right? Yes. Which room was it? Of course it's the criminal's own room. I thought back about the room allocation of the first night. What did the criminal do afterwards? They went out of their room and climbed onto the roof. Almost all of the 10 rooms that night were enclosed rooms, but only the criminal's own room wasn't an enclosed room. I think the iron bars of the criminal's room could be easily removed. The criminal climbed out of the window and went up to the rooftop? That should be the case. Maybe they set up a rope or something in advance to make it easier for them to go up. Once on the rooftop, they didn't have to worry about being seen by others, nor were they hindered by the walls between the rooms. They were able to go straight to the room where the target was. After getting on the rooftop, the criminal immediately went to pull the rope hanging from the window of the empty room, right? That rope was used to remove the thing that was stuck to the door. Yeah. The rope may also have been pulled into the window of the criminal's own room in advance, through a hook on the roof. Right. Considering the timing of us getting to the corner of the corridor, the criminal didn't have time to reach the empty room. After they entered their room, they immediately pulled the rope. As soon as the criminal pulled the rope, we witnessed the disappearing act. However, that trick was a trap. As a result, they made me and Nanamura go inside the empty room. And at that time, the criminal lured Chae-san to the window from the rooftop, right? But would the cautious Chae be lulled by the criminal's sweet words? He looked like quite afraid of the night. If someone told him there is a way out, he might have fallen for it. However, even if the criminal lured Chae near the window in this way, their hands still wouldn't have been able to reach his neck. It's hard to tell whether they could have even touched his head. If the hands that came in from the window wanted to touch the victim's neck, then they have to let their arms stretch, right? This kind of thing can only be done by yoga masters. No, it's probably also difficult for yoga masters. Since the arm can't get extended by a lot, it can only work by letting the victim actively approach. If the victim could come to a higher level. A higher level? They could have just used a stepping stone. The victim looked for something to pad his feet with in order to see the view outside the window. But what did he use to pad his feet? The bed is fixed on the ground and cannot be moved. In addition, there was nothing in the room that could have been used to pad his feet. Something to replace a stepping stone. There's nothing. None at all. No, maybe. By using that. Kirigiri-chan, although I think it is unlikely. What did you think of? Putting the 100 million yen bundles next to the window is a stepping stone, but something like that is still a bit. Exactly that. Kirigiri tucked her hair around her ear. Chae-san and Toyano-san had almost the same body, both are almost 175 centimeters. As for the height of the window, it's about 2 meters above the ground. As long as the pad is 50 centimeters, the position of the victim's head should line up with the window. The victim wouldn't have known how to see outside the window at first, so the criminal may have directly told him this method to use the money as a stepping stone. 10 million banknotes would be 10 centimeters high. Chae-san placed 5 of the 10 million bundles of banknotes near the window and arranged them in 2 rows to create a 50 centimeter stepping stone. In this way, even if someone was outside the window, they can reach the other person's neck. The gap in the locked room mystery is getting bigger and bigger. This hole that's pierced by the bullet of logic. The locked room that looked flawless at first glance is also dispelled by the bullet she fired. Wait a minute. I said, recalling the condition of the rooms when I first stepped into the crime scenes. I didn't see any 100 million yen next to any window. Not only that, but the victim's money is nowhere to be found. One-sama, have you finally realized that the victim's money is missing? You were aware of that? Yeah, didn't I ask you several times if there was any change at the crime scene? Yui One-sama, you replied nothing changed. In other words, when the body was initially discovered, Chae-san's 100 million yen was gone. That's right, it wasn't there, so I didn't notice it. Yes, the others probably didn't notice that the deceased's money was missing too. Perhaps also because of Norman's sentence of will confiscate the money of the deceased vaguely made them think that the money was confiscated by the criminal, most likely for both cases. It wasn't? The money wasn't confiscation after their death? What Norman said at that time only referred to Ozumi-san. Not all the deceased are subject to this confiscation rule. Then we should have found Chae-san's and Toyano-san's money at the crime scene of their murders. It should have been so. However, the fact is that both of their money was missing. This fact reflects the most logical system in this black challenge. What do you mean? This is at the same time the only way to be invincible at this auction. Why did the money of the 2 deceased disappear? If it wasn't confiscated, it must have been taken away. That's right, the way to win in this game is to bid more money than everyone else, to ensure that the detective rights is in your hands, and to use the detective rights to grab the deceased's money before everyone else. The money spent is restored from the dead. The so-called detective rights is also the right to grave rob. The person who takes the remains of the deceased will always be the detective. This game is simply a mockery of us. It's not like that, Can I say this is not the case? Aren't detectives stirring up the dead also stirring up the past? In fact, what we are doing is uncovering past events in the Black Challenge, intending to expose the identities of the criminals and victims to the light of day. If you can figure out the way to win, it's possible to survive even if you are chosen as the target of the Black Challenge. In this sense, the game is indeed fair, except that surviving requires the death of others. Take the deceased's money and use it to save your life. Hidden in this auction is an extremely disgusting secret trick. And more than that, it's what happens afterwards that's the key point. The person who becomes the detective takes the deceased's money. The game creates a more favorable environment for the criminal. The reason being that the money itself is also part of the locked room mystery. In other words, when someone takes the money, it makes the evidence disappear from the crime scene. That's right. The reason why this black challenge is taking the form of an auction should be for this reason. If the money was stacked in place next to the barred window, someone might immediately notice that it's part of the crime's modus operandi. It's difficult to say whether the criminal had sufficient time to collect it. In fact, in the first murder case, the criminal didn't have the time to do so. However, there's no need for the criminal to panic, because the detective will definitely wipe out the evidence for them. This is false, right? No, it's true. Think back to the first night Nanamura-san entered the crime scene before you, One-sama, right? Why yeah. At that time, after he saw the crime scene, he should have understood it all. Then, he immediately took the 100 million yen under the window and hid it, presumably in the blanket or the backpack. In those 2 or 3 minutes? Yes. After that, he managed to distract the others, letting Yuyona-sama leave the 3rd floor for the time being, then he went back to the crime scene to take out the money and hid them somewhere else. That time turned out to be like that. I didn't doubt him at all, and completely obeyed him. The more I thought about it, the more frustrated I become. I think Nanamura-san may have already known the way to win and the goal of the criminal at the very beginning when he heard the rules of the auction. After all, he is a 00 rank detective. Based on this full understanding, he probably secretly decided to cooperate with the criminal's plan. For example, One-sama, when you investigated the empty room with him, the criminal was committing the crime in the next room, but he deliberately stayed in the empty room for a long time, waiting for the criminal to complete the locked room technique. Nanamura and I spent 20 minutes investigating in the empty room where the criminal disappeared. I wasn't particularly aware of anything, I just thought we took so long in order to investigate more thoroughly. But in reality, time was completely under Nanamura's control. Did Nanamura-san conspire with the criminal to commit the crime? No, we can't say that they worked together. To be more precise, Nanamura-san saw through the criminal's plan and used it for himself. What do you mean? The goal of the criminal is revenge, and Nanamura-san's goal is money, so if he goes along with the criminal's plan, he can get a lot of money without much effort. In fact, he now has 100 million yen in his hands, although that was originally Chae-san's. That guy. He's really not right in the head. Is money the only thing on his mind? It's not like we didn't know anything about his character, it's just a little hard for us to understand that kind of thinking. For him, money equals time. For example, he spent money to rent a helicopter, which saved time that got added to his life. In simple terms, money is visible lifespan. We should have thought of what actions he would take in front of this much money. Ugh. Unforgivable. Nanamura's actions are a stain on the detective's integrity. And if someone with the honorable title of the 00 rank did this, the morals of the entire detective force should be called into question. Alright then. Kirigiri still had a calm expression on her face. Let's get back to topic, and talk about the locked room mystery from the beginning. Why yeah. Her words restored a few moments of composure in me. The criminal led Nanamura-san and Yui One-sama to the empty room, and took this opportunity to quietly carry out the locked room murder. They then lured Chae-san to the window, and I think Chae-san followed the criminal's instructions. Used 100 million yen to pat his feet, and then looked out the window. In the next moment, the criminal who was hanging upside down appeared. It's a terrifying sight to imagine. I think that in order to secure the victim to the window, the criminal wrapped a tight rope around the victim's neck and held him in place. The criminal put the rope around the victim's neck by throwing a lasso. This was to prevent the victim from escaping from the window, or maybe to prevent the victim from screaming. The criminal strangled the victim's neck tightly, but didn't intend to strangle him to death with the rope. So the rope wasn't used to kill? Yes, the victim's neck had traces of a rope in addition to the choke marks. The reason should be that after the victim was fixed in place, the criminal directly choked the other's neck with their hands. As for why the criminal had to use their hands specially to strangle the victim, it's to make us think that the criminal had been in and out of the locked room. After all, the victim was strangled to death, so the only possibility is that someone broke into the room and directly killed him. Thanks to that, I was completely confused. The criminal was naturally wearing gloves at the time. This was to avoid being injured by the victim when he resisted, and also to hide the fingerprints and handprints left on the victim's neck. A really cautious criminal. Yeah, but they probably didn't expect the upside-down choke marks to be clearly left on the victim's neck. Kirigiri shrugged, and continued. So, the criminal strangled the victim to death. But if the corpse was left alone, the victim would fall under the window, and then it would have been easy to find flaws in the locked room mystery. Therefore, the criminal had to move the body. When we stepped into the crime scene, the corpse wasn't by the window, but was sitting with his head resting on the bed. Is it possible to put the body in that way without entering the room? After confirming that the victim had stopped breathing, the criminal first crumpled the note with revenge successful into the opponent's mouth. This trick was also to make us think that the criminal had been in and out of the crime scene. Then, in order to move the body, the criminal put a collar around the victim's neck. This collar was connected to a rope, and the other end of the rope extended to the roof. We can assume that that rope was A, and at the same time, the criminal also prepared beforehand another rope, rope B, that is used to retrieve the collar. That collar should have been secured with a screwing pin or the like. As long as it was pulled, the pin would be loosened and the collar would fall off. Aha, then what? By leaving a longer section of rope A and letting it dangle loosely in the room. The criminal maintained their bent position and stretched their arms into the room while holding the dangling rope tightly with both hands, and then flung the rope up and down just like a jump rope and let it hang on the bed inside. The bed happens to have a headboard, so the rope was hung there. Hanging upside down and flinging a rope, this seems very hard. Next, just pull rope A and the collar to move the body to the side of the bed. After moving the body into place, you only need to pull rope B again to retract the collar. This way, the locked room mystery is complete. That's easy to say, but pulling a body with a rope is quite a heavy work, right? Chae-san wasn't that fat, but he was still at least 50 kilograms. It's possible that they used pulleys, or maybe they used some powerful props that are more stronger than manpower. Ah. I remembered the strange thing on the roof and showed Kirigiri the photo on my phone. Unsurprisingly, it's an electric car. Because it doesn't make engine noise, it's best used to smuggle things. Presumably the criminal tied rope A to the car and used it to move the body. You know about cars? By the way, did you already know that there is a car on the roof? It was written in the challenge letter that there is a car, right? Yeah. At first, I thought that such a murder weapon might just be listed but wouldn't be actually used, just a red herring. But considering the trick, I thought it could have been used there. What do you mean? There are two ways to use the car. The first is the same as what I just said. The car was used to pull the dead body. The other method is to set up pulleys and winches inside the car to pull the dead body. The car itself is a silent unit. Although both methods can be used to move the body, the latter is the better option because it's more silent. But it's crazy to have a car on the roof. Did the Crime Victims Relief Committee lift it up by a crane? Now the mystery of the locked room is solved. The criminal strangled the victim through the iron-barred window and then moved the body with a rope. The 100 million yen used to pad the feet under the window was hidden by Nanamura-san. This is the truth. The truth that I thought would be difficult to unravel no matter what was so easily revealed by Kirigiri. I really don't know what to say about this abandoned hotel. No one can see the truth after such a renovation. I mean, the floor above the third one is now a rooftop. You don't have enough imagination, Yui-One-sama. From the upside-down choke marks, you should have been able to infer that the criminal appeared from above. Even if you say that, it's hard to think that there's nothing above the third floor. Yui-One-sama, you said this is the third floor, but I think this floor is actually the fifth one. It's not that the floors above the third are gone, but that we are above the third floor. As for the rooftop, it's the real rooftop. The stairs have probably been rearranged, and from the number of floors, we thought we were. It could be that the culprit prepared it in advance to give us the wrong impression, or it could have been done by the Crime Victims Relief Committee. The sound I heard that night was like something being dragged. It must have been the sound made by the criminal when he moved the body to the bedside with the rope. Although Toyanoa-san only had 70 million, he had no problem trying to lay a 50 centimeters high stepping stone. However, when we checked the body, the money was gone. Ah, so that's what happened. Mine-san took it, that's why he bid more than the money he had left on hand at the third auction. That's right. He discovered the nature of this auction and planned to put his finding into practice. Unfortunately for him, he lost to us. The reason why he failed was because he tried to win with the minimum amount of money. It was hard for him to master the victory formula. It was beyond his capabilities. If Mine-san won yesterday, someone would have died by now. It's very possible that Yui-One-sama prevented this from happening. I hope so. In reality, I just ran around with the keycard. Speaking of Toyanoa-san's room, there was a doll. How did it end up in the room? With the size of that doll, there was no way for it to pass between the iron bars. First disassemble the doll, pass it through the iron bars, and then reassemble it. I took off the doll's clothes and saw that there are traces of splicings everywhere on it. The reason why such a doll was specially prepared, I think, is also for us to think the criminal had been in and out of the locked room. It was because the criminal had a lot of time that night, that's why they deliberately arranged such a thing. The mystery of the two locked rooms has been solved. The remaining question is which room window the criminal got out from. Hey, Kirigiri-chan, who is the criminal? Finally approaching the core part. By narrowing down the scope according to the conditions met, we can naturally determine the identity of the criminal. Kirigiri said with a raised index finger. I felt a glimpse of a young detective in her gestures. First of all, the criminal must be relatively small in size, so that they are able to pass through the narrow window. I believe it's not possible for men, at least no man here is smaller than the women. The criminal is a female. Then there's the first disappearing act. To achieve that type, the criminal used the room located in the blind spot of your vision, Yui-One-sama, that is, 307 room or after. The criminal was in room 307 or after on the first night. As for the window used to enter and exit the rooftop, although I don't know which room it's in, I think there should be only one room in the 10 rooms with such a window. After all, if there is that mechanism in more than one room, others may find out about it. Only the iron bars on that window in that particular room can be removed to allow someone to go out. Do you know which room that is? It's very simple. The criminal committed murders for 2 consecutive days, which means that the criminal used the room with that mechanism for 2 consecutive days, right? That room is the entrance and exit to the rooftop. A person who stayed in the same room for 2 consecutive days. The window in that room is the secret entrance and exit. I opened my notebook and checked the room allocation for the 2 days. There was only one person who stayed in the same room the first night and the next one. Yes, the criminal is Yuzuru Sae. No way, that widow. She was in room 307. She was the one who choked 2 men to death with those 2 slender arms. It feels unbelievable, but at the same time, I have a vague feeling that she can do such a thing. But wait a minute, wasn't it a coincidence that she stayed in room 307? She didn't choose that room by herself. Hey, Kirigiri-chan, we used playing cards to determine the room allocation for the first night. Yuzuru-san couldn't have chosen room 307 by herself. Did she stay in the room with the secret window by chance? No, before the cards were dealt, Yuzuru-san snatched the playing cards and touched them with her hands. She pretended to confirm whether the cards were tampered with. But actually, she was tampering with the cards herself. I think she scratched the back of that 4 card. So she had paved the way for her crime at that moment with a swift move. The room allocation for the next day was determined in the order of the bid amount. Although the situation at the auction was rather chaotic, it was probably not difficult to put herself in the back of the queue, as long as the bid was lower. If she couldn't get assigned to room 307, the murder could be rescheduled to another day. Ha! But on the night of the first murder, Yuzuru-san kept chatting with Mifune-san, who was in charge of watching the corridor. They both gave each other alibi, right? The time used to kill is 10 minutes. It took 5 minutes to move the body and retrieve the ropes and then return to the room. The remaining 5 minutes to chat with Mifune-san, so that there is no contradiction. She made an alibi for Mifune-san but also emphasized hers at the same time. I see. It should have been quite difficult to complete the crime in just 20 minutes, and it was also necessary to ensure that the victim was strangled to death. For this day, she must have gone through repeated training. By the way, I checked the window of room 307 where the problem is last night, but I couldn't remove the iron bars. The criminal must have estimated that this mechanism won't be used anymore, so they sealed it up. Won't be used anymore? Yes, at least the same trick won't be used anymore. To be precise, it shouldn't be used anymore. Why? It's because the remaining target is too short. Even if she used money to pad her feet, her neck won't reach the height of the window. Ah. Mifune-san. Yes, I think she is the last target, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if you want to believe me. I can only say that I've heard the footsteps of the Shinigami. Good enough for me, we have to protect her. Thank you, One-sama. Kirigiri said with a sigh of relief. After talking about such a big theory, she probably felt a little uneasy in her heart to say the only thing that is difficult to determine. But in regard to the footsteps of the Shinigami she heard, I have seen such a precedent. It seems that she can indeed sense the death of others. I wonder how the criminal is planning to kill her. In worst case scenario, she might use a gun. If that happens, as long as the criminal hangs upside down from above and shoots at the target in the room, then that would create the third lock room. Bullets have ballistic trajectories. And by examining the body, you can easily determine where and from what angle the criminal shot the victim. That way, once the truth about the criminal shooting through the window is exposed, then the rooftop trick will all be exposed too, so I don't think the criminal will use this method. I see. There's also a hammer on the list of murder weapons, but that might just be a red herring. As long as we don't know how she plans to kill the target, we have no way to protect her. So in the next 2 auctions, we have to let Mifune-san obtain the detective rights to ensure her safety. The person with the detective rights won't be killed. Will the criminal abide by this rule? At this time, they won't act against the rules. To be safe, it's better to let Nanamura-san identify the criminal and let the black challenge end, right? Didn't I say that he is useless? In this black challenge, he will instead support the criminal to win. At the moment, he's still putting on a neutral face, but when the time comes, he'll most likely turn against us. I think we should leave him alone and not provoke him. I still can't believe that a 00 rank detective would disregard his honor for money. Yui-Sama, the decisive battle is next. We have to win in the game designed by the criminal and put an end to this black challenge. What are our chances of winning? My heart is full of anxiety. Nothing is impossible. Kirigiri said with a sweet smile. We will win fair and square. Isn't that right, One-sama? When 6 p.m. came, we all gathered in the cafeteria, and there wasn't much time left on the electronic display. The portrait showed a picture of a black cat. Hi, I'm a stray cat walking around here. It's already 6 o'clock and today's auction is about to begin. For the record, there's nothing new to add, and I'll be hosting tomorrow too, Naya. The 4th auction. According to my notebook, the remaining money of each person is as follows. Samidare Yui 27 million, Kirigiri Kyoko 49 million, Mifune Maruko 89 million, Shinsen Mikado 90 million, minus Yuzan 68 million, Yuzuru Asai 93 million, Nanamura Suisei 100 million. If it's a decisive battle between Mifune and Yuzuru, then Yuzuru would win. But things have reached this point, and they won't be fighting alone. Of course, Kirigiri and I took Mifune's side, and our money is added to hers. Meanwhile, at some point Shinsen was pulled to Yuzuru's side. It looks like Shinsen believes that Yuzuru is the next target of the murderer. If the motive for the series of murders is revenge, then it's safe to say that the next person whose life is threatened is most likely her. As for the other people here, there is no reason for why they would be killed. Shinsen said in a calm voice. You say it as if I'm a great villain, fufufu. Yuzuru's eyes broke into an icy smile. Her eyes were dark, like a bottomless darkness. She is the criminal of this black challenge. 2 men have already died at her hands. Kirigiri and I know this well, but neither of us said anything. The black challenge system and the rules of the auction are protecting her very well. It's almost flawless. Her plan even deprived us of our detective identity and is temporarily leaving us out of the picture. Shouldn't you all act to protect Yuzuru-san's life too? If all of us worked together for her sake, then there would be no need to hold the auction. I'm sorry, that won't do. Mayne kicked open the cafeteria door and entered. I can't trust you guys. Mayne said, pointing to Shinsen and the others. I don't have any experience in the business world, but I can still smell danger. You bastards are no good. I'm going to bet on this side, because someone said she trusts me. He joined our side. Mayne-san. He is a waste of a human being, but he looked a bit cool there. Hey, what you said last time still stands, right? Mayne whispered. Kirigiri nodded silently. The results of each group's money are as follows. Mifune Maruko 233 million, Yuzuru Asai 183 million. We have the absolute advantage. However, Yuzuru suddenly brought out another heavy hiking bag from nowhere. This is. I couldn't help asking, and Yuzuru turned to Nanamura. Nanamura threw a wink at us. This is my money, he said with exaggerated open arms. It contains a full 50 million yen. Wait a minute. What's going on? Nanamura-san, why are you helping Yuzuru-san? In my mind, I thought it's impossible for a stingy person like him to spend such a large sum of money this easily. Ufufu, wanna know why? There are many reasons, but they shouldn't be told to children. No way, so that's the case. I approached Nanamura. Nanamura-san, you fell for her seductions, so you gave away those 50 million to her. Don't get me wrong, young detective girl, I would never fall for a woman's beauty. You're lying, absolutely lying. I'm not lying, because I'm gay. The sudden coming out announcement made the place fall into complete silence. I was also speechless. I lent her money conditionally at her request, and this condition is tenfold refund. If we leave here safely, she will repay me 10 times the money. 10 times 50 million is 500 million? My previously deceased husband left me with insurance money and inheritance, which I can use to pay him back once I get out of here. GGUH. I was at a loss for words. Hey, it's better for me to change sides. Mayne started saying stuff he shouldn't say, and I gave him a glare. No, just kidding. Now, oddly enough, we're evenly matched. Mifune Maruko 233 million, Yuzuru 233 million. Is it fate, or are we just playing into Yuzuru's hands? If only I hadn't wasted that 5 million in the first auction. I'm only now starting to regret it. Nanamura-san, can you lend us the remaining 50 million? I appealed to him. It's the only amount of money that hasn't been put on any side yet. Can you offer me the same deal as Yuzuru-san? Of course you can't. And I should mention in advance that I have no interest in children's seduction tricks. I can lend you Mayne-san for one night. Idiot, stop fucking around. Unfortunately, he's not my type. Nanamura shrugged. I feel relieved and disappointed at the same time. What is this feeling? Mayne was at a loss and sat down on a chair looking tired. There's no way to break this state of equilibrium. The person who will be attacked by the murderer is Mifune-san. We should protect her together, Shinsen-san, don't you understand? I focused on Shinsen. As long as we pull him to our side, we can win. I beg to differ with that statement. Why would Mifune-san be the next target? Shinsen asked. Is Mifune-san a criminal? No, she herself denied it. If the black challenge mentioned by Detective San is true, then the victims are only limited to criminals, so then the target should be Yuzuru-san. Protecting criminals may sound strange, but the past is in the past. Shouldn't you also be protecting her? His reasoning made me feel as if we are the wrong one here. You said you can see the Shinigami. Can't you see the Shinigami shadow on Mifune-san? How about that? I tried my best to impress Shinsen, but he looked at me with a frighteningly cold stare for a moment. However, he immediately shook his head. His will can't be shaken. I will invest all my money at the next auction. Yuzuru suddenly announced. What did you say? Hey, you bitch, what do you mean? Our special attack captain Mayne snapped. During the time I've been living here, I've discovered one thing that's more important than money, that is life. If you don't have a life, even if you have money, it won't help you much. I finally realized that this day. This liar. She must be fighting to claim the detective rights and then killing Mifune. Listen here, dumbass, think about it again. Mayne said. Do you really want to invest all your money? If you invest all of it, then it's all over, right? You'll have no more money, and you'll be at a disadvantage later. Don't you understand this? It's a good idea to have a little bit to compromise. Come on. It's better to compromise. Mifune began to shrink. Although we have more people on our side, it's of no use. The key lies with who has more money. Neither side dared to act rashly, and time passed by slowly. It looks like words alone won't solve any problem. Yuzuru stood up and dragged her hiking bags to the bidding compartment. Wait a minute. We haven't come to a conclusion yet. Mayne called out to her. However, Yuzuru didn't stop. Once someone bids in the compartment, the next person must bid within 10 minutes. If no one entered the compartment within 10 minutes, the auction will automatically end and the auction results will be displayed. Yuzuru lit the fuse. She finally walked into the bidding compartment. Hey, is this okay? Sweat dripped from Mine's face, and he leaned toward me and Kirigiri. Should we let her do that? Let her run out of all her money and become poor, so that we can win tomorrow. I thought you have understood it from the previous auctions. Regardless of the process, the person who invests all their money will win. If you don't have an opportunist personality, you will lose. Kirigiri is very calm. But it's not good this time. I whispered. I don't know if she'll really put all her money in or not, but this doesn't matter. Let's not be reckless, let's fight safe instead. If we invest all the money now, if our amount is the same as Yuzuru, both sides will lose everything. Not only would we not get today's detective rights, we'll even lose the right to participate in tomorrow's auction with no money. This is the worst case scenario. If the other party's all-in declaration is a bluff, and the amount actually bid was relatively small. In that case, if we invest all our money, at least we'll win today, but we won't be able to win tomorrow's auction. How about not investing all our money and using a small amount of money and try out our chances? If we bid a small amount of money and we lose today, we will surely win the next day. For example, today we bid 10 million and the other side bids 12 million. Although we lose today, the total amount of money is 2 million more than the other side for us. If we invest all our money tomorrow, we will definitely win. However, this is under the premise that Nanamura won't continue to support Yuzuru with money. On the other hand, if we win today, we will have less money than the other side, and we will definitely not win tomorrow. According to the above cases, even if there is a 1% chance of not winning twice due to the same amount of money case, we should try to avoid investing the full amount of money in this auction. It's necessary to choose between winning today or winning tomorrow. If I must choose one of the two, it's better to take advantage of today to win first in order to avoid Nanamura's future support money. However, Kirigiri has a different opinion. Yui-Wan-sama, winning 1 out of 2 auctions isn't the right idea from the start. We have to win twice in a row. As soon as we lose the detective rights once, Mifune-san will be killed on the same day, and the culprit must have already prepared for it. How is it possible to win twice in a row? The only way to win anything is to give up one of them. I raised my voice. Mine and Mizu nodded in agreement. No, there is a way to win. Kirigiri responded to us with serious eyes. Even in this despair-filled situation, she still didn't lose her belief in victory. How on earth is it going to work? The numbers are cold and unforgiving. No matter how we calculate it, we have no hope of winning twice in a row. Yuzuru finished the bid and came out of the compartment. Her hiking bag didn't get any smaller. It looks the same as when she went in. Was it just a bluff? Or did she sneak something else inside it after she made her bid? What did she put in it? Is that hiking bag a bluff? Or is she adopting the strategy of bidding a small amount of money? The more I think about it, the more I don't understand her intentions. A smile appeared at the corner of Yuzuru's mouth. Although she is playing the victim who needs to be protected, she is actually the murderer of this black challenge. I don't know what happened to her in the past, but she has now sunk into darkness, and we can't let any murderer go unpunished. But first, we have to win at this auction. Kirigiri gave Mifune an earful. Follow the way I told you to bid. Mifune nodded despite her confusion. I helped Mifune carry the hiking bag with the huge amount of money. It was too heavy for her to carry 233 million yen by herself. Then I'll leave it to you. Kirigiri escorted Mifune into the bidding compartment. She nodded and closed the compartment door. After a long time, Mifune finally came out. Her hiking bag appears empty. 10 minutes later, the siren sounded announcing the end of the 4th auction. We rushed to the portrait. The results are. Today's auction results in Mifune Maruko 23,000,10,000 Yuzuru SA 010-1000. I felt weak with sore knees and leaned against the balcony railing. Kirigiri's idea really did not beat around the bush, it was to put in all the money. We did avoid the worst case where both groups invest the same amount in money leading to all being confiscated, since Yuzuru offered 0 yen. This meant we were completely deceived by her bluff. We had to win both times, but unlike us, she only needed to win once by saving her money and abandoning today's auction. This was probably her choice. That woman really did it. Damn it. Mine glared at Yuzuru with gritted teeth. Ah. Yuzuru hugged Shinsen with a miserable pale face. I lost, because I couldn't let go of the money after all, that would make me want to die. It can't be helped. Shinsen took her words seriously. Let Mifune-san protect you tonight. Yeah. I have no other choice but that. Yuzuru said this, grinning at us. Ah. She already understands that we are her enemies. Or perhaps she just knows in her heart that we have figured out that she is the murderer. After thinking about it, Nanamura, who was supposed to play the role of the detective, stole the evidence without being noticed on the first day. Maybe from that time on, the murderer and the detective secretly became accomplices, and they were both well aware of this. The murderer plans to let the black challenge end in her victory. Nanamura, who plays the role of a detective, will fail in this black challenge, but he can leave with a large sum of money. There is no disadvantage to the detective if he loses. If we have to count one, it would probably be his reputation being damaged. 100 million yen or the detective's honor. Which is more important? At least for Nanamura, money is more important. In any case, now all our money is spent. The solution for us to win at tomorrow's auction simply doesn't exist now. The room allocation for this night was the same as yesterday, with the detective being placed in the innermost room and the order of the others determined by rock, paper, scissors. Although Mifune is given the detective rights, things still can't be taken lightly. The criminal may have a desire of getting rid of people who get in the way. Hey, Pumpkinhead, can you promise to get everyone out? I am not really sure, but no matter how difficult it is, we have to do it, right? You. The nighttime is approaching, and we each went into our rooms. The nighttime has come as usual. Although Mifune struggled for a long time, she still managed to rescue everyone from the guest rooms. But we know in our hearts that the murderer didn't need to deliberately do anything this evening. To answer why, it's because tomorrow we will all be locked in our rooms defenseless. And so, one night passed and a day of despair began. At 7 a.m., Kirigiri and I took a shower in room 303 to prepare for the last day. Coincidentally, today happens to be the last day of the year, New Year's Eve. Maybe this day is just right to put an end to everything. Kirigiri sat on the bed while I braided her hair and almost drifted off to sleep several times without knowing it. I have been at my limit for the past few days. I had barely closed my eyes. In a dim consciousness, stroking her soft hair, I gradually fell asleep. I snapped awake to find that Kirigiri in front of me is just as dozed off and fast asleep as I was. Soon Kirigiri fell down towards me. I let her rest her tiny head on my lap. I didn't dare to move, afraid to disturb her sleep. I wonder what's going on inside this little head. It's a mystery to me. In her sleep, her hair covered her cute ears, and it hung down near her neck. Her innocent and sleepy sleeping face gave me hope. She must have some sort of plan. About 24 hours left. Yui-Wan-sama. Kirigiri said as she still rested her head on my lap and looked at me sleepily. You're awake? Can I sleep a little longer? Sure. After I nodded, she smiled happily and fell into a deep sleep again. When I first met her, she always hid her feelings behind her icy expressions, but recently she has been expressing her feelings directly. The reason why her feelings weren't showing before seems to be due to her training as a detective. But I feel that I can trust her as a detective more when she smiles and show worry. Having said that, I haven't encountered any decent detectives at all recently. Shouldn't detectives be on the side of justice? Even the awe-inspiring 00 rank detective Nanamura Suisei is just a self-serving lowlife in the end. He betrayed his companions for money. He saw through the nature of the game before everyone else and chose to act in his own favor. His speed is really amazing. It can be argued that without this talent of his, he wouldn't have been able to get such a large sum of money. But this behavior cannot be right. What is right for a detective? Can I be sure that I'm in the right? The next thing I know, I'm in a dream. In my dream, I'm walking in a dark place, lost. Looking for someone. Who am I looking for? I ran anxiously in the darkness. I have to rescue her quickly. She is crying in the darkness. That person is me. No, it could be my sister. I'm sorry. I couldn't save you. Unforgivable. I absolutely can't forgive the murderer who did that to her. I suddenly felt something touching my face, and I woke up. Kirigiri is staring at my face with a worried look. She is touching my face with her fingertips. Like she was wiping away my tears. Yui-wan-sama, you're crying. Sorry, it's nothing. I sat up, took off my glasses and put them on the bed to wipe my tears. You like to ask me so many questions, but you don't talk much about yourself. Kirigiri frowned as she got a little upset. I still dream about my little sister from time to time. I talked about a topic I had never mentioned to anyone before. She's always asking for help, but I haven't been able to save her once. Even in my dreams, I'm still powerless. It's frustrating. Yui-wan-sama. Kirigiri brought her face closer to me. Then you will protect me this time. If anything happens to me, Yuyona-sama, you will have to come and protect me, and you will be able to do it. I stared at the smiling Kirigiri. She looked a bit blurry. Speaking of my glasses. I tried picking up my glasses on the bed. But Kirigiri quickly snatched it away. She put the glasses on her face and joked. Do I look good? Sorry, I can't see you well. Forget it. Kirigiri took off the glasses and shoves them at me as soon as she can. Although she looks calm, she is easy to get angry sometimes, or she is just shy. I put on my glasses and looked at her expression. Enough about that, the time for the last auction is getting closer and closer. Kirigiri suddenly put on a serious face and said, Do you really plan to fight her at the auction? Of course, she said as she puffed up her thin chest. At yesterday's auction, I was convinced that in order for her to confess guilt, she must be defeated according to her rules. The fact that Nanamura-san, the detective, is on her side is also giving her confidence. I really want to punch that Nanamura guy so badly. I said, clenching my fist. I have never punched anyone before, but breaking that precept on him doesn't look so bad. On second thought, better not to. This matter aside. We ran out of money yesterday, and now we are broke. Shinsen-san completely believes in Yuzuru-san still, and he seems to have given her full control of his money. And that Nanamura guy will definitely not lend us his money. The other side freely controls at least 233 million, while we are stuck at zero. This overwhelming gap is impossible to fill. Even if we can borrow the remaining 50 million from Nanamura, we wouldn't be able to win against the other side in terms of money. No matter how I think about it, it's impossible for us to win against Yuzuru. Why don't we just escape from the rooftop while we're at it? How about this method? I mentioned the idea that I had been brewing secretly. Like you said before, just tie up the bed sheets into a rope, let it dangle outside, and then descend along the rope to the ground. We can even tie the bed sheets to the car on the rooftop. It's quite difficult to climb down from a 5-story rooftop with a rope of tied up bed sheets. But if only one person can safely descend to the ground, then they can open the entrance of the hotel from the outside. As long as the door is left open, everyone can get out. Now that the game has started, I think the entrance door probably cannot be opened from the outside, so as to prevent irrelevant outsiders from coming in. Right. It's unrealistic to let everyone go down the rope. I certainly don't have that experience. Hey, Kirigiri-chan, do you have any plan to defeat Yuzuru-san? Yes, but since we are going to battle it out, then there's a chance we'll fail. Huh? It's not a guaranteed win? No one can say what will happen in this world. But the only thing I can say is that I will try my best. Kirigiri said, she is having fun with it. Seeing her look like this, I let go of a big rock in my heart, but at the same time, I vaguely felt that one day in the future I would never see this look again, and I became a little uneasy. And so, the fateful auction began. Except for me and Kirigiri, everyone else is already in the cafeteria. Wearing morning clothes, Yuzuru stood with arms folded, almost like a queen. With her as the center, Shinsen and Nanamura stood on both sides. They became the guards serving the queen. Mifune and Minae were far away from them, and the two huddled in the corner, looking like losers. Hey, you girls are late. Minae stood up to greet me and Kirigiri. She's already done bidding. She entered the compartment as soon as it got to 6 o'clock. F for real? Yep, look at the ecstasy on her face. She's totally convinced she's going to win. There are 3 bulging hiking bags on Yuzuru's feet, and the amount didn't look to be decreased. She has no competitors, so there is no need to waste money on bidding anyway. By the way, today's portrait is a black cat. That thing don't matter. Mifune said anxiously. 5 minutes have already passed. Has anyone else entered the compartment? Kirigiri asked. Mifune and Minae shook their heads at the same time. If this goes on for another 5 minutes, the auction will be over. At that time, it will be a victory for Yuzuru. The detective rights will be taken away by her. We will lose all means to protect the target, Mifune. We can only be imprisoned in the rooms, watching the last murder happen. Kirigiri-chan, what are we going to do? Calm down, Wan-sama, check the rules again. Our rules? What about them? You cannot commit murder in front of the person who has the detective rights. This rule is the most important. Yes, that's why we're desperately trying to claim the detective rights. Let's say Yuzuru-san is the murderer. You can consider the situation, although she is actually the murderer. Let's assume that Yuzuru-san has obtained the detective rights at this auction. This way, she is both the detective and the murderer. However, it's not possible to commit murder in front of the person who has the detective rights, correct? To strictly follow this rule, she who is both the detective and the murderer cannot kill. Why yeah, this makes sense. But why does that matter? The remaining time is getting less and less. By the time there's 15:50 left, the auction will be over. If she intends to kill someone on the upcoming last night. Ah, that's right. If she claimed the detective rights, then she wouldn't be able to kill anyone. Yes, she doesn't want to claim the detective rights because she can't. So in this last auction, the money she bid is undoubtedly zero. She intends to let the last auction pass. I understand all that, but it's useless to know that there won't be detective on the last night. It's not like you can do anything about it. If you already knew that the other side is planning to let the auction pass, then why did you spend all our money yesterday? Wouldn't it be better to keep a little bit for today? If that was the case, then we would have won today too. That won't work. It's precisely because we ran out of money that she is able to safely let today's auction pass. Even if we have a little money left, she would have given money to Shinsen-san to make sure that we wouldn't get the detective rights. In order to prevent this from happening, it was necessary to invest all our money in yesterday's bid. That reckless bid of the full amount was just to throw them off guard? That's right. But no matter whether the opponent is off guard or not, aren't things the same? We have no way to win. Kirigiri shook her head quietly. No, there is a way to win. Kirigiri started walking towards the compartment alone as the time limit for bidding was approaching. What exactly does she have in mind? She opened the compartment door and went in. Of course, she is empty-handed and didn't carry half her hiking bag. What's the point of her entering the compartment if she doesn't have any money? Yuzuru still maintained her queen look, staring at the bidding compartment. She still believes in her victory, because she has no reason to doubt it at all. Kirigiri finally came out of the compartment. It probably only took 2 or 3 minutes. Are you trying to stall for time? Yuzuru said with a relaxed smile. You plan to go in and out of the compartment repeatedly and delay the auction until the night time starts, right? Even if you do this, the results won't change. She's right. I ran towards Kirigiri. What did you go in there for? You will know right away. We waited on the edge of our seats for that moment to come. Kirigiri didn't intend to delay any longer. She leaned her body against the door of the bidding compartment and stood still. The end of the last auction is getting closer. Yuzuru and her 2 guards couldn't wait any longer. They all went to the balcony, followed by Minace and Mifune. Kirigiri and I were the last to go up. Before we knew it, everyone had already gathered in front of the pitch-black portrait. And then, the siren sounded announcing the end. Finally, the bizarre detective auction at Norman's hotel came to an end. Thank you, everyone. Yuzuru opened her arms and span around. The game of gambling with my life is over, and I'm finally free of this oppressive world. Yuzuru SAE 010-1000. With a full 200 million yen in hand, Yuzuru let the auction pass. For her as the murderer, the detective rights will only get in the way, and there is no way she would claim the detective rights herself. Tonight will be a night without a detective. There is no way to protect Mifune. Or at least that's what I thought. Kirigiri Kyoko 100-10,000. What? Yuzuru stared at the result, her eyes almost popping out. How? What's going on? Look at the results. I don't have to explain anything for you to understand. Today's auction results, Kirigiri Kyoko 100-10,000 SA 0010-1000. This can't be. She can't possibly have any money. There's no extra money anywhere. Yuzuru suddenly recovered and stared at Nanamura fiercely. It's you. Not only are you gay, but you're also a lolicon. You bought a middle school girl for 1 million yen. Don't be silly, I didn't do anything, and I have no interest in middle school girls. Then who was it? Where did it come from? What kind of money was it? There wasn't an extra million anywhere. Any money brought in from outside isn't supposed to register. The straps of the money here have microchips on them. Yuzuru fell into a state of genuine obliviousness and blurted out something that only the murderer knew. Did she only put money in at the last auction and left the straps? Shinsen suddenly thought of something and said. That approach won't work. Yuzuru was emotional. The machine will only respond to 110,000 bills tied up with the bundling strap. Witnessing her exasperated appearance, Kirigiri's eyes are as cold as usual. Kirigiri-chan, what's going on? Where did you get this 1 million from? The essence of this auction is to take away the money of the deceased. I thought it would be possible from the very beginning. From the very beginning. When was that? When the rules were being explained. How did you even get that kind of money that time? There was no dead person then. No. There was one person who died before our eyes. Wozumi Teheim. She was shot while the rules were being explained and died. Although she wasn't one of the targets of the murderer, she was brutally killed. At that time, after we heard the 2 gunshots, Wozumi-san was shot, right? Even from under the balcony, I saw that she was fatally wounded, so I took out 1 million from her bag next to me. Then, her body fell and burned on the dining table, and the money was burned to ashes too, except for the 1 million that I hid in my uniform pocket. At that time, everyone's eyes were focused on Wozumi on the balcony, while Kirigiri took advantage of that time to take 1 million from Wozumi's hiking bag. What a cruel decision. In a sense, at that moment, Kirigiri had already given up on Wozumi. Yet at the same time, this became our hope, and the money left by Wozumi saved us. How could this be? Yuzuru lost all strength and fell to her knees all at once. Yuzuru-san, there is still some time before night comes. What are you going to do tonight? Should we call it off maybe? Now Kirigiri took Yuzuru's position, and so this little queen is ruling over the auction house. It's not over yet. Yuzuru remained paralyzed on the floor, with only one pair of eyes gleaming, looking up at Kirigiri. For those who didn't know Yuzuru was the murderer, this scene is probably quite unbelievable. Kirigiri looked away with her arms folded, and didn't seem to care about Yuzuru's glare. Yuzuru-san, if you're thinking of getting into Mifune-san's room to kill her before me, I'll tell you in advance that this is not possible. WI. Regarding the rules, we must abide by the 10 p.m. curfew. If we violate this rule, as a punishment, we won't be able to participate in subsequent auctions, is that correct? But by turning this rule in reverse, it's okay to not obey the curfew if you don't have a reason to participate in the next auction, doesn't it? What's more, now that the last auction is over, there are more and more reasons for not complying with the curfew. Everyone will not abide by the curfew tonight. I intend to keep everyone gathered in my detective room, including Mifune-san of course, because as long as I alone abide by the curfew, it will be enough. Actually, Glasses Girl and I were in Pumpkinhead's detective room yesterday. Minace intervened and said. We had both given up our right to participate in the auction. We were both broke anyway, and it didn't matter whether if we had the right to participate in the auction. The way to survive by exploiting the rules that Kirigiri sold to Minace referred to this. In fact, this method can also be used to save other lives in the auction. I kind of wonder how strict the rules of the curfew itself are, said Kirigiri. How exactly was it monitored? Or is that something I shouldn't delve into? Can Yuzuru monitor all guest rooms? Or was that rule just verbal? Maybe there's a system combined with the fingerprint authentication. However, I very much doubt that Yuzuru alone can guarantee that all of them were monitored, and it's possible that there is no such monitoring device at all. You. Yuzuru finally swallowed her voice and sobbed. Seeing her crying like this makes me realize that she is just a fragile woman too. I want to die. Oh, I feel like slitting my wrist so hard right now. Can someone lend me a blade? You. Yuzuru confided in a weak voice. The sturdy figure she had shown just a moment ago was gone. I want to die. I want to die. You can't die, Yuzuru-san. I said to her. What you have done cannot be forgiven. Because of this, you have to live to atone for your sins. I can't believe I'm being lectured platitudes by a child. I really want to die. No matter what we say, it will only have the opposite effect. Yuzuru-san, please admit that you are the murderer. I tried to persuade her to admit her guilt. Since Nanomura is useless, the only way to end the black challenge is to get the murderer to confess. However, I won't. Yuzuru stopped crying as if nothing had happened. How stubborn. Hey, this woman is the murderer? Mayonnaise looked confused. No, what are you talking about? Yuzuru said calmly as she patted the dust on her knees and stood up while ruffling her long hair. Why do you want to kill me? Mifune hid behind me and asked. Yuzuru showed a cold smile. This former psychic little girl. My family was ruined because of you. Yeah? I don't even know you. My father worked in the production department of a TV station. At that time, your parents brought you, a psychic girl. You bended spoons in front of the TV camera and quickly became popular. After that, your parents often appeared on various TV shows and were interviewed by magazines and even invited to give speeches. I didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, if any of your psychic powers were real, that would indeed be true. But everything was fake, and your parents used you to deceive everyone. So that's how it is. Mifune's parents may have been a pair of scammers. Mifune didn't know that she was involved in a scam. She just kept bending spoons according to what her parents told her, although it's difficult to say whether she does have real psychic powers. Her parents fooled various media with the psychic girl brand. Ever since your scam came to light, the slander was directed at my father, and there were even claims that he was involved in the scam, and he was forced to resign. As a result, he committed suicide. That was when I was 12 years old. It wasn't a scam. I can bend spoons. But it just slowly stopped working. Mom and Dad said I didn't have to worry about it. Shut up. You stinky pumpkin head. How old do you think you are, still talking like a little kid? Yuzuru finally roared. You wa Aya. Mifune sat on the ground and started crying. And how did Chage-san and Toyano-san get involved? I asked. Yuzuru responded with a charming smile and crossed arms. After my father died, my mother pinned her hopes on religion. In the process, she met someone, Chage. After that, she spent money for salvation on him every day. Soon everything in my apartment was taken and sold. At which point, she met Toyano and was deceived by him. The victim of scams was thus continuously and completely driven to despair. Mother then finally jumped off the top of our apartment building. She was truly saved that time. Yuzuru smiled faintly. Having lost her parents and property, her life must have fallen to the lowest point. Even so, were you that desperate enough to participate in this unconventional black challenge? You could have chosen to live well. Have you misunderstood something? I've always lived well. Even if I was bullied by my classmates because my parents didn't show up during class visits, I still went to school every day, even if I couldn't afford to pay for college after my mother died. So what? I worked late into the night and didn't go to club activities or hang out with friends. I paid the money and graduated successfully. Do you think I became a criminal with a twisted personality because of the misfortune that happened to me? Unfortunately, I'm not that kind of person. But Yuzuru-san, you yourself were scamming with your marriages. That's just a game for wealth. Yuzuru shrugged and stretched out an arm. Life has taught me the secret of this world, that is, money is not made of paper, but made of human life. Hey, have you ever heard of this game? In it you can gather 4 heart pieces, and you turn it into a big heart, then you're Lee. She also has a strange belief in money. This black challenge is a game that reflects the darkness in her heart. I told you in advance that revenge is just a side objective for me. Black challenge is a game of collecting life pieces. If you win this game, you then would have gathered the pieces that will make you come back to life. Isn't that exciting? So you think it's okay to kill? I couldn't help but blurt out. Isn't that how others imposed misfortune on you, and this time you're imposing misfortune on others? Then you mean to tell me to continue putting up with it? Yuzuru became a little emotional, she said. Do you know how long I've endured? I want to be saved too. I was speechless for what she said. At least I don't have the power to save her. Oh, but I'm not the murderer. Really stubborn. Are you going to keep stalling until the time is over? In either case, you have already lost. Yeah, as long as the time's up, I'll lose for sure. But that's not a problem. The money I have now and the money inside the bidding machine add up to more than 800 million in cash once I find a way to break the machine. Coupled with the inheritance and insurance money left by my recently deceased husband, it's completely possible for me to collect enough money to pay back that whatever committee. I see. That's why she is so relaxed. The money used in the game must be returned to the Crime Victims Relief Committee in the case of the murderer's failure. If the money cannot be repaid as how much spent, then the cost must be their own life. However, she can afford to pay back. Although she failed in the game, her life hasn't yet come to an end. Regardless of whether I admit that I lost or not, as long as the time isn't up, the door of this building won't open. Of course, I won't admit defeat, so I'll wait with you until tomorrow morning. What are you going to do after that? Fly far away, of course. Are you kidding? We'll call the police before you run away. Mayonnaise said. Do whatever you want. I'm going to tie you with a rope all night before you run away. Era, that won't work. Yuzuru reached for her chest. She took out a revolver from it. The air froze for a moment. Please, don't make me break the rules at the very end. She said so, pointed her gun at us, and left the cafeteria. What should we do about that woman? Cold sweat oozed from Mayonnaise' forehead. She will follow the rules, so we don't have to worry about her. Kirigiri said. Indeed, as long as this space is bound by the rules, it must be safe. However, if this goes on, I'm afraid she'll slip away. I would also like to ask her about the Crime Victims Relief Committee. All in all, tonight, we can only spend it by Kirigiri's side. Since the criminal will follow the rules until the end, we should do the same. With that, the auction for the dignity of the detective is over. On the way back to the room, Kirigiri stopped me suddenly. Yui-1-sama. I just want to tell you in advance that I'm not a detective with the intention of helping anyone or anything like that. I know. After I nodded, Kirigiri showed a satisfied expression, her 3-stranded braids fluttering as she walked off. We chose room 301 as Kirigiri's room. Except for Yuzuru, everyone gathered in the room for the night. Mayonnaise and Mifune were playing cards, and they were bickering until late. I'm glad we were able to keep them alive, and now I even have an attachment-like emotion to both of them. Shinsen and Nanomura fell asleep in the corners of the room. They slept on opposing sides, but now that the auction is over, it doesn't matter anymore. However, I still can't forgive Nanomura on many things. I borrowed Kirigiri's bed, and we slept side by side. Although the bed is a bit small for 2 people to sleep together, it wasn't a problem for us. Now that the case has ended without another incident, we snuggled to each other and fell into a deep sleep. I slept peacefully with Kirigiri by my side. At the end of the nighttime, the light of the sunrise came through the window. Kirigiri moved in the bed. I opened my eyes and met her gaze. Kirigiri seemed a little shy, looking away, her hair gleaming white under the sunrise. Happy New Year, Kirigiri-chan. When I said that, Kirigiri looked surprised. She must have just remembered what day it is. Happy New Year, 1-sama. We only said these 2 sentences and then fell asleep again. I woke up suddenly from the cold. I subconsciously looked at the time on the phone. 9 a.m. Wow, it's already this time. I propped up my upper body and looked around the room. Except for Kirigiri, who was sleeping next to me, everyone else is gone. It may be because there are fewer people that the room temperature has dropped. My exhaled breath is turning into white mist. Kirigiri-chan, get up. I shook her shoulder. Kirigiri muttered something while rubbing his eyes. Happy New Year. One-sama. I've heard that one already. Let's not talk about that, everyone is gone, maybe they are all in the lobby. Kirigiri sat up and stared blankly into the air. She isn't a morning girl. It's past 9 o'clock, get up already. What about the others? I don't know. Who is this? I'm Kirigiri Fuhito, Kyoko's grandfather. I am grateful for your care. I felt suddenly awake. We stayed outside for a few more days, but there is no big problem. Kyoko is with you, right? His voice sounded more serious than last time. It felt very tense. Yes. If you can, put her on the line. Kyoko doesn't have a cell phone, so I found your number and called. Okay, I'll put her on the line. I handed the phone to Kirigiri. It's your grandpa. What? At a time like this? Kirigiri put the phone on her ear. Happy New Year, Grandpa. Is it too early for you there to say that? Okay, I will turn on the speakers. Kirigiri turned on the phone speaker. Samudera-san, you should listen carefully too. I heard about the Crime Victims Relief Committee from Kyoko before. I didn't particularly care about it at the time, but now the situation has changed. What's going on? This, too excessive. Kirigiri shrugged. And the name of that man is? Kirigiri and I looked at each other. Could it be him? He is the chairman of the Crime Victims Relief Committee? His goal should be me. He probably wants to lure me out, so he wants to start with you, Kyoko. To summarize, if you feel even the slightest hint of him, run away. You are no match for him now. Got it. Kirigiri said, her voice having a rarely heard tremble. Good, don't make contact with him until I arrive, okay? Yes. Good girl. Happy New Year, Kyoko. The phone hung up. Kirigiri's hand is shaking. I took her hand and the phone back. Kirigiri-chan. I stared into her eyes and said, let's run away, quick. But your grandpa said we can't get involved with that guy. The 10 a.m. deadline hasn't arrived yet, and the front door isn't open. Then let's go to the reception lobby for now. The blood on the wall. Don't worry about it. That was all I can say. I just grabbed Kirigiri's hand, took her out of the room and ran toward the stairs. No, I still have to investigate. Kirigiri shook my hand away and turned back to the corridor. She ran deep into the corridor along the bloodstains on the wall. What is up with her? I rushed after her. If anything happens to her, her grandfather will definitely hate me forever, and I must protect her. Kirigiri turned around the corner of the corridor and went to the innermost room. She stood in front of the door, and I finally caught up with her. She opened the door. Room 312. Originally an empty room, where the disappearing act trick was performed, with the pink X painted on the wall on the right. But what suddenly broke into our field of vision was the same large X sign drawn on the wall on the left. And this X isn't pink, but the color of human blood. And something that had collapsed on the side of the bed. Something that was once a human being. This person's head was smashed and turned into a gruesome corpse. It was Yuzuru Sae. Blood had splattered everywhere from the floor to the ceiling, telling us of the horrific story that had happened here. A large hammer is beside the body. Not good. Kirigiri approached the corpse and began to fumble around it. What are you doing? Let's run away. One-sama, the gun is gone. The revolver Yuzuru was holding. Just at that moment. Bang. The sound of something loud. I remember hearing the same sound on the first day here. It's a gunshot sound. It sounded quite far away. Downstairs. What on earth is going on in this ruin? Let's go, One-sama. No other choice but that. Except for the entrance door, there is no other exit. Although there is still a way to get out from the rooftop, there is no way I can bring Kirigiri to the opposite side of the stairs. We held hands and slowly descended the stairs so as to not make footstep sounds. Every time our feet made a little noise, both of us would physically stiffen. We arrived at the first floor. The door leading to the lobby is open. We quietly stretched our necks and looked inside. Something had fallen in the middle of the lobby. 2 people. Minace and Nanamura. They are far apart, but we can see them both in a pool of blood. Kirigiri and I looked around the lobby cautiously. Nobody. What should we do? Run past? I asked her in a low voice, and she nodded silently. If we don't run across the lobby, there's no way to get out. Kirigiri and I crouched and ran all the way across the lobby. We passed by Minace and Nanamura. Both of them are covered in blood, and Minace has a hole in his forehead. He is clearly not breathing. No way to save him. Let's go. I pulled Kirigiri and ran to the front door of the main entrance. I pushed the door. Not open yet. I looked at my phone. 9:57. 3 more minutes to go. You're too late, young ladies. A voice came from somewhere. Kirigiri and I turned around. In the middle of the lobby, Nanamura, who was on ground earlier, had stood up. He patted his bloodstained suit and looked at us. You're pretty good at avoiding danger. I didn't think you girls would actually ignore me. I could have definitely taken care of you both as soon as you got close. Nanamura is holding the revolver in his right hand. How is this happening? The esteemed 00 detective is actually. There are still 4 more rounds left. Nanamura said while looking into the magazine. I didn't move with Kirigiri, I only watched his every move. He aimed his gun at Minace, who was lying next to him, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. After a momentary flash, Minace's body flicked lightly. A meaningless bullet. It would be bad if the murderer fails in this black challenge. The 550 million I'm supposed to get will be returned to the organization, huh? I let her win. But fate is ironic. I didn't expect a team of a high school girl and a middle school girl could do this. The world of detectives is truly far-reaching. Was it you who did it? Nanamura-san. As you can see, I plan to take away the money from the bidding machine. Of course, Yuzuru Asai didn't approve of me doing that, so I made her shut up. Aren't you a detective? How can you kill so easily? I can't forgive this. Everything he did. Don't detectives exist to save people? Please don't disillusion me anymore. Among detectives, there are no good people like him. It can't be helped. This is the most rational conclusion for society and the world. The world should understand better that by investing in high-ranking people like me, civilization can advance much faster. What do you mean it can't be helped? I can't understand him. He's like a person from another world. As a result, I got 900 million yen and my reputation is preserved. There is just one more problem. If what happened here spreads out, it will definitely be a problem. Therefore, I must seal your mouth shut. I wonder if you girls are tight-lipped. I will expose you after I get out of here. Right, I knew you would say that, Samador-kun. How about Kirigiri-kun? Just like one-sama. Oh wow, I thought you wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Did you get affected by Samador-kun? Nanamura sighed, then pointed his gun at us. Then please, die for this world like everyone else. It's precisely because of the existence of slow people like you that this world has become stagnant. The distance is about 10 meters. At this distance, anyone with a gun can easily hit their target. However, this is if the target isn't moving. If we run around with all our strength, we might be able to dodge the remaining 3 bullets. It's better than just waiting to be hit. Yui One-sama, don't. Kirigiri grabbed the corner of my clothes. But, we'll be shot if this continues. There are 30 seconds left. Buy time. All right, the remaining time for the front door just behind us to open. Bang. Nanamura pulled the trigger at us mercilessly. The bullet grazed my left ear and made a hole in the door. My left ear is ringing. Trying to stall for time? Too bad, did you think I don't know what you were thinking? I will shoot you this time. Nanamura pressed down the revolver hammer with his thumb. We'll get shot. I stood in front of Kirigiri, using my body as her shield. There are 2 more bullets. If I can block them both, she'll be saved. I opened my arms wide. What do you think? I made it easy for you to hit. Now shoot. One-sama, no. Very well, 1 bullet to finish you off, and the last one will be for her behind you. Nanamura's finger grabbed the trigger. Just then, the door to the cafeteria slammed open. Mifune, covered in blood, appeared from there. She is about to fall to the ground, kneeling on the lobby floor, stretching out her index finger and pointing straight at Nanamura. The end. Nanamura quickly turned around and pulled the trigger towards Mifune. However, no bullet was fired. Nanamura looked at the gun in his hand with a surprised look and tried to operate it, but the gun didn't seem to work properly. Could this be her psychic power? However, Mifune was exhausted and fell headfirst to the ground. What's going on? Nanamura finally threw the whole gun at Mifune, and the handle hit the back of Mifune who was lying on the ground, yet she was unresponsive. An electronic beep sounded behind us, and the door opened. The door is open. Kirigiri opened the door. We rushed out of the foyer. Wait. A voice came from behind us. Without looking back, we opened the entrance door and finally escaped from the hotel. We rushed outside. Standing there is Shinsen Mikado. He is standing with his right hand in his pants pocket. However, the expression on his face is still as serious as usual, as if he is staring into darkness. He didn't react to me and Kirigiri, as if he hasn't noticed our presence at all. On his left and right are 2 strange men, one is a foreigner and the other in a wheelchair. Kirigiri and I held hands and passed by them, and they didn't stop us. They kept watching the entrance of the hotel and ignored us. In any case, we have no choice but to escape. Kirigiri and I walked hand in hand through the hotel's courtyard. After passing through the iron gate, we hid and looked back. We observed the situation. At that moment, Nanamura opened the entrance door and came out. Seeing Shinsen and the others, Nanamura was really surprised. Nanamura stood still. Why, you guys are. A stunned expression. I looked at the men on both sides of Shinsen again. I remember seeing them somewhere. These people. Kirigiri said, she seems to have discovered something. Ah. It can't be. That foreigner is an active duty 000 rank detective, law enforcer, Johnny Arp. And the man in the wheelchair is also an active 000 rank detective, armchair Earl, Ryuzoji Geka. Why are they here? Are they actually the 2 legendary 000s? And they seem to be following Shinsen. Shinsen remained silent and gestured to Johnny with his hand. Johnny drew a revolver out from the inner pocket of his suit, rolled it around his fingertips, and placed it on Shinsen's right hand. Shinsen took the pistol and approached Nanamura. Is he going to shoot? Nanamura couldn't move, his knees were trembling. And no, it can't be, how is this possible? Shinsen turned the gun grip towards Nanamura and handed it to him. At this point, Nanamura must have understood everything with his Allegro Agitato thinking speed. He took the gun with a trembling hand. Right, this means the fall has already begun. Nanamura whispered this and pulled the trigger at his temple. He immediately turned into a corpse and collapsed in front of the main entrance of the Norman's Hotel. Shinsen and the others seemed satisfied as they left the hotel behind and started to move forward. Ryuzoji is in an electric wheelchair. They walked toward the gate. Just as they were about to walk out of the hotel's perimeter, Shinsen suddenly turned our way. They noticed us. He approached us with a calm face. I stood in front of Kirigiri and put on a fighting stance. The footsteps of the Shinigami. At this time, I can hear the footsteps of the Shinigami. You look injured. He took out a white handkerchief from his suit pocket and gently touched my left ear to wipe off the blood. It was grazed by the bullet when Nanamura shot at me just now. I'm very scared, and my body is shrinking back slightly. A loving smile appeared at the corner of Shinsen's mouth as if he can forgive everything. He is the one who has the sole responsibility for the Crime Victims Relief Committee, Shinsen Mikado. What's your goal? I made up my mind and asked. Why, were you in this black challenge? Shinsen held the bloodstained handkerchief in both hands and unfolded it in front of my eyes. For a moment, the handkerchief partially obscured my view. Just to say hello. As he said this, he began to fold his handkerchief. As the handkerchief was folded up and became smaller and smaller, the view in my obscured field of vision began to recover little by little. However, in the middle of this view, what was there a moment ago? Norman's hotel has disappeared without a trace. A new year has begun. He put his handkerchief in his pocket and turned around. At this time, the surrounding scenery suddenly became smaller and smaller as if it was being folded, and disappeared bit by bit. Just like the mountains in the distance, the dead trees in the courtyard were nothing but a bunch of pieces of paper. They kept being folded. You've grown admirably, Kirigiri Kyoko, a worthy daughter of the Kirigiri family. Shinsen said without looking back, waving his right hand. Farewell, when we meet next time I will be in a different phase.